Chapter 1005. Female Literature. At this moment, Su-Yen actually felt a kind of fear from this little thing. From this, it could be seen that this thing was definitely extremely dangerous. At this moment, he was actually being approached by this little thing. Even if he had the defense of the invincible golden body, he still didn't think that he would be safe. Therefore, at this very moment, he directly unleashed his own power. A terrifying sword chi appeared. The powerful and awe-inspiring sword chi directly unfolded at this moment, turning into a whirlwind. Under such a terrifying sword chi, the Iceman was finally directly strangled to death. However, it was also at this moment that Su-Yen discovered that there was an extremely powerful energy brewing in the ice crystal formed after the Iceman's body was shattered. It seemed that it would immediately explode in the next moment. The power of the explosion of an ice crystal was naturally not strong. However, if thousands of ice crystals exploded at the same time, the terrifying power was enough to imagine. No matter how strong his body was, there was still a limit. At this moment, even a powerhouse like the King of Destruction would die here. However, this time, his reaction was quite fast. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would really have to pay a huge price. Su-Yen was really frightened and broke out in cold sweat. At this moment, an extremely strong light was released from his eyes. At this moment, the Eye of Truth was fully unfolded at this time. At this moment, he couldn't let himself face such danger anymore. When the Eye of Truth was unfolded, he could clearly see the ice crystals in the storm. These ice crystals passed through the storm and also absorbed the power of the storm, then formed special icemen. These icemen were not bloated. On the contrary, they were extremely fast and their attack power was terrifying. The most important thing was that they had suicidal attacks. The source of these ice crystals was all the awakening godlike Bing Shan. At this moment, the Godslayer sword's voice sounded, "It's there, go to that mountain." Hearing the Godslayer sword's words, Su-Yen only felt bitter in his heart. Originally, when he saw Bing Shan, his first thought was to stay away from it. After all, he really couldn't afford to provoke such a powerful and terrifying existence. But at this time, the Godslayer sword asked him to go there. "Kid, I know what you're thinking. That mountain is indeed very powerful for you. However, if you don't go there, I bet that you'll never be able to find the heavenly heart of the cold jade. You might even die here." The Godslayer sword said. Upon hearing the Godslayer sword's words, Su-Yen immediately guessed the crux of the matter. Han Yu Tian Xian is actually on that mountain. If that was the case, then Su-Yen couldn't leave because he was here to find Han Yu heavenly heart. Besides, the Godslayer sword must have calculated something. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't have done this to himself. At the thought of this, Su-Yen no longer had any other thoughts. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to push his strength to the maximum. Then, he charged forward. Even though Su-Yen had already pushed his strength to the limit. It was just that the snowstorm here was too terrifying, and there was also the appearance of the iceman, so Su-Yen couldn't increase his speed at all. This section of the road was the most dangerous of all the roads he had ever walked. Moreover, at this time, Su-Yen still had some worries in his heart, and that was that dragon. How did such a powerful dragon die? Even from the majestic aura emitted from the skeleton, it could be seen that this dragon's strength was far greater than his own. But it still died. Although there was also a possibility that the dragon didn't even have time to enter this place and had already died. However, this possibility was very small, and Su-Yen wouldn't put his life on this possibility. But since he was already here, there was no turning back. At this time, he had to succeed or die trying. When he first came here, he already felt that this place was abnormal. It was very likely that the distorted space corridor was a one-way path. In other words, it was impossible for Su-Yen to go back the way he came. After many difficulties, Su-Yen finally arrived in front of the huge and majestic Bing Shan. And after this period of time, this Bing Shan has already stood up at this time. Although it was very strange, it was the truth. Two thick and long legs had grown out from the bottom of the iceberg, supporting the entire mountain. With just a slight movement of his body, he could cause the surroundings to constantly tremble. He saw the arrival of Su Yan, then stopped moving. "Oh, it's actually a cute human boy, hello." "Su Yan, this voice is full of vitality and exaggeration, what is going on?" Su Yan suddenly felt that his brain didn't seem to work well. This standing Bing Shan, no matter how he thought about it, should be full of murderous intent. After seeing him, he should immediately suppress him, or even cut him into pieces. Why did he greet him so exaggeratedly? What does he want? Not talking? "It seems that you are a silent and shy human boy, not bad, not bad, you are similar to the old me in the past." Su Yan, he didn't know how this strange Bing Shan saw his shyness, and what the hell does he mean by, similar to the old me in the past? Can this Bing Shan not be like this? However, Su Yan was also shocked. At this time, he still had the appearance of Shura. When he transformed into an Azura, it wasn't just his appearance that changed. Even the aura emitted from his body was the same. If one wanted to know his true identity, they would have to check his soul. His soul was guarded by the Godslayer sword, so the Blood River King and the King of Destruction couldn't see through it. However, this huge mountain peak was able to see through him in an instant. This mountain was 1,000 meters tall, and Su Yan couldn't even be compared to an ant in front of it. What was laughable was that this giant was greeting Su Yan with a smile on his face. At this time, Su Yan didn't know what to say. "Ha ha ha, it's fine, don't be nervous, this old man is very good at livening up the atmosphere." The huge Bing Shan let out a long laugh, but his laughter was like a terrifying whirlpool. Although it wasn't directed at Su Yan still felt that his body was about to be blown away. At the same time, Su Yan raised his hand to block the ice shards falling from the sky. At this time, Su Yan suddenly realized that his skin was no longer blue. He naturally knew what this meant. This meant that he had returned to his human body. However, he didn't come into contact with it, so why did such a change happen? At this moment, the God-slaying sword's voice rang out, "Haven't you noticed? In this place, there's a power that goes against the origin. Or rather, this is a land of truth. Your disguise is meaningless here." At this time, Su Yan was really shocked. Before today, he had never heard of such a power in this world. Previously, he thought that since he had the power to transform into a Shura, he wouldn't have to worry about anything in this Shura realm, but at least he wouldn't have to worry about it. However, he didn't expect that there would be such a place in this mountain. If such a power could appear here, didn't it mean that it could exist in other places as well? If he exposed his identity in front of the powerful Shura, he wouldn't even know how he died. At this time, the Godslayer sword's voice sounded again, there are many things in this world that you don't know. If you think that you can sit back and relax just because you have some ability, you might not even know how you died one day. However, you don't have to worry too much. At least, before reaching the Emperor realm, it's impossible to use such an ability. The most important thing now is to ask about Hanyu Tianxin's whereabouts." Su Yan secretly remembered it. At this time, the laughter of the mountain finally stopped. At this time, not far from Su Yan, there was a squirming sound. Then, a head appeared. "Ha ha ha, young human, you seem to be very melancholic. Come, tell me, are you heartbroken? I'm the best at helping people solve emotional problems like this." "Su Yan, isn't this a mountain? Why did it say that it was heartbroken?" Su Yan took a deep breath and calmed himself down. At this time, he was clear that if he followed the rhythm of this Izwashan, then he was afraid that his Chinibyu would break out in the next moment. "Senior, I would like to ask, do you know where Hanyu Tianxin is?" Su Yan finally chose to ask directly. Of course, at this time, Su Yan was already prepared. If the mountains suddenly attacked, he could directly escape. After all, Hanyu Tianxin was a treasure that anyone would be tempted by. The moment Su Yan said that, the stone eyes formed by the huge face actually flashed with a ray of light. Su Yan even heard a ding sound. "Ha ha ha, boy, in that case, are you also here for Hanyu Tianxin?" The mountain didn't do anything else, but his aura changed in an instant. It was as if he had turned from a chinibu into a cold and elegant man. The change in aura made Su Yan feel a little heavy. However, at this time, he could only brace himself and say, "Yes, senior, I am here for Hanyu Tianxin." "Ha ha ha, good, I like honest children like you. Since you are here for that thing, let's play a game. If you win, that thing is yours. If you lose, heh heh heh, you will be thrown out by me." Chapter 1006. Female Literature. At this time, Su Yan really felt powerless. He really couldn't understand why there would be such an indecent mountain in such a place. However, in the next moment, he suddenly calmed down. Was it thrown out? That dragon, was it you who threw it out? Su Yan couldn't understand why the dragon died in that place. Why would such a powerful dragon die in this mysterious space? This position was too much of a coincidence, but at this moment, he immediately understood. His death was most likely related to this mountain peak. Bing Shan, who was still so serious at this time, once again lost the cold aura that he tried so hard to pretend to be. His bold and unrestrained laughter directly sounded at this time. "Ha ha ha, young man, not bad, not bad. You can tell that your Grandpa Shan is a mighty and extraordinary person. Not bad, that dragon was thrown out by your Grandpa Shan. This guy lost the game, but he wasn't serious and actually wanted to provoke me. He, so Grandpa Shan had no choice but to throw him out directly." At this moment, Su Yan saw the shining light in his magma again. At this time, the God-Slayer sword suddenly made a sound. "Damn it, why is there such an ugly mountain in this world? And his laughter is so unpleasant to the ears. No, I can't take it anymore, I'm going to smash him." Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that this God-Slayer sword was not a decent existence. However, at this time, he cleverly avoided this topic and only asked, "Senior, then tell me the content of the game." The aura of the dragon after its death was enough to shock Su Yan. The devourer worm could become so powerful after devouring the dragon's bones. This meant that the strength of this dragon when it was alive was very likely to be stronger than he imagined. But now, this terrifying and powerful dragon had died here, so Su Yan didn't think that he could resist this powerful Grandpa Mountain. Of course, if the God-Slayer sword really found him to be an eyesore and decided to jump out, then Grandpa Mountain would definitely be reduced to a pile of slag. But the problem was, Su Yan did not think that the God-Slayer sword would suddenly go crazy and attack him. Therefore, there was only one path left for him, and that was to play a game with this Grandpa Shan. As long as this Grandpa Shan was happy, he might still have a chance. As for whether this Grandpa Shan would keep his promise, he could only take one step at a time. Alright, since that's the case, then let's play the first game, which is rock, paper, scissors. The bold and unconstrained Grandpa Shan said directly. When Su Yan heard these words, he immediately felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Rock, paper, scissors. F***ck, what the hell is going on? Why does such a game exist in this world? He felt that he couldn't even breathe properly. It was at this moment that the Grandpa Shan suddenly grew out an arm. Compared to his thick and big legs, this arm was really too thin. This arm was almost as thin as Su Yan's own arm. But his length was already a few hundred meters long. It was like a long snake constantly twisting and turning. Su Yan didn't even have the mood to complain when he saw such a scene. Ha ha ha, boy, when you see your Grandpa Shan's perfect appearance, you immediately feel infatuated. Don't be discouraged, as long as you work hard, then one day, you will also have a pair of slender and beautiful arms like this Grandpa Shan. He didn't know why this Grandpa Shan was so confident in his pair of slender arms. His arms were even constantly swinging at this moment. Su Yan tried his best to calm down, then he said very seriously, "So, senior, are you going to use this slender arm to play a game of rock, paper, scissors with this junior?" This huge Bing Shan immediately let out a rumbling laugh. Yes, you are really a smart boy. Seeing that you are so smart and witty, your Grandpa Shan will let you have your way. Then, let's begin. Remember, we have to move at the same time, absolutely not deliberately slowed down by half a beat. This huge Bing Shan emphasized at this moment. Su Yan could only nod helplessly. He really didn't have anything else to say about this existence. At this moment, the slender arm was ready. And Su Yan was also ready. Should I use scissors, rock, or paper? This Bing Shan, will it have the powerful ability to read people's thoughts? Will it be able to guess what I am thinking and then win by surprise in an instant? Although this was a child's game, Su Yan found that he couldn't help but feel nervous at this time. Yes, now it seems that this simple game of rock, paper, scissors is definitely not a simple thing. In a battle between practitioners, the strength of the divine sense has already played a huge role at this time. If it directly invades me with its powerful divine sense and spies on my thoughts, then I will almost lose. At this time, the God-Slayer sword's voice sounded again. Su Yan, use paper, you must use paper. Su Yan didn't expect that the God-Slayer sword would actually come at this time, and at this time, it was still so confident. Su Yan couldn't help but believe it. But senior, could it be that you've already seen through his inner thoughts? Has your divine sense recovered to this point? Su Yan asked. The strength of the God-Slayer sword was naturally powerful, but because it was injured, its divine sense didn't seem to be so strong. His divine mind did not seem to be that strong. After all, that mountain did not look like a weakling. His strength was probably much stronger than the Dragon King's. Hee, just believe in me. At this time, the God-Slayer sword in Su Yan's sea of consciousness flashed with an extremely confident light. At this time, the Bing Shan's corner cried out. Then young man, let's start, 1, 2, 3. In an instant, the slender arm that was hundreds of meters long and Su Yan's arm fell at the same time. Su Yan had indeed produced a piece of cloth, but this slender arm had produced a stone. So powerful, Senior actually spied on its inner thoughts. At this time, Su Yan couldn't help but think. To be honest, after the God-Slayer sword said its thoughts, Su Yan also wanted to use his divine sense to investigate the mountain's thoughts. However, his thoughts dissipated when they reached the mountain's surroundings. There was an extremely powerful pressure and fluctuation around the mountain. In front of this powerful pressure, Su Yan's divine sense was nothing, let alone spying on the mountain's thoughts. At this time, the God-Slayer sword said earnestly, Su Yan, it seems that you are still a little lacking. Don't you know that you have to observe carefully? Haven't you noticed that this guy's hand can only spit out stone? The God-Slayer sword said calmly. Su Yan, at this time, Su Yan's gaze couldn't help but fall on the top of the slender arm. Sure enough, although the great Bing Shan grew a pair of slender arms, he didn't have palms. At the top of the slender arms were two huge stone balls. At this time, Su Yan felt that he was in a bad mood. It seemed that he was really too nervous just now, so he forgot to look. The God-Slayer sword didn't even waste its divine sense to observe. Hee, no matter what, we won. Then, let this mountain tell us the answer. At this time, the God-Slayer sword showed its wise side without a doubt. At this time, Su Yan really didn't have anything to say. At this time, Bing Shan suddenly laughed loudly, Waha, sure enough, the great Uncle Mountain has won the game once again. I am indeed invincible. Invincibility is so lonely, invincibility is a kind of emptiness. Inexplicably, on this ice mountain, the thick and sturdy legs began to stride cheerfully while he hummed that incomprehensible song. What made people even more speechless was that countless green leaves appeared on top of his head and surrounded him. Isn't this Bing Shan? Why are there green leaves? Su Yan, God-Slayer sword, did Dashan make a mistake? At this time, Su Yan used all his strength and shouted as loudly as he could, because he was afraid that the mountain couldn't hear him. Wait a minute, Senior, you can celebrate later. Did you see wrongly? You are clearly a stone, and I am a piece of paper. I should have won. Su Yan felt that at this time, he had to argue with reason. Could it be that the mountain had bad eyesight? Did he think that his piece of paper was a pair of scissors? At this time, the huge Bing Shan's eyes slowly turned and he said directly, I know that you used paper, so I won. His tone was so natural, so self-righteous. At this time, Su Yan suddenly remembered what Bing Shan said earlier, that damn dragon, he clearly lost, but he still wants to act shamelessly. He is courting death. Su Yan finally understood why the dragon wanted to flip the table. Paper wins stone. Senior, you must have made a mistake. Su Yan refused to accept it. The moment he finished speaking, an overwhelming chill rushed towards Su Yan, and Su Yan immediately felt that he was under great pressure. So, you want to act shamelessly? Chapter 1007. Female Literature. At this time, Su Yan suddenly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This giant Bing Shan is so angry at this time. It's as if it wants to swallow him directly. But in the next moment, Su Yan immediately came back to his senses. Wait a minute. The person who should be angry at this time should be me. What do you mean by I'm going to go back on my word? You're obviously the one who wants to go back on your word. Senior, you're the one who wants to go back on your word. Everyone knows the rules of rock, paper, scissors. How can you be the one who won? Su Yan said seriously. At this time, he really likes this Bing Shan to be able to recognize his mistake. Because only in this way can everyone continue to chat happily. But it seems that Bing Shan is not willing to do so at this time. Wow, as expected, I thought that a human child like you should be a good thing, but now it seems that you're not a good thing at all. If that's the case, you also want to provoke my majesty like that dragon. In that case, go to hell. At this time, Bing Shan has already made his move. His slender arms directly went towards Su Yan at this time. It's clearly a rock arm, but it's unimaginably flexible. As his arms moved, a mighty ice storm immediately appeared. Su Yan is naturally afraid of this Bing Shan to the extreme. Because he won't forget that those ice people from before appeared from his body. Those ice people are already so dangerous, so he, as the main body, is naturally even more terrifying. Those slender arms flew down at an extremely fast speed. At this time, Su Yan didn't dare to be careless. His thoughts were directly condensed to the extreme, and then he directly used the regal sword escape technique. In the blink of an eye, his body had already disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already at the back of the iceberg. However, just as Su Yan's figure stopped moving, he immediately discovered that there was actually a force directly appearing behind him, attacking him. At this moment, even he felt a trace of panic. Damn it, how could this be? At this moment, he felt as if Bing Shan's slender arm was waiting for him. Such power could be said to be extremely terrifying and valiant. Just imagine what it would feel like to be hit by a mountain. Even if it was only the slender arm of a mountain, it was definitely not something that Su Yan could withstand. At that moment, Su Yan once again activated his regal sword escape technique. His speed was raised to the extreme at this time, but Su Yan found that he still couldn't get rid of him. Moreover, his movements were becoming more and more difficult. Waves of cold air appeared on the iceberg's body. The cold air was even more terrifying than the blizzard from before, causing Su Yan's speed to slow down. This wasn't a good sign. Once Su Yan's speed was completely sealed, then Su Yan would be a fish on a chopping block. Damn it, you little human doll, you dare to not admit your loss. People like you should die. I'm going to throw you out, just like that dragon. After a while, Su Yan could no longer hold on. At this time, the huge iceberg was still talking nonsense with a serious face. At this moment, the Godslayer sword in Su Yan's body suddenly scolded, "Damn it, I can't take it anymore." Su Yan still didn't understand what it meant. In the next moment, he immediately felt a force enter his body. "Su Yan, let me do it." Although Su Yan didn't know why, it was for the best that the Godslayer sword was willing to help him at this time. Because he had to admit that he couldn't hold on for much longer. Damn it, do you know that I hate people like you who talk nonsense with a straight face the most? Go die for me. At this time, an extremely angry and arrogant voice came from Su Yan's throat. His body stopped in the air. When the slender arm came, he didn't move at all. At this time, Bing Shan shouted angrily, "Do you want to repent? It's too late. Even if you don't move, I'm going to throw you out. Do you know that your grandpa Shan hates people like you who don't have a gambling sense the most?" The slender pair of huge rock arms directly wrapped around Su Yan's body. "Shut up. I'm the one who hates it the most when people talk nonsense with a straight face. Your ugly arm, shatter it for me." In an instant, countless sword chi burst out from Su Yan's body. The sword chi was simply terrifying to the extreme. In an instant, everything was turned into nothingness. Bing Shan's slender and extremely long arms were crushed just like that. They turned into the most primitive ice fragments, leaving nothing behind. What? My arms, my perfect arms. A loud rumbling sound was heard again. Bing Shan began to howl in pain. After all, in his opinion, his arms were the most satisfactory part of his body. However, this human had actually crushed his arms directly. "I told you to shut up, you bastard. Your sense of beauty is a mess, and your worldview is a mess. If you open your mouth again, I'll crush you directly. Hurry up and tell me, where is the cold jade heart?" At this time, the God Slayer's sword was furious. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that the damned iceberg was still muttering about his arm. He found it even more unbearable. In the blink of an eye, his body flickered as if he was teleporting. Unlike Su Yan's previous movements, Su Yan had only been moving extremely quickly. However, after the God Slayer's sword took control of Su Yan's body, what he did this time was real teleportation. "Shut up, I'm asking you a question." He raised his hand and a huge sword chi immediately appeared. This sword chi could truly be considered majestic. The terrifying sword chi was as long as 2,000 meters. Such a sword chi directly slashed down from the sky. Young man, you actually want to flip the table in front of me." When this sword chi appeared, Bing Shan seemed to have felt a huge sense of danger. There was a flash of light in his eyes. Then, the ice on his body protruded layer by layer. The extremely terrifying power directly collided at this time. The powerful aura at this time was displayed to the extreme. Bing Shan's power was indeed terrifying. If it was Su Yan himself, at this stage, Su Yan would not be able to win no matter what. It would even be difficult for him to escape. However, at this time, the God Slayer's sword couldn't stand it anymore, so it made a righteous move. How terrifying was the God Slayer's sword's full power when it unleashed all of its power. Last time, when so many Dragon Kings attacked at the same time, he was able to kill one of the Dragon Kings and then leave. After that time, the God Slayer's sword fell into a deep sleep. However, Su Yan could feel that after that time, he seemed to have become stronger. Perhaps it was because he had comprehended the revered sword soul, or perhaps it was because of the Shura realm, but the God Slayer's sword's combat power was stronger than before. Of course, it seemed to be more Chinibu than before. That huge Bing Shan was directly cut in half without a doubt. That huge sword chi fell straight down until it cut into the belly of the mountain, only then did it stop. "What did you just say? You said flip the table?" I'm not just flipping the table, I'm going to flip the mountain now." At this time, Su Yan's body flashed violently, and at this time, he had already appeared at Bing Shan's feet. At this time, Su Yan's own consciousness was hidden in his sea of consciousness. When he saw what the God Slayer's sword did, he immediately said in surprise, "Senior, are you really going to flip the mountain?" This Bing Shan was huge, and this was not an ordinary Bing Shan. It must be filled with extremely terrifying energy. If that was the case, just how heavy was this mountain? But at this time, the God Slayer's sword actually said that it was going to flip the mountain. Su Yan, it's not a good thing to doubt my ability like this. Just watch me flip this thing up. Damn it, I'm going to flip it upside down." While talking, the God Slayer's sword had already taken control of Su Yan's body and made a move. At this time, Su Yan was actually dumbfounded. He really could not understand how the God Slayer's sword could think of something like flipping a mountain upside down. Crazy, this world must be crazy. First, Bing Shan wanted to play rock paper scissors. Now, this sword wanted to flip a mountain upside down. Was there still a normal person in this world? After Bing Shan was injured by the Godslayer sword's powerful sword chi, he seemed to have realized how powerful it was. At this time, he naturally sensed Su Yan's movements. He immediately shouted, "Hey, hey, hey, human brat, what are you doing? Think carefully. I am the great Sky Heart Mountain. If you offend me, you will end up very miserable. Shut up, I'll let you know the consequences of speaking nonsense in front of me." The Godslayer sword did not seem to be interested in Bing Shan. As it spoke, 5 huge sword chis appeared at the top of the sky. They directly fell from the sky and pierced Bing Shan. In the previous head-on confrontation, Bing Shan was directly crushed by the Godslayer sword. At this time, Bing Shan could not defend against any of the 5 sword chis. "Ah, my body is actually broken. You damn thing, you deserve to die, deserve to die." Bing Shan let out a miserable and angry cry. However, after that, he became even more panicked. At this time, the Godslayer sword attacked again. After his slender arms, the pair of thick legs that he was so proud of were directly shattered. Chapter 1008. Female Literature. At this moment, the Godslayer sword was simply too cruel. "My thighs, my beautiful thighs." Bing Shan began to roar. His body suddenly became heavy. Countless pieces of ice were constantly shaking at this moment, and a terrifying force was about to fall down in an instant. "Damn it, you damned human, you actually cut off my legs, then I will crush you to death. I will crush you under this iceberg, I will make you sink into oblivion forever, go die for me." At this time, his strength had already swelled to the extreme. At this moment, he had once again entered his cold mode. Although the Godslayer sword was controlling his body, Su Yan still felt an extremely terrifying weight. At this moment, the surface of his body began to release a ray of light. That was sword chi. Su Yan never thought that sword chi could be controlled like this. At this moment, the sword chi had practically turned into an armor. Moreover, this was no ordinary armor. It had already fused with his body and bones. When this thing appeared, the huge pressure suddenly decreased by a lot. It doesn't matter how heavy you become. Now, fly for me." The Godslayer sword roared angrily. Then, it suddenly threw its hands into the air. This huge Bing Shan actually flew directly into the sky at this moment. Su Yan, it really flew. The Godslayer sword is so powerful. Although the Godslayer sword had already displayed its extremely terrifying strength the last time, Su Yan really felt admiration for the Godslayer sword this time. Its strength was really too strong. Flying sword. At this moment, the Godslayer sword ignored Su Yan's admiration. It once again displayed its strength. An even more terrifying sword chi than before appeared. This sword chi immediately went against the heavens. It directly pierced the huge Bing Shan from below. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly felt a trace of coldness behind him. At this moment, Bing Shan howled in pain. "I heard that you want to throw me out. I heard that you like to not admit your mistakes." At this time, the Godslayer sword did not forget to educate this Bing Shan, letting him know his mistake. However, this Bing Shan was simply the epitome of the death-seeking world that Su Yan knew. At this time, not only did he not realize his mistake, he even boasted shamelessly. "You damn thing, what right do you have to talk to me like this? You want to die, you want to die." Although his body had been pierced by the long sword, he still did not feel that he was wrong. "I am so stubborn, what can you do to me?" This is his persistence. Good, very good. I like to drink and appreciate your bad temper the most." At this time, Su Yan, who was possessed by the god-slaying sword, suddenly shouted, "Ha!" At this time, he began to bombard his fists. Su Yan's fists were too small compared to this Bing Shan. Perhaps they were not even comparable to a piece of ice on the mountain, but at this time, his fists were full of terrifying power. Every punch had an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation. The powerful energy fluctuation was constantly rampaging, and the terrifying power was constantly rising. The powerful aura at this moment was simply powerful to the extreme. That terrifying power continued to burn at this moment, almost drowning everything in its path. At this time, Su Yan's aura also began to rise. In fact, being possessed by the Godslayer sword and then fighting was an extremely lucky thing for Su Yan. Because at this time, under the operation of the Godslayer sword, his body's affinity with power would reach a new level. To put it bluntly, at this time, Su Yan was an invincible Su Yan. His power would reach a true unity. At this time, Su Yan, who was in the sea of consciousness, watched his body constantly erupt with power. Punch after punch, he actually bombarded such a huge mountain into the sky. What a powerful and terrifying power this was. Su Yan had already begun to feel apprehensive. Such an aura was simply incomparably terrifying. At this moment, his body was condensed into a godlike brilliance. At this time, Su Yan suddenly had a thought in his mind, and that was, he suddenly admired himself. Beggar, Su Yan. At this time, Bing Shan seemed to finally know what fear was. Under the impact of the punches, his huge body began to slowly collapse. This was the rhythm of the end. This script was not right at all. He was abnormally strong. Back then, how strong was the dragon? It had reached or even surpassed the level of the Emperor Shura. However, after struggling for a while, it was still easily thrown away by Bing Shan's grandfather. But now, this human boy was clearly so weak at the beginning. When talking to Su Yan, the considerate grandfather Bing Shan even slowed down his breathing. He was afraid that if he breathed too hard, he would blow away this human child who had finally arrived here. But why was it like this now? Why was he being sent flying by the punches of this young human child? Also, what was the deal with those huge sword cheese that were sticking into his body like incense sticks? It was over, it was really over this time. You clearly lost, but you're still acting shamelessly. You're still abusing me. At this time, he was really unconvinced. When God Slayer heard this, he was even more enraged. I lost? Say it again, I lost, you damn thing. His punches had become even more powerful. His terrifying and powerful punches had become even faster. Bing Shan kept shouting at this time, I won in the first place. The rock is the most powerful thing in the world. I threw the rock, so I won. You're acting shamelessly. Su Yan, Godslayer sword, the rock was the most powerful thing in the world. He threw the rock, so he won? What kind of logic was this? Bastard, how could anyone win with this kind of rule? If everyone threw the rock, then there would be no winner. At this time, the Godslayer sword couldn't be bothered to argue with this stupid Bing Shan. You stupid guy whose head is blocked by a rock. I don't want to talk to you about this anymore. Tell me where Heavenly Heart Hanyu is. At this time, the Godslayer sword's aura became a little scary. His eyes flickered with an extremely dangerous light. Even Su Yan felt a chill run down his spine when he sensed the light. At this time, Bing Shan's grandfather opened his mouth again. Why are you talking nonsense? My head is made of rock, so of course it's blocked by a rock. You despicable guy, not only are you acting shamelessly, but you're also being racist. I don't accept this, I don't accept this. Su Yan was finally speechless. God knows why this Bing Shan was so weird. He would rather everyone fight fair and square. Even if he was beaten to a pulp, it would be more pleasant. At this time, Su Yan, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, suddenly let out a loud sound. At this time, he directly formed a seal and then shouted, "Flip!" The moment his voice fell, the huge mountain actually started to flip over. Terrifying, what a terrifying power. At this moment, Su Yan was in a state of panic. Such a terrifying power was really too shocking. He thought that the Godslayer sword only had sword energy, but now he realized that he was wrong. his understanding of the Godslayer sword was still too shallow. At this time, the Godslayer sword's eyes flashed again. It said to Su Yan earnestly, "Do you think that just because I'm a divine sword, I can only slash around like a sword? Your understanding is still too shallow. I'm a divine sword, and I'm going to transform into an invincible divine sword that surpasses the gods. I know more things than you can imagine." At this time, Su Yan was speechless. However, the other party was indeed in existence that could shake the heavens. When the Godslayer sword said to Su Yan, "You know nothing about me," Su Yan was actually speechless. Rumble, rumble, the loud sound resounded through the world at this moment, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. The cracks shattered one by one, and the ground cracked open. Such a scene was simply shocking. After an unknown amount of time, everything finally calmed down. At this time, Su Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. At this time, he realized that this huge Bing Shan had really come to life. If one looked at it from a distance, they would realize that this was actually a huge triangular Bing Shan. It was just that when Su Yan arrived, this ghostly Bing Shan had grown hands and feet. But now, this Bing Shan's hands and feet had been directly cut off by the Godslayer sword. Not cut off, but completely destroyed. Only his body was left. At this time, his mountain was on the ground, and the bottom of the Bing Shan was suspended high in the air. Su Yan, who was temporarily borrowed by the Godslayer sword, stood at the flat bottom of the mountain, which was floating in the air. He patted his hands and even touched his sweat. Then, he happily said, "Okay, I look much better now." Ha ha ha. Chapter 1009. Female Literature. The Godslayer sword laughed proudly. You grave egg, I curse you, quick, put me down, I don't want to be like this, I'm a serious Bing Shan, I don't want to be like this is too shameful. At this moment, Bing Shan was finally scared. At this moment, his arms were gone, his thick thighs were also gone. If this guy didn't help him, would he always be like this? This would make him lose face. He really didn't want to be like this, even if he died, he didn't want to be like this. Okay, then, it seems like we should talk. Su Yan, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, directly said calmly. Okay, let's talk, I was wrong, I admit I was wrong, cloth is bigger than stone, next time I will definitely realize this mistake. In this situation, even the unyielding and principled Bing Shan had already realized his mistake. But this answer was not satisfactory. Su Yan, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, directly jumped up and then fiercely kicked down. As expected of the body possessed by the deity-slaying sword, such a small body actually contained such power. After this kick landed, Bing Shan's mountain peak residence pierced a few inches into the ground. The cracks on the ground nearby became even more severe. Bastard, did I ask you this? I want to know where Hanyu Tianxin came down, tell me, where is Hanyu Tianxin? Is it hidden in your body? I advise you to tell me honestly, if not, then I will directly dissect you. Su Yan, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, said coldly. Bing Shan. My God, why is this human boy so cruel? Wasn't he very friendly at the beginning? My impression of him was so good, I even wanted to become good friends with him. And even when he was acting shamelessly, I was actually considering whether to really throw him out. But now, this human boy was actually abusing me like this. Dissection? Wouldn't that mean that he would be cut into pieces? No, he definitely didn't want that. I really don't know. I only know that I'm from the Heavenly Heart Mountain. I really don't know what the Heavenly Heart Cold Jade is. At this time, Su Yan couldn't help but send out his thoughts. You're lying. You clearly said that as long as I win, you'll tell me his whereabouts. You said the same thing to the dragon back then. At this moment, Bing Shan was startled. He finally realized that the two voices were different. This time, the voice belonged to the young man from before, but when he was turned over, his voice was different. Human young man, why can you make two voices? Although it's very crazy, it's very cool. Can you teach me? Su Yan, this was not the time to be concerned about this. What is this mountain thinking? At this time, Su Yan, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, jumped up again. Rumble, accompanied by Bing Shan's grandfather's screams, the tip of his mountain pierced a few more inches into the ground. At this time, Bing Shan felt very wronged. Yeah, if I lose, I'll tell you that I don't know. Didn't I say it already? What are you trying to do? Bing Shan's grandfather said righteously. At this time, Su Yan was really speechless. What was this extremely Chinibu Bing Shan thinking? The ice shards that came out of his body could become extremely lethal ice men, but why did Bing Shan, as the source, have to be so Chinibu? After everyone met, they immediately fought to their heart's content. After the victor was decided, they would tell each other what they knew. Wasn't that better? Why did they have to be so Chinibu? At this time, Su Yan, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, jumped several times in a row. At the same time, he directly shot out 5 sword chi. I can't help it, I really should dissect you. 5 sword chi appeared, and the extremely terrifying power at this time showed an extremely terrifying majesty. Such a powerful force flew out at this time, and the sharp sword chi directly pierced into the mountain. Under the effect of the sword chi, the mountain finally began to slowly split open. Ah, I'm splitting open, help, I'm being dissected, help, the mountain is being killed. Bing Shan's grandfather's cry for help was really sad. But unfortunately, Su Yan did not have any intention of softening at this time. In fact, he even felt incomparably delighted. At this time, he suddenly remembered the dragon outside this secret realm. This powerful dragon was actually killed by such a Chinibu mountain and thrown out. How sad was that? If that dragon saw this scene at this time, he would definitely feel very sad. At this time, as the cracks increased bit by bit, a light was suddenly released from Bing Shan. The light was still very weak at first, but in an instant, it turned into tens of thousands of rays of light, directly filling the sky. The moment the light appeared, dark clouds immediately gathered in the sky, and ice and snow filled the sky. At this time, Su Yan, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, refracted an extremely wise brilliance from the corner of his eyes. Sure enough, this thing really exists in his body. Ah, help, help, I'm Grandpa Shan, but I'm actually having a baby now, help, I don't want to have a baby. Su Yan, in this world, how could there be such a Chinibu like Bing Shan? Right now, he did not want to pay any attention to this guy at all. At this time, Su Yan, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, directly rushed into the sky. Because at this moment, within the light, the heavenly heart of the cold jade had directly rushed into the sky. Its speed was simply too fast, and Su Yan did not notice at all. Fortunately, at this time, the Godslayer sword was controlling the body. Otherwise, Su Yan would have missed this heavenly heart of the cold jade. Where do you think you're going, the will of the gods, the might of the heavens? At this time, the Godslayer sword directly threw away the Chinibu aura from before. It had truly become the incomparably cold Godslayer sword, and at this time, its aura was completely released. An indescribable terrifying aura directly appeared at this time. In an instant, it had become so powerful. The extremely terrifying power and aura caused Su Yan to be incomparably shocked. He knew that at this time, the Godslayer sword would display its true might. At this time, the will of the Godslayer sword had turned into the might of the heavens. The heavenly heart of the cold jade was one of the most powerful materials in this world. It was also because of this that he was able to forge a heaven-defying divine sword like the evil sword of the cold jade. The battle record of the cold jade was indeed not as strong as that of the Godslayer sword. After all, the Godslayer sword was an existence that had killed gods and was stained with the blood of gods. However, the evil sword of the cold jade was also incomparably terrifying. It was an existence that had killed saints, and there were definitely more than 1 or 2 saints that had died by its sword. Its extremely terrifying sword chi and strength had reached an unimaginable level. Its terrifying strength was simply indescribable. Su Yan's previous feeling was not wrong. After entering the Shura realm, the Godslayer's sword's speed of recovery was far faster than before. Of course, this was due to his understanding of the revered sword soul, but Su Yan still felt that the key to this was still this world. At this time, his power was released, and immediately formed an extremely terrifying huge net in the sky. The net appeared everywhere, and it had already sealed off this space. At this time, Su Yan was shocked to discover that the Godslayer sword had become the will of this world. It was the will of this world. That was a kind of absolute majesty that no one could resist. The moment such a terrifying might was released, it was simply terrifying. Under the Godslayer Skynet, the space became extremely heavy. Apart from Su Yan, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, everything else seemed to have slowed down. At this time, Su Yan finally grasped the trajectory of the cold jade. He finally saw the cold jade heaven's heart clearly. It was a shapeless thing, and Su Yan could not describe it with words. The moment he saw it, Su Yan felt an unimaginable pressure from it. The existence of this pressure made Su Yan feel as if he could not breathe. It was simply too terrifying. If not for the Godslayer sword, not to mention wanting to obtain the cold jade heaven's heart, just getting close to it would probably cause him to be annihilated. At this time, the cold jade heaven's heart seemed to have understood its current situation. Seeing that it could not escape at this time, it decided to stop. At this time, a terrifying power burst out from the cold jade heaven's heart, and an extremely terrifying aura was released at this time. When the aura reached its peak, a power that could fight against the Godslayer Skynet burst out. As expected, you are definitely related to the evil sword. At this time, the Godslayer sword said with certainty. At this time, although Su Yan was in the sea of consciousness, he had already focused all his attention. He knew that the next battle would be far beyond his understanding. A battle of this level was probably more terrifying than any battle he had experienced and witnessed in the past few years. At this moment, the God-slaying sword also said, "Kid, watch carefully. This battle is definitely beyond your imagination. Let the regal sword spirit help me. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll be at a disadvantage." Su Yan did not hesitate. He directly called the regal sword soul into the sea of consciousness, and in an instant, the Godslayer sword and the regal sword soul merged. At this time, the cold jade heaven's net began to distort under the light. At this time, Su Yan immediately felt a stabbing pain. Even though he was hiding in the sea of consciousness, he still felt a trace of pain. This feeling was so familiar. When he first stepped into the Shura realm, he seemed to have experienced this kind of pain. Chapter 10:10. Female Literature, Heaven's Will. This was Heaven's will against him. At that time, if the Grand Supreme Sword Soul had not erupted with an incredible power in time and forcefully reversed the situation, Su Yan would have died under the will of Heaven. That was the will of the world. At this time, Su Yan felt the same piercing pain again. Is Heavenly Heart Hanyu reversing Heaven's will and killing us? The Godslayer sword snorted, "You're not stupid, kid. Indeed, this is why Heavenly Heart Hanyu is so terrifying. Since it's Heavenly Heart, it can naturally communicate with Heaven's will and release its strongest power. Otherwise, where did the word, Heavenly Heart, come from? But don't worry, it's not just him who can reverse Heaven's will." At this time, the Godslayer sword showed unprecedented confidence. At this moment, Su Yan, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, immediately pulled out the Scorching Sun sword. "Heavenly Heart Hanyu, today I will fuse you into this sword." In an instant, his body released endless brilliance, and an extremely powerful force rushed into the sky at this time. At this time, the heavenly net that had been reversed was once again forcefully reversed. This had become an extremely terrifying battle between heaven's wills. The most terrifying light continued to explode at this time. That terrifying power had reached an extremely terrifying level at this time. Such an intense and resplendent radiance was truly terrifying to the extreme. This power continued to expand at this time. This was indeed a completely new battle. Even the leader of the Taihang sword faction, Zhang Zhe, could not use such a method. This was because this was a battle that had reached Heaven's will. Perhaps only a saint, or even someone at that level, could use it. Of course, the battle between the Godslayer's sword and Heavenly Heart Hanyu was not a complete battle between heaven's wills. The battle between the two sides was only within an extremely small area, and it was unable to affect the entire world. This was because the difference between the god-slaying sword now and when it was at its peak was just too great. Heavenly Heart Hanyu was also not complete. From the Godslayer sword's words, it could be seen that Heavenly Heart Hanyu and Evil Sword Hanyu were probably a part of it in the past. However, even if it was such a small-scale battle, it was already terrifying enough at this time. In the cultivation world, it had always been said that one's realm was the foundation of everything. This was definitely not a joke. In this battle, even if Su Yan's battle power was 100 times stronger, so what? In such a terrifying clash between heaven's wills, only death would await him. At this moment, it was impossible for Su Yan to grasp or even comprehend such a power. His realm had not reached that level, so it was impossible for him to understand it. The only thing he could do now was feel. He wanted to remember the changes in this battle between heaven's will. At this stage of his growth, this was actually not very useful, because he was too far away. However, if one day, if he could surpass this realm, then his strength would become extremely terrifying. He might even be able to comprehend heaven's will. Of course, this was not something that Su Yan could know, but the Godslayer sword could. This was why it wanted Su Yan to feel it and remember it as much as possible. At this moment, Su Yan was constantly remembering it. This was actually an extremely painful process. The changes in heavens will seem to be tearing his soul apart at every moment. However, there was the green lotus bright moon in his consciousness, as well as the aura of the revered sword soul, which allowed him to be safe. At this time, the sky had become a world of ice and fire. Such a terrifying change had a terrifying might that could destroy heaven and earth. If this place was not in the ruins but in the Shura world outside, it would have attracted many extremely powerful existences. There would definitely be extremely terrifying existences in the Shura world. Emperor Shura was a powerful existence that could contend against human saints. Fortunately, such an aura was blocked in this small world. At this moment, the cracked mountain peak really wanted to cry. This human was actually so strong. Moreover, why didn't he know that there was such a thing in his body? This world was so terrifying, and he only wanted to be a quiet snow mountain. However, this seemed to be a bit difficult. The battle in the sky had become extremely terrifying. Every time they clashed, the rules of filling in the correct answer would be affected. This terrifying power made people feel despair. The changes in power were as terrifying as the changing of the seasons. After a series of battles, the Godslayer sword finally gained the upper hand. The heaven's will that it controlled was slowly eating away at Hanyu Heavenheart's heaven's will. When Hanyu Heavenheart's laws completely disappeared, it no longer had the power to struggle. At this moment, a phantom suddenly appeared in Hanyu Heavenheart. With the Godslayer sword's will, Su Yan could clearly see that it was a drop of blood. The moment the blood appeared, the Godslayer sword's advantage was instantly extinguished. That terrifying blood seemed to be letting out a terrifying demonic roar. It was an extremely terrifying will. The appearance of this sound almost caused the entire small world to shatter. Destroy, destroy, destroy. At this moment, Su Yan could feel the Godslayer sword's pain. He was under immense pressure. It's actually that guy's blood. You're actually stained with that guy's blood. I understand now, I understand now. The Godslayer sword was extremely furious. Su Yan, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, was trembling. His body was already covered in blood. After all, it was impossible for Su Yan's physical body to reach such a level. Although he had the protection of the Deity Slayer sword's power, when the Deity Slayer sword could not withstand it, the power of the protection became extremely weak. The demonic blood's power was truly terrifying to the extreme. At this moment, Su Yan only felt that his spirit was about to be completely devoured. He even felt that this world was beginning to fall. However, at this moment, Su Yan, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, suddenly threw the scorching sun sword directly into the sky. You think you can beat me like this? Humph, you're just a dead man. What can you do with 1 or 2 drops of blood? The Supreme is infinite, the soul technique is boundless. At this moment, the Godslayer sword suddenly activated its power. Kid, watch for yourself. This is the power of the supreme power of the Supreme. At this moment, the light in its eyes began to fade. Even its aura had undergone a direct change at this moment. That kind of terrifying power became extremely terrifying at this time. Rays of light began to sway like swimming dragons. The sky of this small world was originally dyed red with blood. However, at this moment, the endless bright red color began to be torn apart bit by bit. At this moment, the terrifying power continued to surge. Then, one dragon's roar after another was heard. According to legend, dragons were the beginning of the world. After the world was created, the first creatures to appear were dragons. Therefore, from ancient times until now, no matter which world it was in, the dragon was a great legend. It represented the supreme power. Even now, whether it was the infinite world or the Shura world, as long as it was related to dragons, it was synonymous with power. However, the dragons of today were different from the dragons of ancient times. This difference was something that even the dragons themselves were unaware of. At this moment, Su Yan, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, emerged from the body of the most primitive dragon aura. It was the Supreme Dragon. The dragon's might was vast and boundless. The moment the Supreme Dragon appeared, Su Yan immediately felt his body burning up. At that moment, even the blood of the great demonic dragon was suppressed. That was the ancestor of everything, Taishang, the Supreme Taishang. Humph, if it weren't for the Supreme Sword Soul, I wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. But today, I'll get some interest first. At this moment, the Supreme Aura condensed and formed. An extremely terrifying power changed at this moment. It was at this point that the terrifying power had reached an inexhaustible level. The power of the Most High appeared, and wherever it passed, the blood energy would scatter. At this moment, the Godslayer sword was unwilling to back down after gaining the upper hand. He took a step forward and that extremely terrifying power rushed towards Hanyu Heavenly Heart. The moment the Supreme Sword Soul's power was activated, the outcome of this battle was already decided. At this moment, Su Yan truly understood the power of the Supreme Sword Soul. He knew that the Supreme Sword Soul's power must be extremely powerful and mysterious, but he didn't know the specific concept at all. This was because his understanding of the Supreme Sword Soul was too little. Apart from the few Supreme Sword moves, he didn't understand the true meaning of the Supreme Sword scripture. Su Yan didn't give up, but it was as if there was a tall door outside of the scripture that blocked him outside. In fact, there was nothing he could do about it. Su Yan's realm was simply too high. Now that the Godslayer sword was activated, the power of the Supreme Sword Soul was immediately activated. At this moment, Su Yan finally understood why the Godslayer sword cared so much about the Supreme Sword Soul. Invincible Supreme, suppress. Actually, it was reasonable when he thought about it. Su Yan's transmigration and his growth were all thanks to the Supreme Sword scripture. If his power wasn't strong, how could he have reached such a level? This time, the Supreme Sword Soul directly covered up the Shura realm's heaven's will, making it impossible for the Shura's will to sense Su Yan's existence. This was an incredible power. In fact, the greatest treasure had always been Su Yan. It was just that Su Yan didn't know how to truly unleash the power of this treasure. Chapter 10-11. Female Literature, Heavenly Frost Jade Heart, Still Struggling? The Godslayer sword roared again. At the same time, his God-slaying sword will also burst forth. This Heavenly Frost Jade Heart and the evil sword Frost Jade Heart were originally the same piece, but for some reason, they were split into two. The bigger piece eventually became the evil sword Frost Jade, while the smaller piece ended up in the Shura world. The Frost Jade Heart existed in Bing Shan's body. Because of this, Bing Shan was gradually born, and even became an extremely Chinibu Bing Shan. Moreover, even Bing Shan himself didn't know that the Heavenly Frost Jade Heart existed in his body. Today, the heavenly frost jade heart was finally suppressed. At this moment, Su Yan, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, began to erupt with power. His aura had reached an extremely terrifying level. At this moment, that ray of light had reached an invincible state. At this moment, his power could be said to be incomparably terrifying. He suppressed the heavenly frost jade heart with the power of the Great Supreme, and then used his Godslayer sword intent to seal it. At this moment, he began to form countless seals, and the scorching sun sword soared in the air and flew towards the heavenly frost jade heart. The heavenly frost jade heart erupted with its last bit of power, as if it wanted to struggle. Unfortunately, the Godslayer sword wouldn't give it such a chance. Dragon of the Great Supreme, seal, suppress, heavenly frost jade heart, fuse. At this moment, he roared angrily. Then, that powerful force began to fuse with the heavenly frost jade heart. At this moment, his power had reached an extremely terrifying level. That extremely powerful force trembled at this moment. The scorching sun sword began to tremble violently. Scorching sun frost jade, fuse, Great Supreme, help me. The Godslayer sword roared again. At this moment, the power of the Great Supreme roared. Then, it forcefully restrained the frost jade heart and fused it with the scorching sun sword. At this moment, the drop of terrifying blood on the cold jade heavenly core immediately erupted with boundless power. Godslayer shouted, "How dare you resist? You're courting death." A moment later, Su Yan felt his body lighten as a phantom appeared in front of him. At this time, Su Yan finally regained control of his body. At that moment, his scarlet parting sword case flew out as well. The scarlet parting sword box was made from a fragment of the Godslayer sword. It was extremely powerful. The shadow in front of him was the Godslayer sword's own sword soul. At this moment, the 10,000 strands of sword chi transformed into threads. Those terrifying threads seemed to be everywhere, everywhere. The blood was actually entangled by the threads. A powerful force began to erupt. Then, it directly restrained the blood and began to move towards the sword soul. At the same time, thousands of long swords appeared from the scarlet parting sword case. At this moment, the sky had turned into a sea of swords. 10,000 swords into a sea. The Great Supreme has no limits. Su Yan, today I'll teach you a sword formation. You must remember it well. No matter what, Su Yan had learned a lot today. The moment the sword formation appeared, Su Yan felt an extremely terrifying power. He did not dare to be distracted at all because he knew that this would be a great benefit for him. As long as he learned this sword formation, his combat strength would become even more terrifying. Although he would not be able to fully unleash the power of this sword formation like the Godslayer sword in a short period of time, he would not be able to do it. However, its power would not be weak. When that time came, it would be another one of his abilities. At this moment, 10,000 swords chimed together. Between the 10,000 swords, there seemed to be a huge sea. The appearance of that terrifying sea was simply terrifying. At this moment, such a terrifying power was constantly roaring and lingering. At this moment, the power between heaven and earth seemed to have reached a certain limit. Under such sword chi, the drop of blood finally quieted down and finally merged with the sword soul. True demon blood. Very good. After obtaining this true demon blood today, my strength will recover much faster. I can even break through the past and reach an unprecedented level. Good, good, good. At this moment, the Godslayer sword was really proud of itself. Its power continued to rise to the peak. At the same time, its body began to change continuously. Rays of light were constantly trembling at this moment. Its aura was even more terrifying. Its thoughts were clear. At this moment, the heavenly heart of the frost jade was finally swallowed by the scorching sun sword. At this moment, Su Yan's body shook. The scorching sun sword had been gifted to Su Yan by the ugly uncle from the very beginning. Over the years, Su Yan had fought alongside this sword and had already established a connection with it. At this moment, he clearly felt the scorching sun sword's light chime. Yin and yang become one, ice and fire complement each other. If you don't transform now, when will you? The God-Slayer sword roared. At this moment, a yin and yang radiance immediately appeared around the scorching sun sword. The yin and yang radiance looked exactly the same as the supreme dragon. At this moment, the scorching sun sword began to transform. When the ugly uncle passed this sword to Su Yan, although he left instructions, he actually didn't have much hope in his heart. At that time, his ambition was higher than the sky. He wanted to forge a divine sword. Unfortunately, the stronger his swordsmithing skills were, the more he felt that divine swords were superior. That was the domain that determined the strength of the strong. It was a place that people like him couldn't touch in their lifetime. It was because of this that he finally came to the Five Counties continent and became an ordinary swordsmith in the burial sword tomb. Then, he died in depression. He gave this sword to Su Yan and left instructions only because he was unwilling to accept it. However, back then, he didn't expect that today, it would actually become a reality. This sword had finally been successfully forged in Su Yan's hands. At this moment, this sword finally gave birth to its own divinity. Su Yan could sense a mature intent within this sword. However, this will was still very vague at this time, and it seemed that it was unwilling to get along in contact with Su Yan. However, this wasn't important. To Su Yan, this was a good start. With this divine sword, his cultivation would definitely take another step forward. At the very least, his combat strength would become even more powerful. The scorching sun sword was floating quietly. Su Yan could sense the existence of this intent within it. This intent made Su Yan feel a little unfamiliar. However, there was also a sense of familiarity within this unfamiliarity. In short, this was a feeling that he couldn't describe. However, he was certain that his scorching sun sword had completely transformed. At this moment, the God-Slayer shouted again, "What are you still standing there for? Don't you want to subdue this sword? Hurry up and burn your blood so that you can fuse with it." Su Yan didn't know that the divine sword had its own divinity. When a divine sword's divinity was formed, it was like a person's thoughts had already taken shape. At that time, even the person who forged the sword might not necessarily treat it as its master. It would act according to its own thoughts, just like the evil sword Cold Jade. However, the moment before the divine sword was formed was an extremely critical moment. If one could refine their own blood into it at that time, this divine sword would have its own bloodline. From then on, this divine sword would be like one's own child, connected to one's bloodline. Even if the divine sword still had its own thoughts, everything it did would be based on the premise that it would protect its master. This was also why the God-Slayer had asked Su Yan to quickly refine his own blood into the sword. Most people didn't know about this, not even the powerful swordsmiths. Back then, the expert who forged the evil sword Cold Jade was like this. After he forged the evil sword Cold Jade, the evil sword Cold Jade sensed his strength, so it didn't resist and always followed him into battle. However, after a great battle, this powerful saint was severely injured, so the evil sword Cold Jade seized the opportunity and launched a sneak attack without hesitation, killing the saint and becoming a true evil sword from then on. Of course, Su Yan naturally didn't know about this secret. However, since the God-Slayer sword asked him to do so, Su Yan would do as he was told. At this moment, the God-Slayer sword and Su Yan had an extremely special relationship. Back then, the God-Slayer sword let Su Yan become its scabbard, hoping to strip Su Yan of his power. The so-called scabbard was no different from a sword slave, so it worked hard to cultivate to make the sword stronger. However, when the God-Slayer sword entered Su Yan's body, it realized that the power of the regal sword's soul was far beyond its imagination. It wasn't easy for it to enter its own consciousness. Later on, it had to give up on this idea. Later on, it had the opportunity to communicate with the regal sword's soul, and at that time, it had established an extremely mysterious connection with Su Yan. It seemed to be a connection that transcended fate, and it was because of the regal sword soul's existence. However, Su Yan himself didn't know that this was also the reason why the God-Slayer sword had helped Su Yan time and time again after arriving in the later Liang. If it weren't for this relationship, the God-Slayer sword wouldn't have done this. Of course, although Su Yan didn't know this, his vigilance against the Godslayer sword had unknowingly weakened a lot. There were even many times when he instinctively listened to the Godslayer sword's advice. At this moment, the Godslayer sword said again, "If you want to smelt the Godslayer sword, ordinary blood won't do. You must have hot blood in your heart. You know what I mean." At this moment, even Su Yan was stunned. Whether it was a powerful cultivator or a terrifying demonic beast, the blood essence of the heart was the most important existence. Just like the time when Su Yan obtained the Oriole and the double-winged heavenly tiger, it was because of the blood essence of their hearts that he obtained. Chapter 10-12. Female literature. Su Yan even gained something new from the heart's blood essence. It was at this moment that his strength increased. Rays of time changed at this moment. After this feeling appeared, Su Yan no longer hesitated. He directly pierced his own body. It was the location of his heart, and it was not the heart of the demon dragon or the heart of the demon god, but the Buddha's heart. At this moment, his body was completely different from that of ordinary people. There were 3 hearts in his body. However, whether it was the heart of the great demon dragon or the heart of the demon god, although they had merged with his body, they were still not his. However, they were ultimately not his. Their existence had both advantages and disadvantages to him. However, the Buddha's heart was different. It was the inheritance of Buddha, and it directly fell on his heart. Only this heart was his. At this moment, Su Yan did not hesitate to pierce his own heart. The moment his heart was pierced, Su Yan immediately felt a sense of powerlessness and threat. However, he still endured it. It was at this moment that a power slowly floated over. It was the power of the Godslayer sword. This was already an extremely dangerous thing. If the Godslayer sword wanted to kill Su Yan, it would only take a thought. However, at this moment, Su Yan did not have the slightest bit of vigilance against the Godslayer sword. Instead, he approved of its behavior. The heart's blood essence appeared. Su Yan's blood contained an extremely large amount of energy. At this moment, the Godslayer sword slashed again. The Supreme Dragon immediately swam over, and then directly held Su Yan's blood in its mouth. At this moment, it looked like a dragon playing with a pearl. Under the powerful pressure of the Supreme Dragon, the blood finally slowly merged with the newly born divine sword. At this moment, Su Yan only felt his sea of consciousness shake violently. A sword actually appeared in his sea of consciousness. This sword twisted and changed, and in the end, it turned into a pattern. When he saw the pattern, Su Yan almost cried out involuntarily, "Taiji." 1 yin and 1 yang, forming a pair of fish. The yin-yang fish swam slowly. Wasn't this the Taiji diagram? At this time, the Godslayer sword frowned slightly because he had never heard of the 2 words Su Yan said before. However, he felt that these 2 words must have a great origin. But at this time, he didn't choose to ask. He clearly knew that this was an extremely crucial moment for Su Yan. His heart's blood essence had been injected into this power. However, his will had yet to completely fuse with this divine sword. This required a process, and it was also the most crucial process. During this process, it was a process of a person refining the sword. Conversely, it was also a process of using the sword to refine the person. If this step was not carried out properly, it would definitely not benefit Su Yan in the future. But on the contrary, if this step was taken well, it would greatly benefit Su Yan's future strength. Unknowingly, he had become Su Yan's teacher, guiding Su Yan to constantly move forward. At this moment, Su Yan's power was constantly increasing, and his aura was also changing. Originally, the power of Shura and his original power had become the 3rd power, which was extremely powerful. However, it was indeed lacking in purity. While the 3rd power existed, there was also instability. But now, it was different. The aura of the divine sword directly began to link with Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan finally realized the benefits of a divine sword. Under the guidance of the divine sword, his aura had become much stronger. Moreover, the flow of his aura had become much smoother. The divine sword seemed to have become 2 of his bodies. What was even more rare was that this sword was smelted by Su Yan's aura since it was a sacred sword. This sword was very compatible with Su Yan. Even the Godslayer sword was surprised when he saw this. It had to be known that the birth of a divine sword was like the birth of a brand new soul. When it was born, it was very high and very powerful, which naturally led to it being extremely powerful and arrogant. Under such circumstances, not to mention that Su Yan's combat power was weaker than it, even the extremely powerful swordsmiths would have to spend a lot of effort to suppress the divine sword. Others did not know that when the Godslayer sword was first forged, it was even more lawless. It almost wanted to kill its own master. Fortunately, the person who was able to forge a divine sword like this must have been a very powerful person in the world. That was why it was directly suppressed. He originally thought that even if Su Yan had been using this sword since it was a sacred sword, it was integrated with the heart of the cold jade. It was already considered a brand new body, and it would definitely reject Su Yan. However, he did not expect that at this time, the divine sword and Su Yan would be so compatible with each other. This kid's luck is really not bad. Taishang, you are really powerful. He sighed with emotion as the Godslayer sword won continuously. In fact, he knew that although Su Yan's luck was one thing, the more important thing was probably the power of Taishang. Because of the existence of Taishang's power, the sword was like this. At this time, Su Yan's strength began to increase at an even faster speed. The divine sword was the same. After an entire day, this process finally stopped. At this time, the Scorching Sun sword had completely changed. The Scorching Sun sword from before was completely a red sword. It was filled with a fierce and overbearing aura. However, at this time, it was completely different. At this time, the Scorching Sun sword had become extremely ordinary. It was like an ordinary iron sword. The divine sword has just been born. Let's give it a name. The Godslayer sword spirit began to return to Su Yan's body. Naturally, Su Yan knew that he had gained a lot this time. Other things aside, he had directly devoured the blood of the true demon. Su Yan naturally did not know what kind of existence the true demon was, but the power that the drop of blood had erupted with was terrifying. It was a terrifying power that could change the color of heaven and earth with a slight movement. Although this was only a small world, and the power of space was not complete, it was already terrifying enough. In this world, there was probably no other power that could compare to it. Su Yan said, this sword was originally named after the Scorching Sun. It walks the path of the purest yang. At this time, the heavenly heart of the cold jade fused with it. Yin and yang complement each other, so let's call it Taiji. Taiji? Yin and yang complement each other to form Taiji? Huh, good, that's a good name. The Godslayer sword seemed to understand something, and then it laughed loudly. At this time, the color of heaven and earth changed again. Terrifying tremors were everywhere. Su Yan was not unfamiliar with this situation. This was because the secret realm had collapsed. He had experienced this kind of secret realm more than once. This small world existed for the heavenly heart of the cold jade. Now that the heavenly heart of the cold jade was gone, there was naturally no need for it to exist. Moreover, the battle between the two sides earlier was so terrifying that it had already caused everything to start collapsing. This power was no longer enough to maintain the power of this place. It's time to leave. The Godslayer sword returned to Su Yan's body. At the same time, a crack appeared in front of Su Yan. That was a spatial crack. Since Su Yan was in control of the Taiji sword and the heavenly heart of the cold jade had been refined, he could naturally open spatial cracks. At this time, there was no need to stay any longer. It was time to leave. Oi, wait a minute, young man, human young man, you can't let me stay in this embarrassing position, I beg you, take me away. At this time, the unreliable ice mountain began to yell and scream. Only now did Su Yan remember that Bing Shan was really a Chinibu. Speaking of which, this Bing Shan's life force was really tenacious. He had been split in half, but he was still alive. Furthermore, he didn't seem to be doing too badly. Judging from the series of shouts that were filled with energy, he was still a very energetic Grandpa Sean. Su Yan did not want to pay attention to such a chinibu. After all, this was a hard-to-serve master. One had to know that if the Godslayer sword had not exploded, he would have been thrown out by this Grandpa Mountain. As for whether he was alive or dead, he did not know. The Godslayer sword could not control his body at all times. Even if the Godslayer sword could, he would not be willing to do so. As such, this thing became a huge landmine. If he lost his temper, he would play rock-paper-scissors again. Su Yan doubted whether he could hold on. However, if he did not take him away, he would be dead for sure. He was born in this space. If the space collapsed at this time, then he would be dead for sure. After all, the destruction of a space was extremely terrifying. Su Yan did not doubt this at all. At this moment, Godslayer said, "Forget it. Let's take him away. Since this mountain gave birth to the heavenly frost jade heart, he must be useful." At this moment, Godslayer said again, "I can take you away, but your body is too big. And I don't need a mountain right now. I just need a suitable scabbard." As soon as Godslayer finished speaking, the ambitious and principled Grandpa Bing Shan immediately shouted, "No problem, but you have to let me get out of this embarrassing state first." Su Yan was speechless. What happened to being a man of integrity? At that moment, Godslayer moved with a thought. The huge sword chi that had pierced into the ice mountain suddenly began to emit crackling sounds. Not long after, the huge Bing Shan was flipped upside down. At this moment, Grandpa Bing Shan did not dare to talk nonsense. Although he was upside down, he still saw this terrifying battle. This young man was really too scary. Chapter 10:13. Female literature. He actually fought with his own child to such an extent. It was as if the entire world had collapsed because of their fight. Heavens, what kind of monsters were they? Why were they so terrifying? These guys weren't humans, they weren't humans. At this moment, he only wanted to roar. How was he going to let this mountain live? At this moment, his heart was on the verge of collapsing. However, at this moment, he didn't dare to play any tricks anymore. What a joke, this world had already collapsed, let alone a mountain like him. Besides, he wasn't stupid enough to forget the scene of him being directly split in half. He was such a handsome and unattainable mountain peak. But not long ago, he was split in two, and it was the kind of split in half. His body flew up, and then he gently rotated. At this moment, he immediately transformed into a scabbard. At this moment, Su Yan threw the Taiji sword in his hand into the scabbard. It had to be said that the size was just right. Su Yan was very satisfied. The Godslayer sword was also very satisfied, and Bing Shan's grandfather was also very satisfied. It seemed that he had finally survived. Being able to live was better than anything else. Su Yan finally began to leave this small world. When he reappeared, the huge dragon skeleton was still lying there. Su Yan looked at this huge dragon and felt that this dragon's death was really unjustified. This might be the only expert in history who died because of a game of rock, paper, scissors. Really, it was a cowardly death, and Su Yan looked at the scabbard in his hand. He didn't want to remember this matter. The lake water was still cold, but at this moment, there was no bone-piercing feeling. Instead, Su Yan felt that it was somewhat gentle. At this moment, he directly flew towards the sky. At this moment, rays of light flickered, and he felt a different power. At this moment, Su Yan tried to sense the demon tiger's location. However, he found that the demon tiger didn't respond at all. He couldn't sense the demon tiger's location at all. He didn't care about the demon tiger's life or death. After all, it was just a monster that he had just subdued. However, he had planted a puppet seal in the demon tiger's body. Once something happened to the demon tiger, he should be able to sense it. Even though he had just experienced an extremely terrifying battle, it was impossible for him to not be able to sense anything. There was only one reason for this, and that was that there was an existence with extremely powerful spiritual energy that had directly isolated the demon tiger, causing the two to be unable to communicate with each other. Su Yan left the cold pond. Just as he had expected, Aina was gone, and so was the demon tiger. It was as if they had never appeared in this place. It's actually gone. How strange. Su Yan opened his spiritual will and scanned the surroundings. In fact, Su Yan was already familiar with this place. Although spiritual will was suppressed in this place, Su Yan's spiritual will was still extremely powerful. As long as it was a place that he had passed by, he would be able to remember everything. At this moment, Su Yan frowned slightly. This was because he had discovered a phenomenon, and that was the location of that place. At this moment, he could already tell that the devouring insect had definitely returned. This was because he had sensed the other party's aura. It would be strange if he still couldn't sense the other party's aura at this point. Su Yan did not find it strange that the devouring worm would come back to kill him. However, the devouring insect's target should have been the gigantic dragon bone. Why did it take the Shura, demon tiger, and Aina away? What was his purpose for doing this? This was a question that Su Yan couldn't help but consider. However, he finally suppressed the doubts in his heart. He had already made up his mind. Since he wanted to know, he would go there directly. After this adventure in the secret realm, Su Yan's strength had increased again. After obtaining the divine sword, Su Yan's combat strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. At this moment, he was confident that he could even fight the King of Destruction directly. The power of the divine sword was definitely not just for show. Moreover, at this moment, Su Yan had roughly guessed that the devouring worm had left his aura behind because it wanted to bait him. Since the devouring insect wanted to bait him, he would see if it was strong enough to drag him down. At this moment, Su Yan directly displayed his speed. At this moment, he realized that although his realm hadn't increased, his perception was completely different. This inadvertent step was simply powerful and terrifying. In this state, if he had to use a word to describe himself, it would be invincible. Previously, when Su Yan was fighting against the devouring worm, he was still having a hard time. In the end, although he won, it was an extremely difficult victory. However, it was different now. He was confident that the devouring insect wouldn't even be able to withstand one move from him. Moreover, this was definitely not blind confidence. Su Yan's movements became even more effortless. Almost in the next moment, he had already appeared at the place where the devouring insect's aura had left behind. At this moment, his divine consciousness became even more intense. Su Yan's perception was not wrong. This thing was indeed deliberately luring him to come here. Every once in a while, he would definitely leave behind an extremely shallow aura. Interesting. I'd like to see what tricks you have up your sleeves. Towards this devouring worm, Su Yan was actually extremely fearful. He had already fought with this monstrous thing and naturally understood it very well. The existence of this thing was simply a natural destroyer to this world. It could be said that it was the enemy of the world. In the ancient times, many races had ganged up to attack it, which was enough to prove this point. This was just a larva, but it was already so difficult to deal with. After an unknown period of time, Su Yan suddenly stopped. This was because at this moment, he realized that the area in front of him had changed. At this moment, there was a chaotic land beneath his feet. Decadent weeds were spreading and thorns were growing. However, not far in front of him, everything had changed. It had actually become a barren land. Yellow sand. Endless yellow sand. Moreover, the strange thing was that the two places were clearly separated. It was as if there was a line that separated the two places. Such a change would inevitably make one panic. How could a normal place be like this? However, at this moment, Su Yan was bold. He didn't care. After pausing for a while, he immediately stepped into the sand. It was at this step that Su Yan felt the difference. This place was actually a life-stealing land. As soon as he stepped into this place, there was a power coming from under the yellow sand. It was this power that wanted to take away his life force. Of course, that little bit of power was simply a joke to Su Yan. There was an aura around Su Yan's body at all times. It was this aura that blocked the devouring power. Interesting place. The Shura realm. This is really a delightful place. At this moment, God Slayer suddenly spoke again. Su Yan originally thought that the God Slayer sword would be quiet for a while. In the previous battle, God Slayer had used up a lot of energy. Although he had obtained the blood of the true demon, Kucha should be recuperating for a while. However, at this moment, the God Slayer sword had no intention of doing so. Its vitality was exuberant and terrifying. Su Yan, you have to be careful. There should be something troublesome here. This time, I won't make a move because I need to refine the blood of the true demon. For the God Slayer sword to say that it was troublesome, one could imagine that the existence of this place was definitely not simple. Su Yan said, "Okay, I will be careful." At this moment, Su Yan quickened his pace. Because at this moment, he felt the aura of the puppet seed inside the Shura demon tiger. Su Yan's speed became faster and faster. He also went deeper and deeper into this world. Unknowingly, the black smoke in this place became thicker and thicker. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly said, "God Slayer, do you have some kind of relationship with the Shura realm?" Su Yan sensed that it would still take a while for him to reach the Shura demon tiger. Of course, he didn't plan to speed up at this time. Since the other party didn't kill the Shura demon tiger at this time, it obviously didn't plan to kill him directly. In this case, Su Yan didn't need to be in a hurry. Since the God Slayer sword said those words before, it was obvious that this place wasn't simple. He still needed to save some strength to be able to better deal with unexpected situations. The God Slayer sword said, "Boy, your perception is really sharp. If you want to talk about a relationship, there is indeed a relationship. But my affairs are not something that you can inquire about right now. So, let's continue. It seems that the master has come here to welcome you." Speaking of this, Su Yan's expression became serious. After a while, he also sensed the so-called master. The devouring worm. It was the devouring worm. At this time, the devouring worm walked step by step in front of Su Yan. At this time, its appearance changed again. Su Yan could see that its body had an additional layer of snakeskin. As for his tail, it seemed to have become thicker and sturdier. At this time, the Shura demon tiger was hanging on its tail. The Shura demon tiger could be said to be extremely miserable. Its body was full of bloody holes. Su Yan's divine telekinesis could see that there were actually small insects on it. Su Yan didn't dare to underestimate these insects because he knew that they were definitely devouring worms. These were devouring worms that had just hatched. This guy actually treated the Shura demon tiger as food and let these devouring worms eat it. How dare you? Su Yan released his killing intent at this time. He didn't hide it at all. At this time, the devouring worm spoke, "Very good, you're finally here. I was worried that I couldn't let you see this tiger's miserable appearance before it died. Fortunately, you've seen it now." At this time, its tail swung lightly and the Shura demon tiger was directly thrown to the ground. With such a movement, the white insects that had just hatched on its body continued to eat it. At this time, the Shura demon tiger was in extreme pain. Su Yan's sword intent directly spread out in front of him. At this time, the dragon-devouring worm sneered, "Do you think I'm still the same person? I just want to tell you that this is your end, Shura." At this time, its power directly went towards Su Yan's sword intent. It had fought with Su Yan before and was very confident of Su Yan's strength. That time, it had fled in a sorry state and had no choice but to return to this place. After devouring an extremely powerful monster, its strength had improved further. It was now confident that it could kill Su Yan directly. Then, as if it was enjoying other prey, it directly devoured Su Yan. In an instant, the two forces directly collided. The expression of the devouring insect that was grinning from ear to ear immediately changed drastically. Because at this moment, the energy of sword intent had actually directly dispersed his attack. His own power was so pale and powerless in front of this power. In just an instant, it had been directly destroyed. There was no chance for him to survive. Your strength. At this time, even a fool would know that Su Yan's strength had greatly improved. However, it couldn't figure out how Su Yan's strength had improved so quickly. The feeling now was on a completely different level compared to before. How could it know that after Su Yan and the divine sword were the same, the quality of its sword intent had increased by more than one level? At this time, it didn't care about its injured body and directly swung its tail. At this time, its long tail directly spread out. Then, it immediately rolled up the Shura demon tiger. At this time, the tip of its sharp tail was cut open, becoming a huge hole. Damn thing, I'd like to see how you can save your demon tiger. After this attack, it already knew that it was no match for Su Yan. Therefore, at this time, it had to do one thing, and that was to devour the Shura demon tiger. In this way, its strength would be able to increase again. After all, the bloodline of the Shura demon tiger was not weak. It was the direct descendant of the Tiger King. Chapter 10:14. Girls' literature. After all, the Tiger King was a powerful creature that had reached the level of a king. The Shura demon tiger did not seem to be weak either. Devouring it would at least increase his strength a little. Although it would not be much, it was better than nothing. Moreover, the most important thing was to make the Shura angry. At the moment, he could not defeat the Shura, but it would be good to make the Shura angry. His movements were too fast. In the blink of an eye, the huge black hole had already shrouded the Shura demon tiger. At that moment, the Shura demon tiger let out a roar of despair. After being devoured by the devourer bugs that had just hatched, it did not even have any strength left. If it was not for the extreme fear and pain it was in, it would not have been able to even roar. No matter what, it used to be a powerful existence that could hunt down the blue-faced Shura. At that moment, even a small Shura that had just been born would be able to kill it. At that moment, it had already given up hope of survival. It would be better to die than to suffer such pain. That was what it was thinking at that moment. However, at that moment, a bolt of lightning flashed and disappeared. That bolt of lightning was so fast that it had completed the process of appearing and disappearing in almost an instant. The devourer bug only had a slight illusion. It was not even sure if what it had just seen was real or not. However, it already knew the answer. Plop. A dull sound was heard. That was the sound of the Shura demon tiger falling to the ground. Corresponding to that was half of its tail. One hit. In just a single blow, his tail was cut off. Such an unforeseen event was truly terrifying. It was only at that moment that it let out a roar of extreme pain. For the devourer bugs, no matter how they changed, their tail was their core. That part was more important to them than the heart was to humans. However, at that moment, its tail was cut off by Su Yan. I, Wan Yao, will kill you. I will definitely kill you. The moment his tail was cut off, his body began to change continuously. At the same time, an extremely dense aura was released from his body. However, at this moment, Su Yan turned a blind eye to this extremely terrifying aura. In just an instant, he had already arrived in front of the devouring worm. It was also at that moment that he struck out with an uppercut. This was the simplest punch, and this punch directly landed on his face. At this moment, a terrifying power erupted. That seemingly light punch actually erupted with such a powerful force at this moment. At this moment, the devouring beetle's body was clearly filled with an extremely massive amount of energy. However, under Su Yan's punch, it was still sent flying backward at an unbelievable speed. In the next moment, it crashed into a huge mountain. Su Yan looked at the Shura demon tiger. He could feel the pain of the Shura demon tiger. He could even see the demon tiger's despair and will to die. At this moment, Su Yan gently stroked, and a flame appeared. However, this flame did not harm the Shura demon tiger. Instead, it directly burned the devouring beetle in its body. These devouring beetles that had just hatched were the future demons. As long as they were given enough time, they would be able to grow directly. In the end, they would become the most terrifying demons. Su Yan had never thought of keeping this terrifying and troublesome creature alive. At this moment, Su Yan turned his head. His gaze fell on the devouring beetle. At this moment, the devouring beetle's power had become even stronger. This is the troublesome part of these things. After they devour life, there is a part of the energy that they can't digest. This energy will be accumulated in their body. If one day, they feel that their life is coming to an end, this energy will be used in the end. The final use was naturally to perish together with their enemies. The power accumulated in a powerful devouring beetle's body was extremely terrifying. When this power exploded, even an extremely powerful existence would not be able to withstand it and would have to pay a huge price. In fact, the devouring beetle was a huge disaster in the ancient era. After that war, the ancient era was silent for a long time. Only then did it enter a period of prosperity. At this moment, Su Yan had cut off its tail. In fact, it could no longer live. The devouring beetle wanted to kill Su Yan directly. Su Yan directly raised his hand. At this moment, the four corners seal suddenly appeared. You want to perish together with me? You have to have the qualifications to do so. At this moment, Su Yan's strength had already reached an extremely terrifying level. If the devouring beetle had not been injured, it might have been able to fight against him. However, at this moment, it no longer had the qualifications. When the four corners seal appeared, it directly enveloped the devouring beetle. At this moment, the four corners seal immediately came into play. When the four corners seal appeared, the devouring beetle's energy was directly imprisoned. All of your energy belongs to me. The four directions seal was able to contain an endless amount of power. The power of the devouring beetle's self-destruction was indeed terrifying. However, it was of no use to Su Yan. At this moment, the extremely terrifying aura spread. At this moment, the energy was gradually being devoured. The devouring beetle was known for its extremely terrifying devouring power. However, at this moment, it was being destroyed by the four corners seal's devouring power. Perhaps this was the so-called reincarnation of heaven and karma. Of course, it would be an extremely long process to completely refine the devouring beetle. However, Su Yan did not care about it. He went to the Shura demon tiger's side and said, "There's no need for this. Since you have become my demon pet, how can you die without my permission?" At this moment, Su Yan directly operated his aura. Then, 2 drops of essence blood flew out from Su Yan's body. These 2 drops of essence blood were the essence blood of the double-winged tiger and the blood-winged dragon. The double-winged tiger was Su Yan's demon beast. At this moment, the double-winged tiger was in the Wuji realm. After the previous incident, its strength had increased again. However, the blood-winged dragon was a traitor. Although Su Yan never felt that the blood-winged dragon should risk its life for him, it had joined forces with the few old dragons on Dragon Island to ambush him and almost killed him. This was a debt that he would not forget. Of course, Su Yan was also clear that he did not have the strength to directly run to Dragon Island and kill a bunch of people. However, his strength was improving, and it was improving very quickly. One day, he would be able to do it. Of course, this was not the matter at hand. When the 2 drops of essence blood fell, the Shura demon tiger clearly did not know what was going on. However, when the 2 drops of essence blood fused into its body immediately changed. Originally, its body was already somewhat withered. Although those devouring worms had just hatched, they spared no effort in devouring life. They were very vicious. Therefore, the Shura demon tiger was already very miserable. It was almost completely withered. However, at this moment, when the 2 drops of essence blood entered its body, it immediately felt an extremely huge force entering its body. This feeling was like a withered tree coming back to life. However, to be precise, this was far more powerful than a withered tree coming back to life. It, who was originally very dispirited, immediately came back to life at this moment. Not only that, it could feel that its energy was very vigorous at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan said, "Alright, don't lie down and pretend to be dead. With these 2 drops of essence blood, your strength will definitely increase. Moreover, your future path will also become wider." Su Yan's words were definitely not empty words. The double-winged heavenly tiger was a sacred beast. A true sacred beast was extremely powerful. Its terrifying battle strength was even above that of an Emperor Realm Master. The Shura demon tiger's ancestor was only a tiger king, an existence on the same level as a Dao master. The power of such blood was naturally a great supplement for it. That was not all. The essence blood of the blood-winged flying dragon was truly powerful for the Shura demon tiger. With this essence blood, it could achieve the unification of dragon and tiger. At that time, its battle strength would reach an extremely terrifying level. Of course, this would take time. All in all, this was a blessing in disguise for it. At this moment, Su Yan said, "Alright, leave this place first. Go back the way you came and wait for me at the cold pond." Aina was still inside, so Su Yan still planned to go deeper. He originally thought that the devouring worm he saw might be the only one in the world, but now it seemed that the situation was definitely not so. He had a feeling that this existence was a huge threat to him. Of course, if he could not fight against the other party, then he would leave when the time came. After all, even the Godslayer sword had said that there seemed to be something very troublesome inside. At this time, the Shura demon tiger stood up. He shook his body and immediately found that his current condition was indescribably good, although he was still a little weak at the moment. Although it was still slightly weak, a kind of confidence directly appeared in its body. "Great Master, your lowly servant can still fight for you." The Shura demon tiger, who had recovered its strength, began to be complacent again. At this moment, it felt that it had incomparable strength. Moreover, it seemed to have improved a lot compared to before. Because of this, its heart was naturally even more high. At this moment, a glimmer of light suddenly flashed in Su Yan's eyes. It was a feeling of foresight. Chapter 10-15. Girls' Literature. Alright, why aren't you scramming back? Have you already forgotten the fear of being dominated? Su Yan angrily kicked him. He knew that this demon tiger was also a little Chinibu. He didn't know if it was because Chinibu was contagious. Hearing Su Yan's words, the Shura demon tiger's head shrank. At this time, he indeed remembered the fear of being dominated. Such power was simply terrifying. He didn't even know how he was caught. Thinking of this, the Shura demon tiger simply walked away. The Shura demon tiger left at an extremely fast speed. However, this long distance caused him to set his eyes on the depths of the place. What a strong pressure. It's indeed worth taking the risk to experience it. At this time, Su Yan directly put down all the thoughts in his mind and immediately went forward. Now, his strength had improved a lot. His combat strength could directly compete with a king. It could be said that at this time, both sides were closing in on each other. After a short while, a whistling whirlwind blew directly towards Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan frowned. This wind was not an ordinary wind, but a cold wind. He seemed to hear countless wailing sounds in the wind. Those sounds were simply hair-raising. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes directly shot out a ray of light. Undead creatures. Today was different from the past. Su Yan had experienced a lot. Whether it was demons or shadow creatures, he had already fought with them. Therefore, he would not be like before, making a fuss about nothing. Back when he was in the 5 counties, he had already come into contact with undead creatures. However, at that time, the undead creatures were just some low-level zombies. But now, what appeared in front of him was clearly an extremely high-end undead creature. The roar in the cold wind directly turned into a substantial existence at this time, as if it wanted to directly bite Su Yan to death. However, Su Yan wasn't afraid at all. Light flashed in his eyes, and the light of flames appeared. It was not the Shura fire, but the Scarlet Spirit fire. The Path of Soul was the most terrifying Scarlet Spirit fire, which had an extremely strong and terrifying power. It could be said that the Scarlet Spirit Fire's ability to restrain one's soul was not inferior to that of the Thunderbolt. As soon as the flames appeared, countless souls were turned into smoke in an instant. At this moment, Su Yan formed a sword with both of his hands. A ray of light flashed and disappeared. Get the hell out here. Since you're already here, what's the point of hiding? The sword beams suddenly erupted. At this time, Su Yan was already different from the past. His strength had long been raised to a whole new level. Su Yan's strength had always been very strong. After possessing his own divine sword, his sword energy and the divine sword were connected, and he was constantly cultivating. This caused his strength to reach an extremely terrifying level. At this time, his strength was completely ignited, and the terror of his strength was simply incredible. This level had even closed the gap between the realms. At this time, his strength surged out, and a powerful and terrifying light flashed directly at this time. The power of this sword was really amazing to the extreme. At this time, the terrifying power directly fell at this time, and there was a terrifying majesty of a mountain pressing down. When such majesty was displayed, the mysterious existence that had yet to appear immediately felt a great threat. An extremely sharp hissing sound was heard, and at this time, a black shadow was directly enlarged. The black shadow rolled, and in the end, it became a terrifying ghost face. The ghost face changed, as if it was crying, and also as if it was roaring crazily. This was a kind of terrifying power that could capture people's hearts, but at this time, Su Yan didn't care much about it. If that's the case, then die for me. At this time, his strength directly rose to the peak. I don't care how many changes you have, I only need one sword to kill you directly. This was Su Yan's domineering and strength. As long as one's strength reached a certain level, the thoughts in one's heart would naturally be very different. It was very righteous and awe-inspiring. The change in one's aura would also cause one's strength to be twisted and changed, and this was Su Yan's strength at this time. At this time, Su Yan's strength had reached the peak. When the two forces collided, the result was self-evident. Su Yan's sword chi directly slashed apart that jet-black ghost face. That mysterious ghost was immediately severely injured, and its entire body shrunk. Seeing that it couldn't beat Su Yan, at this time, it turned around and left. At this time, Su Yan was in no mood to hesitate. He leaped forward and chased after the ghostly being. Su Yan's speed was getting faster and faster. At this point, Su Yan no longer relied on the power of the dragon wings. Instead, he used the regal sword teleportation. He had already integrated the regal sword teleportation into his every move. The regal sword teleportation was his foundation, and it had an unimaginably powerful strength. When Su Yan's cultivation of swordsmanship became more and more powerful, the terrifying power of the regal sword teleportation was also gradually stimulated at this time. At this time, Su Yan still couldn't directly tear space. But if he didn't fight with a real Dao master or an expert of this level, there was no difference between his speed and space movement. This was because he had reached the peak. Are you trying to bait me? Now that I'm here, I want to see what you're capable of. At this time, Su Yan's aura was directly stimulated, and the violent power was overwhelming, directly oppressing the opponent. His strength was already very strong, and at this time, he relied on his extremely terrifying speed to directly appear in front of the ghost. This blow was even more powerful. This dead spirit creature obviously didn't expect Su Yan's speed to reach such a level. Its eyes were still filled with astonishment. However, at this time, Su Yan had already directly slashed down with his sword. Die. Su Yan wanted it to die, so it had to die. Death was such a fast process. After slashing the thing in half, Su Yan was stunned. At this moment, he didn't have any joy, because at this time, he had already seen that this thing was actually not a real existence. In other words, he had spent so much effort only to kill a doppelganger. Interesting, it's actually a doppelganger, and even I couldn't see it. Su Yan's divine thoughts had always been very powerful, but this time, he actually couldn't see that he had killed a doppelganger, which really surprised him. From this, it could be seen that the strength of this thing's original body was definitely not to be underestimated. Come, come, come. At this time, a voice was transmitted from afar. The voice was very soft, as if a woman was calling in his ear. There was an inexplicable force in the voice, urging him to go to the end of the voice. Soul summoning technique? Su Yan immediately recognized it. This was a method of using the soul, which was a technique that ghost cultivators were good at. This voice could invade the soul unknowingly. Once it succeeded, the ghost cultivator would immediately have the upper hand, and even had the victory in his hands. However, Su Yan's sea of consciousness was very powerful. Unless this soul summoning technique was more than 10 times stronger, Su Yan would not be affected at all. However, since this thing called out to him, Su Yan didn't mind going to see what it was that was pretending to be mysterious. In the end, Su Yan's heart was still inclined to take risks. At this moment, Su Yan's speed reached its peak. In just a short while, he had already arrived at his destination. This place looked like the location of an altar, and the altar was very big. It was as big as 10 football fields in the top 10. At the edge of the altar, there were densely piled up bones that had already turned pale. Some of the bones belonged to Asuras, while others belonged to monstrous beasts. Being so densely packed together, it gave people an extremely oppressive feeling. Unknowingly, a light suddenly flickered under Su Yan's feet. It was the light of a flame. The light was not eye-catching at first, but in an instant, it had spread to a boundless extent. The raging flames kept rising at this time. This was an extremely dangerous flame, but it was not the fire of the Yang world. Instead, it was the fire of the netherworld. It had an extremely terrifying restraining power on the physical body of a living person, and it was the opposite of the red spirit fire. The moment the flame appeared, Su Yan had already sensed the danger, and his red spirit fire also burned at this time. His eyes flickered with an extremely bright light. The eye of truth was activated. Are you looking for me? He, there's no need for that, because I've already come out to see you. The voice sounded, and then a ghost quietly appeared at this time. When Su Yan saw this ghost, he was actually shocked. He never thought that the undead creature that appeared in front of him at this time was actually a dragon ghost. Moreover, if Su Yan was not mistaken, this was clearly the soul of the dragon in the cold pool. At this time, the huge dragon's soul slowly appeared, and an extremely huge pressure directly descended at this time. The moment this pressure appeared, the surrounding altars began to sink directly. At this time, the dragon ghost sighed faintly and said, "After so many years, Ashura has finally stepped into this place again. How fortunate." His words seemed to be filled with endless desolation. However, at this time, Su Yan was extremely afraid of this thing and looked at it coldly. Chapter 10:16. Girls' literature, it couldn't be helped. This dragon ghost gave Su Yan a very strange feeling. Su Yan was sure that this dragon ghost was the dragon's soul that died in the cold pond. However, there seemed to be a difference between them. "Dragon ghost, where's Aina?" Su Yan asked directly. He came here to save Aina. Although he had the intention to save him if he could and give up if he couldn't. However, this was his goal after all. Dragon ghost? This name is interesting. Not bad, I quite like it. As for the Aina you mentioned, is it this Shura? At this moment, a pitch-black door suddenly appeared beside him. The moment the door appeared, Su Yan immediately felt a force pressing down on him from within. Aina. However, at this moment, Aina was in a miserable state. There was a dim light outside his body. The jade-green light enveloped him, and at this moment, it seemed to be devouring something within his body. Su Yan wasn't an idiot. He immediately saw the key point. You're stripping away the Shura king's inheritance? He saw it clearly and knew that it must be so. That's right. This kid is no small matter. He has a lot of good fortune on him. Now that he has fallen into my hands, everything he has will belong to me. Of course, it's the same for you. He spoke very calmly, but under this calmness, there was an unquestionable feeling. This was his decision. Since that was the case, no one could go against it. At this moment, Su Yan sneered and said, "It's just a dead dragon ghost. You think too highly of yourself." Su Yan didn't hold back at all. At this moment, his sword aura rose again. This sword aura suddenly appeared and directly slashed towards the sparkling dim light of the dragon ghost. This sword aura was not inferior to lightning. However, at this moment, the dragon ghost coldly snorted. That sigh was as thick as thunder. "Hee hee, you're quite capable. No wonder you could kill the devouring worm." At this moment, his voice turned into an invisible dragon claw and directly fell on Su Yan's sword. The power of this move was really dense and terrifying. The two forces collided directly. Su Yan's sword aura was dissolved just like that. Even Su Yan had no choice but to admit that this old dragon was indeed terrifying. However, this was just the beginning. The previous time couldn't even be considered a test. At this moment, Su Yan didn't have any intention of talking nonsense with him. There was one thing that he was very clear about, and that was that in this world, everything was fake. The only real thing was his own strength. Therefore, before the real outcome was decided, there was no point in saying anything else. This time, Su Yan directly approached the dragon ghost. This move could be said to be extremely bold. However, Su Yan was not afraid at all. At this moment, his aura was directly pushed to the extreme. The sword aura fell directly like a thunderbolt. At this moment, the powerful and terrifying aura turned into a small whirlwind. When this whirlwind appeared, it immediately displayed endless power. At this moment, the powerful and terrifying aura immediately filled the sky. At this moment, the light rose up like a dragon's light. This terrifying power was many times stronger than Su Yan's sword aura. Su Yan's own strength increased rapidly. However, he also knew that if he followed the prescribed order, he didn't know how long it would take for him to slash out this sword aura. The majesty at this moment was all because of his Taiji sword. This Taiji sword had fused with his heart's blood essence and could be said to be one with him. Therefore, this was not a kind of external force. At this moment, Su Yan's strength had reached such a level, so naturally, he was full of confidence. Therefore, when facing such a strong enemy, Su Yan did not have any fear or retreat. At this moment, his sword became extremely terrifying. Sword aura constantly shone at this moment. In a breath, there were already 13 sword auras flying out. Each sword aura was very shocking. At this moment, a trace of surprise flashed in the dragon ghost's eyes. He did not expect that Shura's strength had reached such a level. Moreover, Su Yan's attack was too decisive. He did not give him any chance at all. It was rare to see such a ruthless person. However, his strength was obviously very terrifying. His huge body swayed. It seemed like he was moving slowly, but in fact, an extremely terrifying power directly appeared at this moment. An extremely terrifying aura directly suppressed at this moment. It was like a terrifying light directly fell from the sky. The battle between the two began again. Su Yan's purpose was very clear. He wanted to force the dragon ghost. Every attack he made was aimed at Aina. However, what made the dragon ghost depressed was that Su Yan was clearly going to save him, but he did not show any mercy when he attacked. It was as if Su Yan wanted to kill this Shura directly. Damn it, they are clearly companions, but what is this kid trying to do? At this time, the dragon ghost really could not understand Su Yan's thoughts. He clearly felt that Su Yan wanted to save the Shura called Aina, but why did he use such a killing move? Of course, he thought that it was very likely that the kid was deceiving him. If he did not defend, the kid would definitely stop. And he did try to deliberately not defend. He wanted to take advantage of Su Yan to directly give Su Yan a fatal blow when Su Yan stopped. However, he was depressed to find that Su Yan did not have the slightest intention to stop. The dragon ghost could only directly protect this Shura. From that blow, he had already seen that Su Yan was not deliberately pretending. He really wanted to kill him. Although he had already attacked just now, Su Yan's sword chi still hurt Aina. It almost cut off Aina's head. "You brat, what kind of mentality do you have?" At this time, he directly shouted. Su Yan did not pay attention to him. Instead, he waved his sword even more rapidly. At this time, Su Yan directly displayed his indifference to the extreme. In fact, of course, he wanted to save Aina. Otherwise, he would not have come here. However, Su Yan knew that the more he was afraid of attacking, the more impossible it was to save Aina. This dragon ghost was not the devourer from before. The dragon ghost's strength was extremely terrifying. Under the situation where the Godslayer's sword did not attack, it was extremely difficult to defeat him. At this time, no one really used their true strength. Su Yan wanted to directly defeat him like before and then save Aina, but it was simply impossible. Su Yan saw through this guy's intention. He wanted to devour the Shura Emperor's inheritance in Aina's body. Even if this dragon ghost's cultivation was extremely terrifying, a Shura Emperor's inheritance was not something to be underestimated. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Isn't he living a life worse than death after falling into your hands? If that's the case, then I'll send him to the afterlife. Su Yan's calm words directly entered the dragon ghost's ears, which made the dragon ghost furious. Does this guy still act like a friend? Damn it. However, he had already seen that no matter what kind of mentality Su Yan had, he would never be soft-hearted. This was a difficult person to deal with. He took out Aina and began to devour the Shura Emperor's inheritance in Aina in front of Su Yan to anger Su Yan and distract Su Yan. This way, he would be able to go all out. However, he did not expect that Su Yan would be so cold-hearted. Not only did he panic, but he even directly killed him. At this time, he had lifted a rock and smashed it on his own foot. At this time, he was restrained in every way. Unfortunately, he was not willing to accept this. He knew that if he continued like this, he would be in a very passive position. What's more, the Shura Emperor's inheritance was naturally good, but it would not be easy for him to devour it. A king-level existence would set up a trap after leaving behind an inheritance, let alone someone like the Shura Emperor. Therefore, the dragon ghost suddenly roared and directly sealed Aina. At this time, the most important thing was to deal with the Shura Emperor. No, your strength is not right. At this time, the dragon ghost suddenly said, the devouring insect said that your combat strength is not much stronger than him at that time, but now you can easily kill him, and you can even compete with me. At this time, the dragon ghost's eyes reflected an extremely dazzling light. Humph, you're not stupid. Su Yan knew that the other party had guessed that his strength had improved, but he did not care at this time. After all, at this time, it didn't matter anymore. You actually got the inheritance from that place. At this moment, the dragon ghost's endless resentment directly broke out. At this time, the dragon ghost was really unwilling to accept this. Why did he become like this? It was because of the extremely important relationship with the thing under the cold lake. This was his pain, and also the reason why he was able to live until now. In the past, when he occupied the cold lake, he accidentally found the entrance to that small world. At that time, he was the overlord of this place, and even the emperor of this place. Therefore, at that time, he directly broke into the small world, and then, he encountered the extremely shameless Bing Shan. The powerful dragon was actually crippled by Bing Shan. Thinking of that Bing Shan, the dragon ghost felt his liver hurt. In the past, he clearly won, but that shameless Bing Shan, he actually cheated. That damn thing, how could he do this? How could he do this? Chapter 1017. Girls' literature, but in fact, that damn guy really did it. Back then, he was actually thrown out by a mountain. Dragon Ghost's experience was actually very bumpy. When he was thrown out, he was actually not dead. He was just seriously injured. In Bing Shan's words, it was because that dragon was too jumpy. If that wasn't the case, Grandpa Bing Shan would have just thrown him out. However, not only did the dragon deny that he lost, but he also fought back. The dragon was really strong, so even the powerful Grandpa Shan had to go all out when facing the dragon. And when Grandpa Bing Shan went all out, the dragon was almost beaten to death and was directly thrown out. At that time, the dragon could only painstakingly heal at the bottom of the cold pool. As for what happened in the future, the dragon didn't want to think about it anymore. Now, he was very concerned about the fact that Shura actually brought out the treasure from that small world. What did he do to be able to do something that even he couldn't do? At this time, he looked at Su Yan and said coldly, "You actually took out the treasure. That damn Bing Shan, he actually gave the treasure to you. Damn it, all of you deserve to die." At this time, he noticed that Su Yan was looking at him strangely. Su Yan sighed and said, "Dragon Ghost, are you very depressed? Back then, you clearly won, but Bing Shan insisted that you lost, right?" Su Yan felt that this dragon was a pitiful one, so he decided to tell him the truth. Of course, the truth was a bit cruel, and Su Yan was still afraid that he couldn't bear it. "Oh. You also encountered the same situation? But how did you take out the treasure? That devouring insect wouldn't lie to me. Your strength definitely wasn't so strong back then. Furthermore, even with your current strength, you are no match for that fellow." However, Su Yan didn't answer his question. Instead, he continued to ask, "Then let me tell you. With your strength, according to common sense, you won. Unfortunately, Bing Shan's perception is wrong. As far as he knew, a rock would always be the biggest. So, if the dragon ghost still had a body, he would have spat out a mouthful of blood. For so many years, he had always felt that the bastard was deliberately acting shamelessly, but he never thought that the truth would be so laughable. Ah! At this moment, an extremely furious dragon roar was released. Sound waves trembled continuously. Seeing him like this, Su Yan's lips curled into a cold smile, although this method seemed to be a bit cruel. However, many things in this world were cruel to begin with. This was something that couldn't be helped. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly had an indescribable sense of achievement. Of course, this was just a bad taste. As someone who had experienced it personally, he naturally knew how angry and crazy he was at that time. At this moment, his eyes turned slightly again, and then he said, "Oh right, there's one more thing to tell you. In fact, even if you won and he admitted that he was wrong, he wouldn't tell you where the treasure is. Hee, because that fellow doesn't know what it is." Su Yan's indifferent words fell, but at this moment, he completely went berserk. "Don't talk about it anymore. It's useless, Chun Chun. Since you've already obtained the treasure, then it's the best thing. Since that's the case, why do I have to make a trip myself?" The faint light was directly transmitted. Obviously, at this moment, he was planning to kill someone and steal the treasure. This was his style. Killing people to get more treasures. It was much more effortless than trying to break through again. "You want to kill someone and steal the treasure? But I feel that you don't have the ability at all right now," Su Yan said with certainty. As the two of them spoke, their auras were crazily rising. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the ghost dragon's aura. This indescribable aura made Su Yan feel very uncomfortable. Devouring worm? Are you the devouring worm or the dragon ghost? Su Yan had never understood why the dragon ghost and the devouring worm could be together, but at this moment, he finally understood that this dragon ghost wasn't the real dragon ghost at all. He had the aura of the devouring worm on him. Your senses are sharp. Actually, there's no harm in telling you. That stupid devouring worm actually wanted to devour me, but unfortunately, he wasn't strong enough. Not only did he fail to devour me, but he also became nourishment for my soul. As a result, my soul fused with the devouring worm. This experience was very unique. Su Yan never thought that he would have such an experience. At this moment, he directly said, "Then, how many devouring worms are there with combat power?" The dragon ghost no longer answered Su Yan's question. He directly roared, and an extremely terrifying pressure directly pressed on Su Yan. "None of this has anything to do with you. all you need to do is to die here quietly. The violent pressure spread out at this time, and a terrifying power rolled out. In an instant, an extremely dense aura of death boiled at this moment. Such power was simply shocking to the extreme. Even Su Yan's eyes directly reflected a light at this moment. The moment this ray of light appeared, he clearly saw an indistinct door being directly pierced through. If he guessed correctly, this was the legendary 9 Underworlds door. It was an extremely dangerous aura, because this aura was originally contrary to this world. It was a world of death, a world of completely different attributes. Heaven and earth were yin and yang, and the world was the same. Su Yan, be careful. After the 9 Underworlds, there seems to be an extremely powerful existence. Be careful of his will descending. At this moment, the God-Slayer swords will directly transmitted. In fact, Su Yan also had an extremely uneasy feeling in his heart, but he couldn't tell the specific source of this feeling. At this moment, the God-Slayer sword immediately pointed out his uneasiness. Su Yan nodded solemnly, then said solemnly, "Okay, I'll be careful." At this point, Su Yan no longer held back. This dragon ghost was difficult to deal with. Moreover, there might be something even more terrifying behind him. He didn't care about the safety of the Shura realm. This kind of thing should be left to the truly powerful Shura realm. But in front of him, he had to fight first. Since he came to save Aina, he definitely didn't want to return empty-handed. Dragon Ghost, have you forgotten the fear of being dominated by Bing Shan? Su Yan suddenly asked. This sentence was really a bit unreasonable. The Dragon Ghost thought that Su Yan was deliberately provoking him, but at this time, Su Yan directly threw out an object. When this object appeared, the Dragon Ghost's heart actually fluctuated a bit. There seemed to be a familiar feeling, but he still couldn't remember. "Yo, little Long Long, we meet again." A deep but enthusiastic voice sounded. The moment he heard this voice, the Dragon Ghost only felt a little pain in his soul. Damn it, this voice, he would never forget. Damn it, this is definitely the voice of that hateful Bing Shan. However, he soon saw the object flying in the sky clearly. It was clearly a scabbard. "Ha ha ha, little dragon, are you so surprised to see me?" It was at this moment that the scabbard suddenly changed. A huge shadow appeared, and an extremely huge mountain directly pressed down at this time. That terrifying power was definitely at a level that was shocking. Bing Shan, damn it, it is indeed that Bing Shan. I can't be wrong, I can't believe I can still see him in my life. At this moment, the Dragon Ghost's aura crazily increased, and his will was almost raised to the extreme. This guy finally appeared in front of him. Damn Bing Shan, you deserve to die. Seal of the Netherworld Dragon King. A terrible roar sounded, and an extremely terrifying power suddenly erupted. At this time, one seal after another went against the sky. Seeing such a scene, Su Yan was very surprised. What a powerful power. If he were to suddenly meet this force head-on, he might be injured by this extremely terrifying force. He had never thought that this fellow would be able to erupt with such terrifying strength. This was simply terrifying. This kind of power was simply too powerful. That kind of supreme aura was far stronger than the power that the Dragon Ghost had shown before. This guy was sinister enough. He was indeed pretending before. Fortunately, Su Yan had an idea and directly took out the Bing Shan that had turned into a scabbard. Speaking of which, with this Bing Shan's strength and abnormal power, it should be able to easily receive this attack. Su Yan thought silently in his heart. Ah, help, help, it's over. It's over. However, just as he thought this, the Bing Shan in the sky roared loudly. It's over, it's really over. His voice was constantly roaring. That kind of despairing mournfulness had already reached an extremely tragic level. Su Yan, where did the Grandpa Bing Shan who fearlessly challenged the God-Slayer sword go? This was just a small scene, why was he so anxious? At this time, the God-Slayer sword spoke. Su Yan, you think too highly of this Bing Shan. Don't you realize that the current Bing Shan is much weaker than when you first met him? On one hand, he was once cut open by me. Of course, the most important point is that the source of power in his body has disappeared. Chapter 10:18. Female literature. With that, Su Yan immediately understood. The reason why Bing Shan was so strong was because he had Han Yu Heavenly Heart in his body. He didn't know, but Han Yu Heavenly Heart was the source of Bing Shan's power. It was because of Han Yu Heavenly Heart that he was so strong. If it wasn't for the Godslayer sword, Su Yan wouldn't have been able to defeat him. But now, Han Yu Tianxin had already created her own Taiji sword. Iceberg might still be strong, but he was far weaker than when he was arrogant and insufferably arrogant. At this time, Su Yan was asking him to fight the dragon ghost, who was using all of his power. At this time, Bing Shan's grandpa was crying. I don't want to. This world is so scary. I just want to be a sword sheath. Help. That voice was really old and miserable. He had already forgotten that he was an iceberg. His dignity had long been thrown away by him. But at this time, the Godslayer sword continued. Of course, you don't need to worry. After all, he created the heaven's heart-cold jade. His body is very strong. Except for me, who is so strong, what in this world can hurt him so easily? At this time, Su Yan clearly saw a light flash in the Godslayer sword's eyes. Su Yan's mouth twitched. This guy was clearly saying that he was the strongest existence in this world. Senior Godslayer sword, can you be a little more shameless? Can you at least be a little more reserved? At this moment, the terrifying power of the 9 underworlds almost engulfed the iceberg. That terrifying aura continued to roar. This kind of power was truly beyond the limits of the world. At this time, Su Yan, who had seen this power, suddenly attacked. In the endless darkness, a sword light quietly appeared. The moment the sword light appeared, an extremely terrifying power flashed. This light had reached the pinnacle. An extremely powerful force roared at this moment. Heaven and earth severing sword. Su Yan's voice was incomparably cold, but it also contained an extremely dense killing intent. The terrifying killing intent pressed towards the other party. Such power was enough to make one's scalp go numb. At this moment, his aura flickered continuously. At this point, Su Yan's aura was already too powerful. Because at this moment, he had used the divine sword. When the divine sword was unsheathed, even the mysterious altar seemed to have suffered a terrible impact. The bones placed around the altar actually began to flaunt their wealth. A terrifying force erupted at this moment. It was obvious that it wanted to suppress Su Yan directly. At this moment, the light between Su Yan's eyebrows flashed. Get out of my way. In an instant, sword chi rippled and boundless sword chi rushed out like a tide. Such a powerful and terrifying force seemed to be able to annihilate everything. That terrifying aura constantly trembled and surged at this moment. Endless brilliance surged at this moment. At this moment, everything between heaven and earth seemed to have calmed down. This was an indescribably powerful aura. Such power had already reached the pinnacle of power in this world. At this moment, Su Yan's brilliance had reached an endless level. His willpower and strength were constantly displayed at this moment. That terrifying power rippled with an extremely terrifying aura at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan chose to fight with his life on the line. Since he wanted to fight, then he would fight to his heart's content. The moment the sword chi erupted, his fighting spirit instantly rose to the extreme. Dragon Ghost was already furious. He had already decided that no matter what price he had to pay, he would directly blast Bing Shan into pieces. At this moment, he actually felt a huge threat. It was a threat of death. Even he had to admit that under such a powerful and terrifying pressure, his entire body had begun to tremble. What is this? However, at this moment, he obviously didn't have time to think too much. At this moment, he directly condensed his power, and the endless power of the netherworld directly turned into a shield at this moment. Under the threat of life and death, the so-called hatred naturally meant nothing. The two forces directly collided in an instant, and an extremely terrifying power directly spread out at this moment. The violent power constantly trembled, and the terrifying brilliance at this time exploded to the extreme. In Su Yan's eyes, there were rays of light flickering. At this moment, his eye of truth was fully activated. This was because at this moment, he was analyzing this very unfamiliar but extremely powerful force. At this moment, the aura of the battle at this moment was completely different from before. This was a true battle between kings. Su Yan was only able to discover his own inadequacies in the continuous fierce battle. After obtaining the divine sword, Su Yan's sword chi had indeed become extremely terrifying and powerful. However, this was ultimately not enough. This was because his power was still not natural enough. The current Su Yan should be considered to be at the beginning stage. If he wanted to become stronger, he still had a long way to go. His aura was rolling like thunder, but there were still many areas where it was shaky. Of course, Su Yan understood that the reason for this was because of his realm. At this time, if his realm was strong enough, it would definitely not be like this. However, there were some things that couldn't be helped. The path of the realm was inevitably a process of accumulation. In any case, it was impossible for him to achieve it overnight. Of course, he had a way to make up for the shaky feeling. That was, to constantly fight. As long as his strength reached a certain level and he experienced countless battles, the use of power would become an instinct. Only in this way could his strength become more powerful. The aura of Su Yan's divine sword flickered. Yin and Yang complemented each other, and each sword had an extremely sacred feeling. The power of the netherworld was an extremely deep sea. At this time, the two forces were constantly surging. The violent power was like a huge wave that was constantly surging. Su Yan and Dragon Ghost had already reached a point where they were extremely engrossed in the battle. At this time, how could they be distracted at all? At this time, Bing Shan, who was originally very miserable under the impact of the power of the netherworld, suddenly moved. His two round boulder eyes directly emitted an extremely deep light. "Humph, little dragon, do you think you can escape from the fear of being dominated by me? You must be dreaming." Bing Shan suppression. At this time, Bing Shan directly flew up and immediately suppressed Dragon Ghost. This action was like an extremely standard aerobics exercise. Bing Shan even gave himself full marks for this action of his. He felt that he was really amazing to be able to make such a perfect action. At this moment, even he was moved by his own actions. And this time, what he received was an extremely angry roar from Dragon Ghost. Su Yan's sword was originally not easy to deal with, although he had the support of the extremely powerful power of the netherworld. However, Su Yan's divine sword was still too terrifying. The sword light itself seemed to have an attribute that could cut through everything. His strength was already very strong. Coupled with that attribute, it immediately made him suffer. Under such a powerful force, he almost gritted his teeth to endure. However, at this time, that familiar and hateful voice sounded, followed by a huge yin and yang. That despicable iceberg, he actually dared to launch a sneak attack at this time. Roar. Bang. Two sounds sounded one after another. The huge body of the ghost dragon was suddenly smashed down by Bing Shan. Bing Shan's grandfather was very satisfied with this feeling. To be able to suppress an enemy under his own body, this feeling was simply perfect. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. In this gloomy world, Bing Shan's grandfather's laughter was so soul-stirring. Su Yan, this damn Bing Shan, as expected, would bring him enough surprises. Now, he felt sad for the dragon ghost that was being suppressed under him. When he was alive, he was ravaged by Bing Shan. At this time, there was a huge reversal in the strength of the two, but he was still the one being ravaged. How could they still have fun like this? He silently exhaled in his heart. How could there be such a Chinibu iceberg in this world? Ah, you damn Bing Shan, I'm going to completely crush you. The dragon ghost's angry roar came through the ground, and then the entire ground began to shake. Su Yan could completely imagine how angry the other party was. He could also completely understand the source of this anger. I'm going to fly. At this time, Bing Shan's exaggerated cry came again. In the next moment, he was directly sent flying into the sky with a bang. My great master, you have to save me, I'm just a pitiful scabbard. Su Yan suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Today, his liver was a little painful. At this time, the dragon ghost's body suddenly emitted a blazing flame. That was the ghost fire. Igniting the ghost fire meant that it was determined to kill. Ha ha ha, interesting. Su Yan, this clown is good, I like it, ha ha ha. The Godslayer sword's wanton laughter came. Su Yan silently nodded. This world really made it impossible for people to play. In the next moment, he directly rushed into the sky, and at this time, a sword light was directly released. That extremely powerful sword gleam immediately surged out at this moment. Go back for me. Su Yan first waved his hand, and the scabbard that Bing Shan had turned into immediately fell into his hand. At the same time, his Taiji sword drew a sword chi in the sky. After the sword chi appeared, it did not immediately fall. Instead, after a moment of silence, it actually changed. Chapter 1019. Female Literature. One ray of sword aura turned into 2 rays of aura. The sword aura kept changing. One was yin and one was yang, one was red and one was blue. They kept entangling in the air. At this point, that ray of sword light was already extremely powerful. Endless rays of light were evolving at this moment. This ray of power wasn't overbearing, nor was it very sharp. However, his aura was filled with an indomitable and powerful force. At this moment, Su Yan didn't know that the Godslayer sword was observing everything with great interest. This ray of power was very novel even for him. Among the divine swords or subdivine swords he was familiar with, both the divine wind sword and the Taixing divine sword were known for their sharpness and overbearingness. This included the evil sword, cold jade, and himself. However, the Taiji divine sword in Su Yan's hand was different. Although it was very powerful, when it was displayed at this moment, it felt a little soft. However, the Godslayer sword didn't dare to underestimate this ray of power. Although this power wasn't strong enough at this moment, what kind of existence was he? His vision naturally saw things that others couldn't see. If this power was displayed to the extreme, then he would create a whole new domain. That was a domain where yin and yang were balanced to the extreme. He thought about it carefully. After so many years, no one had explored this path. There were countless mysteries surrounding Su Yan. This was also the reason why he followed Su Yan. This was the so-called miracle and power of the so-called child of destiny. You would never know what kind of miracle would happen to him in the next moment. At this moment, there was an extremely solemn light in his eyes. That gaze seemed to be able to see through everything in this world. At this moment, Su Yan's power of yin and yang had already suppressed it. Such a power was like endless thunder roaring, and also like flowers blooming and wilting in a mystic realm. In short, there was nothing that could not be achieved. At this moment, the Godslayer sword knew that the outcome of the battle between Su Yan and the dragon ghost had already been decided. The strength of the dragon ghost was naturally formidable, but unfortunately, the strength of Su Yan's sword was too terrifying. Of course, this was also because of the divine sword. If it wasn't for the divine sword, Su Yan's strength definitely wouldn't have reached this level. At this time, Su Yan's power was constantly surging. It felt like an endless river was crashing into a boulder. The ghostly power of the ghostly dragon was like a boulder or even a mountain that blocked the river. However, it was useless. In front of the power of the river, no matter how powerful it was, it would be completely crushed. At this moment, the dragon ghost's body suddenly swayed. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He never would have thought that his power would be so easily shattered by Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan was high up in the air. His eyes were fixed on the dragon ghost. The moment he slashed out with his sword, he felt as if his soul had become transparent. This was a new experience. Not to mention the Godslayer sword, even he himself was extremely unfamiliar with this power. Tai Chi, this is the Tao of Tai Chi. There were many things that one might already know the truth of, but when one encountered it personally, the feeling was extremely different. Unknowingly, Su Yan saw a new path. Yin and Yang coexisting. This accommodating power was very similar to the power of the Exalted. However, after this attack, although the dragon ghost was seriously injured, he was not dead yet. At this moment, an extremely vast power surged into his body. After taking Su Yan's attack, his body had clearly dimmed a lot. However, at this moment, his body actually began to burn with light again. His strength began to rise directly. This increase had even reached an extremely terrifying level. It had already surpassed his original aura. If this continued, not to mention recovering from his injuries, it would not be impossible for his strength to increase again. At this time, Su Yan did not dare to be careless. However, at this time, Su Yan did not have the intention to take the opponent's life. His eye of truth directly pierced through an area. After that darkness, he finally found Aina. At this time, Aina was much better than before. At the very least, the power that bound him had lessened a lot. In fact, Su Yan knew that this was all thanks to the powerful battle between him and the dragon ghost. The dragon ghost could not spare any more thoughts. Naturally, it could not do anything about the means set up by the Emperor Shura. Therefore, Aina could be safe at this time. After discovering Aina's location, Su Yan did not stop for a moment. The Taiji sword trembled, and an extremely powerful sword of Nirvana burst out at this time. The power of the sword of Nirvana flashed at this time. Its power was naturally unimaginable. This sword of Nirvana was now heading towards the darkness that imprisoned Aina. This was a formation that the dragon ghost had set up in this altar. Its power was not weak. However, at this time, Su Yan was much more terrifying than before. It was impossible for such a formation to stop Su Yan. Even so, Su Yan directly broke through the bindings and finally broke through. Stay. The dragon ghost's huge consciousness directly appeared at this time. Aina was related to the inheritance of the Emperor Shura. He would never let Aina escape. And Su Yan was even more important to him. Su Yan had obtained the treasure he wanted. Moreover, he had taken that hateful Bing Shan as his servant. This was the biggest provocation to him. Therefore, no matter what, he had to completely kill Su Yan. Only then could he be at ease. At this time, Su Yan's power was still rising. The terrifying radiance at this time had reached an extremely exaggerated level. Such power was constantly changing at this time. When the dragon ghost's terrifying attack arrived, Su Yan had finally reached Aina's side. He did not say anything and directly reached out to grab Aina. At this time, countless electric arcs suddenly flashed around Aina's body. The power of the electric arcs kept flashing, as if they wanted to directly devour people's souls. Thunder rumble. Su Yan knew that it was the Yin thunder, the thunder of the 9 underworlds. It was extremely insidious. Once contaminated by this thunder, there would definitely be no good ending. Even though he was very confident in himself, he did not dare to give this thunder any chance. After all, he did not want to die yet. At this time, his power directly erupted at this time. Thunder rumbled. It was the thunder of the Yang world. Yin and Yang directly began the most direct collision. This kind of terrifying aura was simply terrifying. However, Su Yan, who was in the midst of this terrifying power, was indifferent. The moment these two thunderbolts collided, a powerful force once again tore the boundary. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Yan directly jumped up. Dragon Ghost, I have remembered today's matter. If there is a chance in the future, I will properly settle this account with you. After Su Yan finished speaking, he immediately retreated towards the exit. At this time, the dragon ghost's power suddenly increased. With such a terrifying power, Su Yan already knew that it was impossible for him to resist. If he continued to stay here, he would only be courting death. This was because this power did not come from the dragon ghost, but from the 9 underworlds realm. That was an extremely powerful existence, even exceeding Su Yan's knowledge at this time. Therefore, there was no need for him to fight with such an existence. At this time, he got the opportunity to go as far as possible. But at this time, the dragon ghost was not willing to give up. Extremely angry dragon roars rose and fell at this time, one after another, trembling unceasingly. A terrifying majesty was directly released at this time. 9 underworlds hell, seal. At this time, in order to make Su Yan stay, the dragon ghost actually wanted to seal this place directly. The speed of the sealing of the space was extremely fast. At this time, Su Yan was indeed in a bit of danger. However, Su Yan's methods were not bad either. Taiji sword, assist me. Use the regal sword escape technique with all your strength. At this time, Su Yan realized that he absolutely could not fight this power head-on. Moreover, he had already done what he wanted to do now. Aina was in his hands. Since he had already rescued him, there was no need to continue fighting at this time. After all, this was the Shura realm. To the Shura realm, he was already an invader. It was not his turn to protect this world. At this time, an extremely terrifying and powerful aura was constantly flashing at this time. It was a power that came from the depths of the underworld's body. This power wanted to directly seal the entire 9 underworlds, including Su Yan. This dragon ghost's idea was very simple, which was to completely imprison Su Yan in this world. In this way, he could do whatever he wanted to Su Yan. However, although his idea was good, Su Yan would not give him the chance. Su Yan knew that this was an extremely dangerous time, so he did not delay or hesitate. In an instant, he had already activated the power of the Taiji sword. Although the Taiji sword was only a subdivine sword at this time, it could not be compared to terrifying and earth-shattering divine swords like the god-slaying sword and the frost jade. Its power was not even comparable to an existence like the Taixing sword. However, its power was already strong enough. At this moment, sword chi rushed to the sky. That kind of power was simply unimaginable. At this time, Su Yan had completely calmed down. This was because at this time, he already knew that after using the power of the divine sword, he would definitely be able to escape from this place. Chapter 1020. Female literature. The whole process lasted for a very short time. In fact, it didn't take more than a few breaths of time. But in these few breaths of time, Su Yan had already left the place shrouded in the aura of death. The sun of the Shura realm directly shone on Su Yan's body. Although Su Yan didn't think highly of the scorching sun of the Shura realm, he had to admit that at this time, Su Yan actually felt very happy. No. That extremely mournful voice was still roaring. The dragon ghost was naturally unwilling to accept that his prey was taken away just like that. This was something he couldn't tolerate, but now, he had no choice but to do so. Because his current identity had already determined that he couldn't set foot in the human world. He was already an undead creature. If his strength didn't reach a certain level, he wouldn't be able to live under the scorching sun of the Shura realm. When Su Yan completely left that place, he breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he was also shocked just now. The power that suddenly erupted in the netherworld realm was really unfathomable to the extreme. He originally thought that after this time, his strength would increase and he would be able to fight the king of the Shura realm head-on. No matter how he looked at it, his strength wasn't bad. With this kind of strength, he could already move unhindered. But this time, it gave him a head-on blow. His strength had indeed increased, and it was an extremely terrifying increase. But there were always powerhouses in this world who were stronger than him. Just like this time, in fact, it was because the Godslayer sword had already told Su Yan that there was an extremely powerful existence inside, so Su Yan paid attention to it. Otherwise, Su Yan would have already taken a tumble by now. After all, when that mysterious existence finally erupted with its power, it was almost silent. It wasn't until that power began to pour into the dragon ghost's body that it descended like thunder. Huff, huff, no matter what, we managed to save Aina this time. Speaking of which, Aina was truly depressed. In order to break through to the blue-faced Shura, and to become an extremely powerful blue-faced Shura, he had finally arrived at this place with great difficulty. However, he did not expect that he would be ambushed by the devouring worm. He did not even have the strength to fight back before he was directly subdued. Later on, he was captured by the ghost dragon, and even his inheritance of Emperor Shura was about to disappear. Fortunately, he had been good to Su Yan, and Su Yan had reluctantly recognized him as a friend. That was why Su Yan had saved him at all costs. "All right, I did not disappoint you." At that moment, a huge shadow suddenly rushed towards Su Yan. As that shadow moved, it emitted an extremely terrifying aura that was filled with majesty. Even an ordinary blue-faced Shura wouldn't have such a powerful aura. Of course, Su Yan did not care about this aura at all. "All right, stop showing off there. Hurry up and get over here," Su Yan said in annoyance. Hearing Su Yan's words, the shadow obediently came over. Of course, this was the Shura demon tiger. However, at this moment, the Shura demon tiger did not look defeated at all. There were even traces of blood on its sharp claws. It was obvious that it had just experienced a battle. "Oh whoa, great master, you're finally back." The Shura demon tiger's thoughts were transmitted over. After this time, its thoughts were much more complete than before. It was obvious that its strength had increased tremendously. "Humph, you're quite energetic." Su Yan chuckled and then threw Aina onto the Shura demon tiger's back. At this moment, the Shura demon tiger said, "I'll stretch my muscles and bones and get rid of a few old enemies." As the Shura demon tiger spoke, it suddenly lowered its head and dropped a few things on the ground as if it was presenting a treasure. When Su Yan saw it, he was immediately stunned. It was actually the Shura's crystal. Only those blue-faced Shura-level demon beasts could condense such a crystal. It turned out that after the Shura demon tiger left the secret realm, he found that his strength was constantly increasing. The power of the 2 drops of blood was extremely powerful. In just a short while, he felt that he had an inexhaustible power. At this time, his strength also became more and more powerful. At this time, his thoughts began to move. In this place, he was not an existence that could be called a king. There were several enemies that he could not deal with. When his strength increased, the Shura demon tiger immediately thought of them. At this time, wasn't it a good opportunity to use them to practice? In any case, Su Yan did not come out. Therefore, he could not wait and went straight to those few enemies. After going through a series of changes, the Shura demon tiger not only became stronger, but also his intelligence increased by a lot. After a few battles, those pitiful things finally died in his hands one by one. This guy also had some thoughts. He still kept a few crystals and gave them to Su Yan. After all, Su Yan had become his master at this time. This was something that could not be changed. Moreover, if it was not for Su Yan, he might have died in this surprise attack. Su Yan immediately knew what this guy was thinking. However, he could at least leave a few crystals for himself. Su Yan did not stand on ceremony and directly accepted it. These crystals were now very difficult to directly increase Su Yan's depression. However, it was still very beneficial for accumulating energy and healing his injuries. Su Yan took a deep breath. At this time, the crystals moved without wind and flew up on their own. Then, from the crystals, there was a breath that directly went into Su Yan's nostrils. At this time, the Shura demon tiger realized that Su Yan's speed of absorbing energy was actually very fast. As a monster, he swallowed the energy in these crystals directly and then slowly digested them. However, he was able to discover that the moment Su Yan breathed in and out, the powerful energy of those crystals had completely disappeared. What a terrifying thing this was. Originally, because his strength had increased, he was a little less in awe of Su Yan. However, after seeing this scene, the little bit of awe that disappeared was immediately magnified like a mountain. Unknowingly, his body even shrank back a little. In his heart, Su Yan had long become a monster. However, Su Yan did not pay any attention to this fool. His gaze was fixed in the direction of 9 Nether. Just a moment ago, the entrance still existed. However, at this time, the entrance was completely sealed. However, even though the entrance was sealed, Su-Yen still heard an extremely terrifying roar from inside. I will definitely come back. I will definitely come back. Obviously, that existence was not convinced at all. He still wanted revenge. Su-Yen shook his head. This time, the dragon ghost did not make him stay. In that case, he could forget about it in the future. He knew that the dragon ghost would definitely become stronger with the help of the 9 Nether. But so what? He, Su-Yen, had the help of the divine sword. His cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. However, at this time, he faintly sighed. At this time, the one he was most worried about was Lulan. Although he knew that the time of the two worlds was not synchronized, he did not know how much time had changed. At this time, whether Lulan was safe and sound, or whether she had already been killed, he did not even have the slightest bit of news. Was he already very strong? No, it was far from enough. His strength had not increased fast enough. That was why he was so passive. No matter what, he would definitely not give up. Alright, let's go back. At this time, Su-Yen calmly said. Since the main purpose of this time had been achieved, then at this time, he should return to the Blood River City. He brought Aina back. For Nana Roy, it could be considered as returning a favor. Of course, he could see that Nana Roy took care of him because of the Blood River King. However, this did not matter. Su-Yen did not mind returning this small favor. Of course, after returning to the Blood River City, he could also start his next plan. That was the Shura Cave. For the other powerful existences in the Shura world, Su-Yen did not want to pay attention to them. What he needed now was the Shura Cave, and then through the Shura Cave to return to the limitless world. The sun was leisurely and the setting sun was lazy. Those wandering hunters outside the Blood River City, at this time, could only continue to wander around. For them, every day they lived was a day they earned. Even outside the Blood River City, there were also those powerful demon beasts that attacked them. Here in the Shura world, there were people dying every day. Only by entering the city, could they ensure their own safety. But unfortunately, if they did not reach the level of blue-face Shura, if they want to stay in the city, they have to pay the Shura fee. Not every Shura was so generous, or so rich. There were many Shura, who clearly had enough Shura fee, but were reluctant to spend it, and still chose to wander in the outer area. Of course, their prey, in addition to those demon beasts, were more Shura. At that time, Su-Yen had already encountered it once. But at this time, no one dared to do so. Because at this time, Su-Yen's skin was blue. Blue-faced Shura, these words represented high and mighty. Even the Blood River City was respectful to the blue-faced Shura. In the eyes of many Shura, some were fearful, some were envious. Su-Yen took the Shura demon tiger and walked into the city unhurriedly. Chapter 1021. Female literature. At this time, no one dared to stop Su-Yen from entering Blood River City. Su-Yen had already proven his strength with his actions. At that time, Bareface personally took action, but he couldn't do anything to Su-Yen. Instead, he and Su-Yen were locked up together. And at this time, Su-Yen had already become a Blue Mask Shura. From Blue Mask Shura to Blue Mask Shura, it might be a lifetime journey for most people. But Su-Yen had already finished in this short period of time. At this time, there was a commotion outside the city gate. Some Shura who didn't know what was going on were still standing in the middle of the road, but in the next moment, they were forcibly expelled. Su-Yen stopped because this person in front of him came for him. Su-Yen's face was very calm. In fact, for this person's appearance, Su-Yen was a bit surprised. Bareface, he actually appeared here? Of course, if he appeared, then he appeared. In fact, it was not a big deal. At that time, Su-Yen was already not afraid of Bareface, let alone now. But the strange thing was that this guy should already know that Blood River King valued him, but he still appeared here. What does he want to do? Isn't this asking for a snub? Bareface looked at Su Yan standing in front of him. In fact, at this time, his heart was not calm at all. How long has it been? Last time, this guy seemed to be just a blue mask Shura, and according to his understanding, this guy transformed into a blue mask Shura when he entered Blood River City. But now? Blue mask, this kid has actually become a blue mask. No wonder Blood River King valued him so much. At this time, Su Yan had already opened his mouth. Bareface old dog, you blocking in front of me, do you want to die? Although Su Yan's words were not heavy, they showed his arrogance incisively and vividly. Do you want to die? These words made the surrounding people suck in a breath of cold air. Many Shura already knew about the grudge between Bareface and Su Yan, but Bareface was a veteran powerhouse in Blood River City. His strength was second to none under Martial Shura. However, Su Yan pointed at his nose and scolded him. Old dog? Hee hee, how could Bareface endure such a name? This kid is simply courting death. However, at this time, Su Yan didn't care. He didn't only scold him, but also kill. Su Yan was definitely not a person who would repay evil with kindness. Since this guy in front of him wanted to kill him, then he should be prepared to be killed by him instead. Originally, Su Yan might not have thought of settling the score with this guy. After all, he had to admit that he was very busy right now. The only thing he cared about now was the Azura Cave. Only through the Shura Cave, and then return to the everlasting world, this was what he wanted. As for Bareface, that was just a matter of convenience. But today, Bareface ran in front of him. Kid, you actually became a blue-faced Shura? The Azura god is truly unfair. However, it doesn't matter. Today, I will definitely kill you. At this time, he directly roared at Su Yan. Su Yan raised his eyelids. He didn't say much nonsense. The spear already appeared in his hand. Come. At this time, he had no interest in talking nonsense with such a trash. Since he wanted to fight, then let's fight. Just kill him. Different strength, naturally different, by the way, different thoughts and thoughts. A person's thoughts are naturally different according to his position. If it was in the past, facing this guy, Su Yan would naturally have to face a formidable enemy. However, at this time, there was no need for that. Su Yan's strength had far surpassed the opponent's. At this time, Bareface thought that although Su Yan had become a blue-faced Shura, he was after all a veteran Shura, his strength must be above Su Yan. He wanted to take advantage of this time to directly kill Su Yan. He thought that Su Yan would say a lot of things, such as whether he was not afraid of Blood River King's punishment or something like that to delay time. However, he didn't expect that Su Yan's move would be so decisive. When that word fell, his voice was still echoing, but Su Yan's spear light had already arrived in front of him. At this moment, he even felt the hair on his body stand on end. Terrifying. At this time, Bareface's heart was dripping cold sweat little by little. Su Yan's attack was so fierce and decisive. According to reason, shouldn't he be the one to make the first move? After all, there was a rule in Blood River City that one couldn't fight in the city. Last time, this iron law had been told to everyone once again. This time, the reason why Bareface dared to come out was because he was ready to challenge this rule. What he didn't expect was that before he made a move, there was someone who was faster than him. This person was Su Yan. How dare he do this? How dare he do this? Even at this time, he still couldn't believe that Su Yan actually made the first move. However, Bareface was also a person who had experienced hundreds of battles. At this time, he immediately threw away these surprised thoughts directly. Because he was very clear that at this time, there was no point in thinking about it. The real important thing at this time was to deal with Su Yan's spear. This was a stunning spear, even he had to admit. He originally thought that although Su Yan had become a blue-faced Shura, he had just stepped into this field. How strong could his strength be? In front of him, he was just a piece of trash that he could casually slaughter. However, he never expected that Su Yan's first attack would give him such a huge surprise. Of course, he didn't like such a surprise. When the spear was in front of him, his eyes immediately flashed with an extremely dense light. Before Su Yan's attack arrived, Bareface's strength directly rose to the extreme at this time. Such a surge of power, such a terrifying power, simply made him feel incomparably frightened. His palm directly changed at this time. At this time, it turned into a huge furry bear's paw, and there was an extremely dense evil aura in the bear's paw. This was why he was so powerful and terrifying. In the face of his powerful strength, everything was fake. At this moment, his strength directly erupted, and immediately bombarded Su Yan's spear light. It was also at this moment that his expression turned incomparably ugly. He felt the power coming from the spear, so he didn't dare to underestimate this attack at all. However, what he didn't expect was that even though he didn't have any intention of underestimating his opponent, the power that erupted from this blow was still beyond his imagination. He had just blocked the first wave of power, but in the next moment, the second wave came directly at him. Compared to the first layer of power, the second layer of power was more overbearing and sharper. This bear paw of his was obtained from an extremely powerful great demon's paw, and then he fused it with his own Shura aura. It had an extremely terrifying destructive power. His name of the bear face Shura came from this. In the past battles, he couldn't be said to be invincible, but he rarely met a worthy opponent. However, this time, Su Yan's spear almost directly penetrated his bear paw at this time. What kind of terrifying power was this? How could this kid be so powerful? Last time, Su Yan didn't hesitate to prepare to detonate the Shura seal, which made him very afraid of Su Yan, and it was precisely because of this that he immediately appeared and wanted to kill Su Yan. But he didn't expect that at this time, Su Yan's strength had already reached such a level. He didn't use the Shura seal, but he already had the strength to defeat him. After this attack, the bear face immediately retreated. Su Yan, stop, I have already entered the range of the city, you dare to attack? At this time, the bear face immediately shouted angrily. Now he was really afraid, so he didn't dare to let Su Yan continue to attack, and directly shouted angrily. Although he was the one who wanted to attack first, but now the situation was completely different. Humph, idiot. Although Su Yan didn't know why this guy was so crazy, actually blocking him at the entrance of Blood River City, but since he came out, then he can only die. This guy was also interesting. After failing to attack, he immediately retreated into Blood River City. For many Shura, the city gate was the boundary between life and death. Outside the city gate, the killing was cruel, but once inside the city, it was not allowed, otherwise it would be a challenge to the dignity of the Blood River King. The bear face blocked outside the city gate to avoid this rule, but at this time, his action became his way of saving himself. But then something unexpected happened again. Su Yan's spear shook again, and then he actually directly rushed at him with the spear. How dare you! At this time, he was really afraid. Su Yan's strength was beyond his expectations, and he originally wanted to use his strength to give Su Yan a thunderous blow, to let him know how strong he was. But he didn't expect that at this time, the situation would reverse so quickly. So at this time, he had no choice but to hide in Blood River City. Although it was very embarrassing, but compared to his own life, pity was really nothing. But Su Yan actually ignored the rules and directly rushed into the city gate. You want to rebel against the Blood River King, you can only bring about your own destruction. The moment he saw Su Yan rushing in, the bear face's heart became heavier. Of course, he knew that Su Yan was a madman, otherwise, why would he so decisively detonate the Shura King's seal? And now, Su Yan had become a madman with terrifying strength, which made him even more frightened. Chapter 1022. Female Literature. Bareface's heartbeat sped up a lot. A look of horror had already appeared on his blue face. Su Yan's killing intent was too decisive. At this moment, he knew that he had to escape. Without any hesitation, he immediately ran to the back. But how could Su Yan let him escape? In terms of speed, Su Yan would never lose to anyone in the waiting realm, not to mention that his strength had long surpassed his opponent. Today, you're courting death, so don't blame me. Since you've already jumped out, then go to hell. Su Yan's voice was so cold, and his will directly impacted Bareface Shura's ears. That was not all. When the voice entered his ears, it immediately turned into an extremely terrifying thunderclap that exploded directly. At this moment, Bareface only felt that his head was constantly shaking. This kind of power was really too terrifying. He did not understand how Su Yan's strength could be raised to such a level. Not much time had passed before a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. Holding a spear, a pair of eyes were as cold as snow, staring straight at Bareface. This kind of power was really terrifying to the extreme. This kind of deterrence was really powerful to the extreme. Bareface, the leader of the blue-faced Shura, was actually filled with fear at this time. If you dare to kill me, I'll fight it out with you. After the initial shock, Bareface also knew that today's matter could no longer be settled peacefully. Su Yan wanted to kill him, but how could he just let himself be captured without a fight? At this moment, his aura directly rose, and his cultivation was directly pushed to the extreme. Facing Su Yan at this time, he had no choice but to do so. Of course, he also hoped that at this time, Tenna Rusty could sense the movement here and directly come out to stop it. In the face of this sudden burst of power, Su Yan just sneered. In this way, it's a bit more interesting to kill you. Su Yan's spear did not change, and the terrifying aura at this time had reached the extreme. This kind of rainbow-like light was truly terrifying to the extreme. The two forces collided directly. At the moment when the spear arrived, a huge shadow appeared outside the bear's body. It was the shadow of the terrifying gray bear. This shadow contained an enormous amount of power. This was also the method that made him famous. The collision of the two forces immediately set off waves of frenzied waves. Under the impact of this force, the ground under their feet was directly lifted up. As for those who wanted to watch the show, they were already far enough away. However, they still underestimated the power that erupted at this time. At least 10 Shura were directly killed by the impact of this terrifying power. The existence of the Blood River City was to protect the Shura, and to make the Shura rely on the Blood River City. Then, a kind of power would be generated, and this kind of power was similar to faith. This was the foundation of Blood River King's cultivation, and it was precisely because of this that Blood River King would never allow anyone to break the rules of Blood River City. If one could kill it will here, then what was the difference between this place and the outside world? Therefore, last time when Bareface, as a blue-faced Shura general, wanted to kill a green-faced Shura, Naroy immediately took action and even directly used the power of the origin of Blood River City. At this time, Su Yan at this time, made a move at this time, which was a violation of the ban, and at this time, many Shura had already died. Kid, you're finished. He was proud of himself. Could it be that this kid was crazy, or that he was arrogant because of Blood River City's appreciation of him, so he could be fearless? Blood River City was the foundation of Blood River King's cultivation. No matter who it was, no one could be an exception. At this time, an extremely powerful force directly appeared. A bloody light directly rushed over. It was the will of Naroy. Impudent, you are not allowed to fight in Blood River City. At this time, Naroy had already arrived, and the will of Blood River City surrounded him. He naturally noticed the two sides at this time, and at this moment, he frowned. Ever since the last invasion by King of Destruction, his life had actually been threatened. Therefore, for now, it was best for him to slowly recuperate. However, the heavens did not listen to his wishes, and at this time, a dispute broke out in Blood River City again. When he saw these two people, he naturally knew in his heart. After all, the reason why Su Yan left these few days was something that he was very clear about in his heart. Moreover, he had just seen Aina on the Shura demon tiger's back. Obviously, Su Yan had rescued Aina. However, at this time, Bareface appeared here, and in a flash, he had already understood the situation. Bareface, how dare you violate the king's rules? In his opinion, Su Yan had killed Bareface's son, and Bareface was a veteran powerhouse, not to mention that he already had a criminal record, so this time, Bareface must be the first to make a move. At this moment, killing intent surged in his body, and at this time, he actually had the idea of killing Bareface directly. Bareface immediately cried out, "Nah Roy, don't slander me. It was that boy who started the fight in the city, and I was just passively defending." This was indeed the truth, and a trace of doubt flashed in Na Roy's eyes. At this time, Su Yan opened his mouth. "City Lord, let's talk about it later. Let me kill this bastard first." After Su Yan finished speaking, he actually directly attacked in front of Su Xiu. A powerful force rose again, and a terrifying flame appeared. Na Roy's expression changed greatly. At this time, the aura that Su Yan burst out had reached such a level. He originally thought that Bareface was just talking nonsense. After all, with Su Yan's strength, how could he be that guy's opponent? But he never thought that Su Yan's strength had reached such a terrifying level. "Su Yan, this is Blood River City. Don't make a mistake here." Although Na Roy was shocked by Su Yan's strength, he was after all the city lord of Blood River City. What he did was the will of the Blood River King. As long as he was alive, he would not let anyone destroy this. However, at this time, Su Yan had no intention of giving him face. Since Bareface dares to stop me at the city gate today, he should be prepared to die. At this time, Su Yan was really arrogant to the extreme. Even if Na Roy was in front of him, he had no intention of stopping. At this moment, Su Yan's strength suddenly changed. At this moment, his control of power had reached an extremely terrifying level. With a move of his will, the power left by Aganda Shura was directly stimulated. That terrifying aura was simply like an army at the city gate. At this moment, it wasn't just Bareface who was intimidated. Na Roy was too. In the face of this power, Luo Xiu didn't dare to make a move. This was because he could sense the power of a king within Su Yan's body. Su Yan's intention was very clear. If Na Roy insisted on stopping him, then he would directly kill Na Roy. Na Roy felt bitter in his heart. This young Shura was actually so terrifying. But not long ago, when he had just entered the city, he had just become a green Shura. But now, he had become an existence that Na Roy could only look up to. At this moment, Su Yan's strength was so terrifying and powerful. "No, save me. Scorpio King, save me." At this moment, Bareface felt the threat of death and immediately shouted loudly. But strangely, he wasn't shouting the name of the Blood River King, but the unfamiliar name of the Scorpio King. Na Roy's expression immediately changed when he heard these words. In an instant, he knew that Bareface had betrayed the Blood River King. It was also at this moment that the sky above Blood River City started to darken, and in the dim sky, a huge shadow of light appeared. People with discerning eyes could see that this was an extremely terrifying and huge scorpion. The Scorpio King was also an extremely powerful Shura King. However, his territory wasn't here. Over the years, he, the Blood River King, and the Destruction King had never interfered with each other. No one had expected that this king would actually make a move at this time. At this time, how could Rusty not know that Bareface had actually pledged allegiance to this person in front of him? But did he eat a bear's heart and leopard's guts? He actually dared to do this. One must know that the price of betrayal was never small. Wasn't he afraid of angering the Blood River King by doing this? Of course, this wasn't the time to care about this. Because all these unforeseen events happened too quickly, to the point that people couldn't catch their breath. The huge Scorpio King descended and directly pounced at Su Yan. Die. A will directly descended and suppressed Su Yan. The Scorpio King's full power was naturally extremely terrifying. The Scorpio King's purpose for coming this time was Blood River City. But he didn't expect that such a powerful character would appear in Blood River City at this time. A mere blue-faced Shura was actually able to erupt with such powerful strength. The reason why he chose Bareface was because Bareface's battle strength was definitely in the upper echelon among the blue-faced Shura generals. But even with such strength, he was still unable to withstand a single blow from Su Yan. So how powerful was this blue-faced Shura? The Scorpio King naturally had his own plans for coming this time. What he wanted was to defeat the Blood River King and then plunder his territory. In that case, the powerful Su Yan would definitely be an obstacle to him. In that case, he might as well make the first move and gain the upper hand by killing Su Yan directly. His attack would be the Scorpio soul-devouring Scorpio. Chapter 1023. Female literature. At this time, Bareface finally let out a sigh of relief. The moment this person appeared, he knew that he was finally safe. Bareface hated Su Yan to the bone. Not only did Su Yan kill his son, but he also caused him to suffer in the blood prison. At that time, he had already made up his mind to kill Su Yan. But it just so happened that the Blood River King seemed to think highly of Su Yan. He had already given up hope. However, the Scorpio King appeared. Although his battle strength was tyrannical, it was naturally impossible for him to be a match for a king. Moreover, because of this matter, he had already criticized the Blood River King. However, the pressure of a king made him not dare to act rashly. He didn't expect that this was a heaven-sent opportunity. The Scorpio King had already promised to protect him. Moreover, after the Blood River King was killed, the position of Blood River City's city lord would be his. No matter what, Bareface had no reason to object. Therefore, he gladly agreed. Luring out the Blood River King and killing Su Yan at this time seemed to be the best choice. However, he didn't expect that Su Yan had already become so powerful. He thought that he was going to die, but at this juncture, this person appeared. The Scorpio King really did come to his rescue. This made him extremely happy. At the same time, he also saw Su Yan die. No matter how powerful Su Yan was, it was impossible for him to be compared to a king. This was something that he had to struggle with. However, at this time, Su Yan directly told him the answer. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze was directly looking at the sky. The spear in his hand released the strongest radiance. Even under the terrifying power of the Scorpio soul-devouring Scorpio, Su Yan's attack was still so powerful and terrifying. Destruction Spear. This attack appeared once again. Su Yan had already analyzed the power of destruction after fighting with the King of Destruction last time. His power of destruction naturally couldn't be compared to the King of Destruction, but it was still powerful enough. Of course, if that was all, it was naturally not enough to face a powerful king. However, he still had Aganda's legacy. At this point, Su Yan had perfectly extracted the power of the inheritance. Su Yan, who possessed the power of the Exalted, was able to perfectly combine these two powers. When these two forces fused, they immediately produced an extremely powerful force, and this force was enough to contend against a king. The Scorpio Soul Devourer and the Spear of Annihilation clashed. At this moment, Rusty was no longer able to interfere in the battle. The only thing he could do was to use all his strength to protect the people around him. At the same time, he would inform the Blood River King of the situation. Su Yan and the Scorpio King's attack shocked even the Scorpio King. He never thought that Su Yan's power would be so terrifying. That violent power directly impacted at this time, and a terrifying aura filled the air, and actually blocked his power. It was at this moment that he suddenly realized that Su Yan's gaze had turned and landed directly on Bareface. At this point, how could he not know what Su Yan was thinking? He wanted to kill Bareface. He really had guts to kill in front of him. He clearly saw that Su Yan was just a blue Shura. A mere blue mask dared to provoke him like this? He was courting death. However, he had to admit that Su Yan might already be the most powerful blue Shura. Among the many blue Shura, how many could block his attack? Those who could block his attack were all powerhouses at the level of martial Shura. At this moment, Su Yan could. Not only did he block his attack, but he was even on par with him. Although he hated Su Yan to the extreme, he had to admit that Su Yan was a huge threat to him. This time, he came to kill the Blood River King, but Su Yan's appearance was a variable to him. This was definitely not a good thing. At this moment, Bareface was already filled with panic. He never thought that Su Yan would actually attack him at this time. That extremely violent power directly blasted towards him. How how can he be so powerful? At this time, he was really shocked. How could Su Yan be so powerful? Such terrifying strength had already exceeded the limits of his understanding. That kind of violent power could only be described with the word terrifying. Under such a powerful force, it seemed like the whole world had fallen into a state of chaos. At this time, the violent power was constantly dancing, and the terrifying sound of the air breaking was released, as if it was the horn of doomsday. In the next second, his world became pitch black. All the terrifying light no longer appeared in his eyes. That darkness was like a huge vicious beast of nothingness that directly devoured him. Then, in the next moment, everything disappeared. Not only the light, but even the sound was the same. Everything was everything, disappearing without any reservations. Such an unforeseen event made him panic. This fear was the most fundamental call of death. If I want to kill you, no one can save you. When all that was left was despair, Su Yan's voice sounded. To him, this voice was undoubtedly the final judgment of doomsday, deciding life and death with a single word. In the darkness, a ray of light appeared. It was the spear of annihilation. Save me. At this time, Bareface could only place his hopes on the Scorpio King, but Su Yan was too fast. Moreover, he was too decisive. Under the Scorpio King's power, he actually took the risk to kill Bareface. In fact, the Scorpio King had already made his move. He was using the tactic of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao. He didn't believe that Su Yan would choose to kill him when his life was in danger. Unfortunately, even if he didn't believe it, it was the truth. Right now, Su Yan had really done so. When the Scorpio King's power hit Su Yan's body, Su Yan's spear of annihilation had already pierced through Bareface's body. After withstanding this power, a brilliance flickered around Su Yan's body. That was his invincible avatar. Su Yan had already expected the other party's terrifying killing intent. He also knew what the other party was thinking. However, he still made his move without hesitation because he knew that his current strength was enough for him to withstand this attack. Even though doing so would injure him, Su Yan wasn't afraid. Although the invincible avatar couldn't keep him safe and sound, the injuries he would suffer definitely wouldn't be too much. Moreover, after reaching this realm, the strength of his physical body had already reached an extremely terrifying level. He was confident that he could recover from his injuries in the shortest time possible. Therefore, he dared to do this. Although the invincible avatar operated, Su Yan still underestimated the Scorpio King's power. His body was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. However, when Su Yan flew out, the Bareface also fell directly to the ground. At this moment, the Scorpio King's figure appeared. It was a thin and gloomy Shura. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on Su Yan. At the same time, a sharp poisonous tail suddenly appeared behind him. He was the Scorpio King. 70% of his most terrifying part was this Shura's poisonous tail. At this moment, he displayed this Shura's poisonous tail, showing his determination to kill Su Yan at all costs. Bareface was actually a very important person in his eyes. Today, he had come for the Blood River Monarch. As long as he killed the Blood River Monarch, this city would immediately fall into his hands. Bareface was someone who could control Blood River City for him. However, this spokesperson had died just like that. How could he not be angry? Not to mention, Su Yan had killed him right in front of him. At this moment, Su Yan, who was still flying in the air, immediately sensed an extremely terrifying killing intent. He immediately knew that this guy was preparing to kill him. This could be said to be an extremely dangerous situation for Su Yan. Su Yan immediately focused his attention. At this moment, he almost took out the Taiji sword. However, right at this moment, a bloody light soared into the sky. An extremely furious intent directly suppressed it. Scorpio brat, you've gone too far. The Blood River King couldn't help but be furious. Blood River City was a place he had painstakingly built. He had built this city so that he could establish a sufficient scale to collect vital energy. But now, the Scorpio King actually dared to attack his city. This was simply destroying his foundation. At this point, there was no doubt that both sides were absolute enemies. At this moment, the bloody light condensed in the sky and finally turned into a blood arrow. At this point, it was already a battle of orthodoxies. A terrifying and powerful aura had completely turned into the most terrifying and frightening radiance. This was the Blood River King's killing move. The appearance of the Blood River King immediately disrupted the Scorpio King's actions. The Scorpio King was about to attack, but he didn't dare to be careless in front of the Blood River King. Su Yan had dared to use the invincible golden body to take his attack head-on. But he didn't dare. In the face of this Blood River arrow, his azure poisonous tail suddenly swayed. That formidable power directly burst out with the most terrifying brilliance at this time. The formidable power whistled like a volcanic eruption. The power of the two kings directly clashed at this moment. The two forces hadn't collided yet, but this place had already suffered a fatal blow. Even if the restriction of Blood River City was activated at this moment, how could it resist the terrifying power of two kings? The surrounding ground had long been torn apart, and cracks spread out like a spider web. Chapter 1024. Female Literature, Scorpio, You're Courting Death. At this time, the Blood River King was thoroughly enraged. Looking at the devastation of this place, he was on the verge of collapsing. This was all because of that damned Scorpio King. If not for him, would this land have been reduced to such a sorry state? At this time, his power began to erupt, and the Blood River in the distance suddenly started to ripple. At this time, endless fury flashed in the Scorpio King's eyes. According to the original plan, Bear Mask would take action and force the Blood River King out with his words. Then, he would launch a sneak attack. He was confident that with his attack, he would be able to make the Blood River King pay a deep price. However, Su Yan's appearance put him in an extremely disadvantageous position. When two kings fought, the difference between taking the initiative and being passive was simply too great. However, at this point, there was no point in hating him. The most important thing was to get rid of the current crisis. Since the Blood River King had already taken action, he would definitely not show mercy. The terrifying power condensed within the arrow of Blood River made him extremely apprehensive. At this time, his Shura's poisonous tail transformed, and an extremely deep aura appeared. The aura seemed to contain the most powerful sin in this world. Such a surging power continued to surge. Blood River, today, I'm here to take your life. The power condensed by the Scorpio King finally blocked the arrow of Blood River. The terrifying aura within the Shura's poisonous tail was almost surpassing that of a king. At this time, the Blood River King was shocked. This time, he had grasped the initiative. His arrow of Blood River was prepared for the Destruction King. Thus, one could imagine how powerful he was. However, the power displayed by the Shura's poisonous tail had actually reached such a level. The surging power seemed to have engulfed everything. Such a berserk power was truly terrifying to the extreme. Blood River, did you think that I wouldn't make any preparations before coming here? The Scorpio King had already calmed down. Just as he said, since he dared to come here, he naturally had his own arrangements and preparations. Of course, having Bear Mask lure out the Blood River King was only one of his plans. If he didn't have complete confidence in his strength, he wouldn't have come here. And at this moment, that powerful aura was displayed. In fact, at this time, his power was constantly increasing, and he was gradually suppressing the power of the Blood River arrow. That is the power of Emperor Shura. At this time, Blood River King was shocked. He actually sensed the most terrifying aura in this place. At this time, his power had reached a point where it was limitless. An emperor. That was the aura of an emperor. It was not the first time he had come into contact with the Scorpio King, so he knew very well that it was impossible for him to become a ruler. One had to know that among the many Shura kings, the King of Destruction was the one who was closest to becoming an emperor, and the Blood River King was not far off either. The two of them dominated this place, and the other Shura kings did not dare to act presumptuously. But this time, not only did this guy make a move, he even brazenly invaded. He had someone to rely on, and judging from the powerful aura that erupted and his terrifying strength, there was clearly an additional emperor behind him. Ha ha ha, Blood River King, it seems like you are not muddle-headed. I will tell you the truth. Emperor Tianxing has issued a decree to take this place for his own use. If you dare to resist, only death will await you. He was right. This time, he came here to carry out the will of an emperor. If not for this, he would not have dared to provoke this battle without the support of an emperor. The Blood River King was very powerful, and the Scorpio King was originally not his match. But this time, the Sky Judgment Emperor had made a move and given him such a method, and that gave him sufficient confidence. Of course, if it was possible, he would still choose the simplest method to end the battle. But since the simplest method was no longer feasible, then he would directly annihilate the Sky Judgment Emperor. Damn it, it really is an emperor. At this moment, the Blood River King sensed an extremely terrifying aura. However, in the Shura world, emperors could not easily make a move because they had reached an extremely terrifying level. A battle between emperors would often bring a huge blow to the Shura world. It was precisely because of this that emperors could not easily make a move against each other. But why did the Emperor Tianxing dare to do this? Of course, this was no longer important. What really mattered was that the Emperor Tianxing had made a move, and his first target was the Blood River King. This infuriated the Blood River King. Of course, he knew that he was the first target because of the Sky Scorpio King. But now, this was useless. The most important thing was to get through this calamity. When the power of an emperor descended, even the Blood River King was on the verge of death. However, at such a juncture, these powerhouses who had struggled on the edge of life and death understood that they must not lose their composure. The power of an emperor was indeed powerful, but it was not impossible for the Blood River King to make a move. The most important point was that it was not an emperor who made a move. It was only an emperor's power that appeared at this time. Since that was the case, the Blood River King had a chance to counterattack. At this moment, he directly mobilized all of his power. In an instant, powerful forces collided. The long bloody river seemed to have responded to his call and directly rushed toward this place. The Blood River King had been hiding in the long bloody river to cultivate all year round in order to improve his power to the greatest extent. At his level, it was extremely difficult to improve his realm. In that case, he could only directly improve his combat strength on the basis that he could not improve his realm. The long bloody river was his best choice. The reason he built Blood River City here was to be vigilant in times of peace. As long as he was here, he could summon the power of the Blood River, which would greatly improve his combat strength. This was also why even the mighty King of Destruction was not willing to provoke the Blood River King under normal circumstances. At this moment, the power of the Blood River fell and immediately blocked the Emperor's mark. The Sky Scorpio King was taken aback. He did not expect the Blood River King to have such a trick. Nonetheless, he hated Su Yan even more at this time. If he had gone according to his original plan, it would not have been so troublesome. If he had directly launched a sneak attack with his absolute power, the Blood River King would have been obliterated before he could even summon the power of the long bloody river. Nonetheless, it was useless to say that now. If the power given to him by the ruler could not suppress the Blood River in the end, he could only escape with his tail between his legs. As for the rest, he could only wait and see what would happen. Fortunately, what he was worried about did not happen. The power of the long bloody river was indeed terrifying. At the very beginning, this power was indeed suppressed. However, this was all he could do. After this stage, the Emperor's power immediately displayed its true majesty. The incomparably powerful power had reached its peak at this time. The terrifying radiance was simply like a scorching sun at this time. Under such power, the radiance of the Blood River gradually dimmed. Such power had simply reached its peak. After a while, a lot of the scarlet blood chi of the Blood River had evaporated. If this continued, the Blood River King would undoubtedly lose. Ha ha ha, Blood River, although your power of the Blood River is powerful, it can't contend with the power of the Emperor. I'll give you a chance now. Kneel down and seal your cultivation. If you do that, I can still give you a quick death. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. At this time, he was already complacent. Not to mention him, anyone would be overjoyed to see a great enemy about to die. Blood River, you still dare to disobey? At this time, his momentum had reached the most terrifying peak. The Scorpio King felt that he had everything under control. However, an unforeseen event occurred at this time. Behind him, an inconspicuous power suddenly burst forth. In the beginning, the Scorpio King did not notice anything at all until the murderous intent suddenly erupted. Such a terrifying power was simply unbearable. What? The Scorpio King was originally in a complacent state, but then, the terrifying murderous intent appeared. He instinctively turned around and circulated his power throughout his body. It was also at this moment that the extremely terrifying murderous intent descended. The berserk power appeared at this moment, and the terrifying power ruthlessly bombarded his body. Next, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, it's you, brat. At this time, he finally saw the face of the person who suddenly attacked. It was Su Yan. It was Su Yan. When the Blood River King and the Scorpio King were fighting desperately, Su Yan directly launched a sneak attack. His spear of annihilation had raised its power to its limit. In fact, the moment Su Yan was sent flying, he had already stabilized his body. At this moment, Su Yan's body was much stronger than he had imagined. The Scorpio King's attack had indeed caused him to suffer heavy injuries. However, not only that, his injuries immediately healed. At that time, he already had the qualifications to fight back. However, it was at this time that the Blood River King suddenly appeared. At this time, Su Yan was indeed rejoicing at the appearance of the Blood River King. If it were not for the Blood River King, the one facing the ruler's power would have been Su Yan himself. Chapter 1025. Female literature. Su Yan's strength had improved too much, and he had even reached the level where he could contend against a king. Even so, it was still too much for him to face a ruler. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to be a match for this ruler's power. When the Blood River King and his opponent attacked, Su Yan chose to hide. This was because after sensing the terrifying power, he did not act rashly. Instead, he waited for an opportunity to come. At this moment, the opportunity finally appeared. The power of a ruler and the power of the Blood River summoned by the Blood River King directly clashed. At this time, Su Yan knew his chance had come. Therefore, he attacked without hesitation. When he made his move, Su Yan had already suppressed his movements. This was because he knew all too well that the experts in front of him were extremely vigilant. Unfortunately, even though the distance was very close, the Heavenly Scorpion King still sensed it at the last fatal moment. As long as he sensed it, he would be able to discover it immediately. Therefore, when Su Yan's spear of destruction was about to kill him, he still woke up and immediately launched a defense. Even so, he could not kill the Heavenly Scorpion King. For Su Yan, it was naturally very regretful. Nonetheless, if Ashura King could be killed so easily, it would be too nonsensical. Of course, even though the Celestial Scorpion King already had a defense, it was still impossible for him to completely block this power. The spear of destruction ruthlessly hit the defensive power. After most of the power in front was eliminated, the remaining power hit the Heavenly Scorpion King's body. Layers of brown patterns appeared on the surface of the Heavenly Scorpion King's body. At the same time, his face was extremely ferocious at this time. His pain, his anger, all of it showed on his face. On the other hand, Su Yan, who had exerted all his strength, seemed rather calm. You're courting death. A thick murderous aura directly rushed towards Su Yan. This terrifying power surged, as if it wanted to suppress Su Yan to the point of suffocation. Su Yan had ruined his plans time and time again. At this moment, he hated Su Yan to the core. At this moment, he directly activated the power of a ruler and directly charged towards Su Yan. Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. At this point, his power had almost reached an endless state. The terrifying aura directly bombarded his body. Such a violent power immediately suppressed Su Yan's spear of annihilation. Facing this terrifying power, Su Yan's expression changed again and again. The strength of a ruler was beyond his imagination. Blood River King, attack! At this moment, Su Yan immediately shouted. At this moment, the Scorpio King's attention had fallen on him, so it was a good opportunity for the Blood River King to attack. Nonetheless, Su Yan suddenly realized that the Blood River King was hesitating. At this moment, a trace of anger flashed through Su Yan's mind. He immediately understood the Scorpio King's thoughts. The Scorpio King wanted him to fight to the death with his opponent while he took the opportunity to gain benefits. As expected, other than myself, I can't trust anyone else. At this moment, Su Yan made up his mind and immediately responded. Faced with such a violent power, he did not continue to increase his power to perform the Spear of Annihilation. This was because he knew very well that if he really fought to the death with this ruler's power, he would definitely have to pay a huge price. Most importantly, he had no reason to do so at the moment. Since there was no reason, why should he risk his life? Therefore, he directly performed the regal sword flight and immediately retreated. As soon as the sword chi moved, his body turned into a stream of light and retreated into the distance. This ruler's power was formidable, but Su Yan's strength was even more terrifying. In just an instant, he had left the attack range of this fearsome power. It was also at this moment that the Blood River King cursed internally. Previously, he had indeed hoped that Su Yan would be able to fight the Scorpio King head-on. If it was an ordinary blue-faced Shura, he naturally would not have this ability. Even so, the Blood River King knew that Su Yan could do it for sure. No, the Blood River King even felt that Su Yan was capable of killing the Scorpio King directly. At this moment, he could naturally see that Su Yan's strength had grown by leaps and bounds again. Earlier, Su Yan was already able to resist the Scorpio King's fearsome strength. How could a blue-faced Shura reach this level? The Blood River King did not know what Su Yan had experienced, but in his opinion, this must be the work of that mysterious and unfathomable powerhouse who was likely to be Great Emperor Shura. That was why Su Yan could grow so terrifyingly. How terrifying was the strength of such an expert? If he made a move, not to mention the Scorpio King, who had the power of a ruler, even if the Tianqing Emperor personally came, what could he do? Perhaps the Scorpio King could only die under that person's power. Unfortunately, he did not see what he wanted to see in the end because Su Yan did not make a move. At this moment, Su Yan chose to retreat. At this point, the Blood River King had no choice but to make a move. The Scorpio King was here, and judging from the situation today, it was clear that he and the Blood River King would not rest until one of them was dead. Since that was the case, the Blood River King could not show mercy. At this moment, the Scorpio King's strength had not been exhausted yet, so it was the best time to make a move. If he allowed the Scorpio King to recover, it would not be so easy for the Blood River King. At this moment, the radiance of his blood river surged again, and then an extremely terrifying aura took shape. The moment this power appeared, the surroundings began to tremble. This was his power, the Blood River Arrow. Moreover, it was his most powerful attack. Since they were already mortal enemies, who cared if the ruler sent him or not? He would kill him first. The Blood River Arrow was condensed in an instant. In fact, when the Scorpio King attacked Su Yan, he had been condensing this blood arrow. Otherwise, he would not have been able to condense it in an instant. The moment the blood arrow appeared, an extremely terrifying radiance immediately descended. At this moment, the Scorpio King immediately felt the threat of death. Only now did he realize that he had forgotten about the Blood River King in his rage. Of course, he would not have acted like this under normal circumstances, but he did not know that Su Yan had secretly used his power. This power naturally could not do anything to him, but it had unintentionally magnified his anger, giving the Blood River King an opportunity to take advantage of it. Blood River, I came under orders. If you dare to kill me, the Emperor of Tianqing will immediately come in person. He naturally saw the killing intent in the Blood River King's eyes. That terrifying killing intent was so grave that it was practically boundless. At this moment, the Blood River King had fallen into the most passive state. At this moment, he almost did not know how to turn the tables because it was obviously unrealistic to use his power at this moment. Therefore, he only hoped that the ruler's name would deter the Blood River King and save his life. It was a pity that the Blood River King did not have the slightest scruple now that things had come to this point. At this moment of life and death, it was either he or the Blood River King. The Emperor of Tianxing was naturally powerful and made the Blood River King extremely wary. However, that was a matter for the future. The most important thing right now was to kill the Scorpio King. If this fiend was not eliminated, the Blood River King would not be at ease. Moreover, the Scorpio King was not weak to begin with. Allowing him to return was akin to letting a tiger return to the mountains. While the Scorpio King was speaking, the Blood River arrow had already flown out. The terrifying power directly turned into a terrifying blood arrow that immediately pierced the Scorpio King's body. The powerful blood-red energy was like a terrifying river, constantly rushing towards his body. The terrifying blood arrow pressed forward with an indomitable will. That power had already reached an extreme point. The terrifying power directly impacted the Scorpio King's body. The Scorpio King's body trembled constantly. How terrifying was the power of the Blood River arrow! The Scorpio King's complexion turned ashen in an instant. At this moment, his power was constantly rioting as he wanted to block this power. Nonetheless, this was the Blood River King's all-out attack. It was an attack that borrowed the terrifying power of the Blood River. Even the power of a ruler from before could be blocked for a while, let alone the Scorpio King, who was in an extremely poor state at this moment. Under the impact of the Blood River's power, the Scorpio King only felt that his vitality was gradually fading away. No, I don't want to die. Great Emperor, save me. I'm willing to offer my soul. At this moment, the Scorpio King had reached the end of his rope. In the end, he finally made a decision. He gritted his teeth and began to shout. It was a soul sacrifice. By offering one's powerful soul to the other party, one would become the other party's puppet from then on. This was completely different from effectiveness. Once one's soul was sacrificed, although one would still be alive, one's life and death would be controlled by the other party with a single thought. Nonetheless, the Scorpio King had no other choice at this time. This was because he knew that if he continued to hold on, his soul would be destroyed. If he became a puppet, at least he would still be alive. If he died at this time, nothing would be left. As soon as the Scorpio King's soul sacrifice was activated, an extremely terrifying power immediately appeared. That power was truly overbearing. It forcefully broke through all obstacles and directly channeled its will. At that moment, that will seem to have become the truth. Chapter 1026. Female literature. That power was simply like a divine splendor that suddenly appeared in the night sky. In an instant, a pair of cold eyes stared at him. Su Yan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He discovered that he was being watched by a pair of eyes. It wasn't an illusion, but a real pair of eyes. This was the gaze of a peerless powerhouse. That feeling of being high and mighty made Su Yan feel very uneasy and uncomfortable. To be able to do this and suddenly appear at this time, there was no need to mention the identity of this person. It was the Emperor of Shura. The Emperor of Tianxing. The Scorpio King actually chose to sacrifice his soul at this time. In this way, he had completely sold himself to this emperor. By doing so, he was cutting off his future path. After becoming a slave and lackey, how could he have the chance to advance further? However, he was also at the end of his rope. If he didn't take this step now, only death would await him. Between life and death, he ultimately chose to compromise. At this moment, his strength suddenly skyrocketed. Although he knew that this was only temporary and was the power he obtained through his sacrifice, the Scorpio King was still very satisfied. Then, his gaze fell on Su Yan. He hated Su Yan to the extreme. If it wasn't for Su Yan, he wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Therefore, all the fault originated from Su Yan. This guy was clearly just a blue mask, but but his strength was so terrifying. Just this point alone was enough for him to not let this kid live. Otherwise, if he was given enough time to grow, it would be the time for him to perish. Su Yan naturally felt his killing intent, but at this time, most of his attention was still on that pair of eyes. Blood River King, you deal with the Scorpio King. Su Yan directly said to the Blood River King. He didn't care if the Blood River King agreed or not and directly looked at that pair of eyes. The Blood River King furrowed his brows, but he didn't reject it. If an ordinary blue mask Shura had spoken to him like this, he would have already slapped that person to death. However, he wouldn't do the same to Su Yan, because Su Yan had already displayed his strength. Even though his realm had yet to reach this level, in this world, everything was still about the word strength. Su Yan already had enough capital to speak to him like this. At this very moment, his strength soared. Streaks of blood river light made him look even more profound. You damn old scorpion, your opponent is me. His blood river light suddenly suppressed the Scorpio King. The Scorpio King was an invader, so why would the Blood River King be polite? Of course, he knew that this guy's strength had increased, but so what? After all, this was Blood River City, and this was his home ground. He's of the Blood River Kings of the Kings of Bloods. The power of the Blood River King responded to his summons and directly supported him. At this moment, he naturally didn't dare to fight against an emperor. However, he didn't put the Scorpio King in his eyes, even if the Scorpio King was strengthened. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge blood-red palm fell straight down. At this moment, an extremely eye-catching radiance suddenly soared from the Scorpio King. This radiance directly rushed to the top of the sky and turned into a huge scorpion. The two powers started to clash at this moment. The berserk power seemed like flames that could destroy everything. Such radiance was simply terrifying to the extreme. However, compared to the battle between these two kings, Su Yan's battle was obviously more terrifying. In fact, at the beginning, the Blood River King almost didn't dare to believe his ears, because Su Yan actually wanted to challenge the Emperor's eye. Although it wasn't the Emperor of Tianxing descending personally, the power contained within was something that even he didn't dare to easily approach. However, he recalled that there was an even more powerful existence supporting Su Yan behind him. He had personally experienced that powerful power. Therefore, he had some confidence in Su Yan. In fact, Su Yan's best choice at this moment was to directly leave this place. This was because this place was already a place of trouble for him. The life and death of the Blood River King had nothing to do with him. If he left, at least no one here could stop him. However, at this moment, Su Yan chose to fight. Because he wanted to become stronger, there was another important reason, and that was that he needed to find the Shura cave and leave the Shura realm. At least he had a good foundation here, but if he left just like that, he would have to start all over again. Therefore, it was a good idea to protect the Blood River King. When he saw the Emperor's eye, he was naturally shocked. The Emperor of Shura was a power that surpassed that of a Tao Master. He was in existence at the level of an emperor. In fact, he knew very well that he was no match for the Emperor of Shura no matter what. However, at this moment, he still wanted to give it a try. He wanted to see how powerful the Emperor of Shura was and what kind of profound meaning his power contained. This was a good opportunity because the Emperor of Shura obviously didn't come here personally. And this pair of emperors' eye was a manifestation of his will. Therefore, this was the best moment for him to make a move. At this moment, the Taiji sword in Su Yan's hand fell into his hand. As soon as the Taiji sword appeared, Su Yan's aura suddenly rose to the extreme. His cultivation level was indeed too low. However, after his power merged with the divine sword, it made up for this to a large extent. At this moment, his power surged. The aura within it was so strong that it was almost 10 times stronger than before. Slash. As soon as he said the word, the Godslayer sword intent was displayed. This was his most ferocious sword intent. As the sword fell, the space above Blood River City seemed to be directly separated. The terrifying power turned into a storm and swept directly toward the Emperor's eye. At this moment, the pair of eyes directly enlarged, as if they could control all living things. At the same time, a cold roar was heard, and the terrifying power rolled down at this moment. Although Su Yan's power was strong, he was the emperor of Shura. If the great Shura did not appear, he was the strongest existence. He was the absolute ruler. In this huge world of Shura, how many people could become the emperor? Therefore, his strength was absolutely unquestionable. The surging power transformed into extremely terrifying thunderbolts that continuously attacked Su Yan. The storm and the lightning began to fight directly. As soon as this power fell, Su Yan immediately felt a huge pressure. However, he laughed. At the same time, the power of the utmost supreme in his body began to operate wildly. He was trying to analyze the source of this power. As long as he could completely analyze this power, he would be able to have a higher level of comprehension. At this moment, the God-Slayer sword suddenly said, "Kid, you're really greedy, but I like it." At this moment, no matter how one looked at it, it looked like it was gloating. However, it was just as it said, that it had a high opinion of Su Yan. In the face of such a powerful power, Su Yan still dared to directly go against the heavens and challenge it. This courage was already worthy of recognition. It had to be known that in this world, there were countless powerhouses who did not fear death. However, when facing an enemy who was destined to surpass them, they would feel fear in their hearts. This little bit of fear, when spread, would eventually become their shackles, causing them to be unable to take another step forward. However, Su Yan did not. He clearly knew that the power of the sovereign was extremely strong. Even if he used the Taiji sword, it would be very difficult, but he still made a move without hesitation. It had to be known that he had already said that he would not make a move this time. The battle between the lightning and the storm had reached an extreme point. The fierce collision between the two forces had caused Blood River City to be in imminent danger. At this moment, Tenna's heart was filled with uneasiness as he watched such a battle. The world of Shura had been peaceful for too long. Although there were battles happening all the time in this world, and the death of living creatures was normal, the sovereign of Shura had made a move. To be able to become the sovereign of Shura, which Shura was high and mighty, their goal was the great Shura the Great. At this point, they had already sensed many things from the unseen world. This kind of perception was far from what people of his level could understand, but he could know that this power was incomparably mysterious. For so many years, the sovereign of Shura had been quiet and did not make any movements. However, at this time, this person made a move. It seemed that a great era was coming. The Shura had always been strong. However, in the great wide world, the Shura was not invincible. The world of Shura was invading other worlds, and other worlds had also invaded the world of Shura. In fact, in an extremely distant legend, the greatest Shura of Shura's heavens had fallen. It was precisely because of this that the world of Shura became more and more barren. He had secretly observed history and found that the world of Shura had invaded other worlds, especially the infinite world, more and more frequently. The most important point was that the space between the two worlds had become more and more loose. The Shura cave had appeared much more easily than in history. The frequent appearance of the Shura cave had caused the Shura to launch more frequent invasions. In this way, they could plunder a large amount of resources. Countless Shura were also keen on this, but Tenna's worry was because the space between the two worlds had become loose, which meant that if the infinite world wanted to invade, it would not be so difficult. Chapter 1027. Female literature. It sounded very inconceivable, but he was worried about this. Of course, Nashio was not qualified to care about this, and he didn't even dare to mention it. Although he was a blue-faced Shura, he was still too humble in front of a real powerhouse. Not to mention other things, for example, he couldn't intervene in this battle at all. At this time, Aina also came up. He looked at such a battle with burning eyes. Compared to Nashio's helplessness, he was full of yearning. He was eager to fight, eager to make himself stronger. Now, he was more terrifying and powerful than before. But this was far from enough. Back then, he was able to fight Su Yan to a draw, but now, Su Yan had far surpassed him. Su Yan's outbreak was too fast, and his improvement was too fast. At this time, he couldn't even see his battle clearly. High up in the sky, the two pairs of eyes had already erupted with light like the scorching sun at this time. That terrifying aura made him shrink back at the sight of it. But Su Yan forcibly suppressed this thought. He challenged the Emperor's eyes, not because he knew that he was bound to be fine because he was protected by the God-Slayer sword, but because he wanted to challenge someone stronger. He had already fought against a king, and he was barely able to not lose, but this was the first time he felt the power of the Emperor Shura. At this time, the Taiji sword was as excited as he was, because this was also the first time he felt such an extremely violent power. This was a kind of suppression of rules. At this time, the powerful flame seemed to want to directly crush everything and then create its own rules in nothingness. This was the so-called destruction and then establishment. Such a power was like a whirlwind. And this new set of rules was to serve only himself. When all the power erupted, this was a terrifying power. Although this was not the arrival of a real emperor, this alone was enough to display the most terrifying power. It was also because of this that even the Blood River King would be at a disadvantage when facing this power, even if he had the help of the Blood River. This was the difference in the essence of power. However, Su Yan was different this time because he had the power of the divine sword. Strictly speaking, the Taiji sword was only a subdivine sword. It couldn't be compared to the God-Slayer sword at its peak. However, his strength was already strong enough. The essence of his strength was definitely not weaker than that of a venerable sovereign. He might even be comparable to a holy venerable. In this way, Su Yan no longer had an inherent disadvantage in terms of the essence of power. Of course, this was only a one-sided view. At the very least, Su Yan himself had not been able to step into this realm. Otherwise, how could things be like this? With Su Yan's own strength, he could directly kill everything. When he cooperated with the Taiji sword, even if the Emperor of Tianxing came here personally, he would only be killed. Su Yan's power continued to clash with his opponent, and the violent power stirred up countless clouds of smoke. That terrifying aura directly soared to the extreme at this moment. At this moment, his strength was constantly rising at this time. It was an indescribable feeling. Su Yan only felt that he was indescribably carefree. Right now, it was as if he had opened the door to a new world. At this moment, his brilliance rose to a boundless level. At this moment, Su Yan felt that his spirit was about to leave his body. However, at this time, he suddenly thought of something and immediately suppressed this feeling. This feeling was very wonderful, but he clearly knew that this was a drawback. It was a drawback because he couldn't control his spirit. If he didn't control himself, the consequences would be very terrifying. This time, the battle lasted for a whole hour. In this 1 hour, it was extremely difficult for everyone in Blood River City. Because of this terrifying battle, the surrounding air had become incomparably heavy. It was as if there was an extra mountain on everyone's body. After an hour, the pair of rulers' eyes finally gradually disappeared. It was the descent of a ruler's power, but it was not his actual body. After such a long time of continuous bombardment with Su Yan, his power had gradually dissipated. Of course, if it was under normal circumstances, the power would not have dissipated so easily. However, the supreme power in Su Yan's body was constantly devouring this power. This had become a cycle. That powerful force continued to devour everything, absorbing all of that terrifying force into it. This kind of power change was unimaginable for ordinary people. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was slowly rising. Although he was already in an extremely miserable state during the battle, Su Yan's aura was slowly rising. Most of the bones in his body had been shattered, but he seemed very satisfied at this time. He had long stopped caring about this level of injury. The eyes of the ruler of heavenly punishment had disappeared, and the celestial Scorpion King had a premonition that danger was coming. In the battle against the Blood River King, he had always been at a disadvantage. Although he had been instilled with the ruler's power, he had always been at a disadvantage in this battle. This made him hate the Blood River King even more. He knew that this was related to the geographical advantage. Even so, they were both kings, but the gap between them was so big, which still made him very unwilling. Just wait. This time, you've angered the ruler of heavenly punishment. Next time, his actual body will come. I'd like to see how you and this little brat will deal with this. He left behind a ruthless sentence and was about to leave. Nevertheless, how could Blood River be willing to let him leave at this time? Since they had already shed all pretenses of cordiality, he might as well go all out and kill him. At his level, he naturally would not be sloppy. Even if the Celestial Scorpion King was backed by an extremely powerful ruler of Shura, since they had become enemies, there was no need to worry. Killing the Celestial Scorpion King first was equivalent to cutting off one of his hands. Of course, he would want to do such a good deal. His Blood River power directly turned into a light screen, blocking the Celestial Scorpion King's escape route. The Celestial Scorpion King's Celestial Scorpion incarnation reached an extremely terrifying level at this moment. His eyes were filled with haze. He did not expect that the ruler's eyes would not be able to do anything to Su Yan. As a result, he had fallen into a huge crisis. At this moment, Su Yan did not care about his injuries at all. His gaze fell directly on the Celestial Scorpion King. At this moment, he suddenly had an idea in his mind, and that was to devour the Celestial Scorpion King. Devouring a king, what an incredible idea. Even the Godslayer sword was taken aback at this moment. Boy, are you crazy? The Shura King is a Dao Venerable. You actually want to devour a Dao Venerable? Are you crazy? It was no wonder that he was so shocked. If it were him, he might not even care about a Dao Venerable. After all, he used to be a powerful existence that was above everything. But what about Su Yan? Su Yan was only a Venerable at the moment. In terms of realm, a Dao Venerable was much higher than him. But now, the Godslayer sword wanted to devour a Dao Venerable. Su Yan said, crazy? Maybe, but I feel that I don't have much time left. I have to do something that I don't dare to do. If I do it step by step, I won't have any chance. As he spoke, he had already moved toward the Celestial Scorpion King. The Godslayer sword did not say anything because he knew that Su Yan was right. Although Su Yan's strength had improved very quickly at this moment. If he did it step by step, it would really be too late. As a top existence, although he was in trouble, he could feel that the trajectory of heaven and earth had begun to change. All the monsters were beginning to recover. In fact, there was a problem that he had noticed long ago, and that was that the barrier between the worlds was loosening. Putting everything else aside, the fact that Su Yan could enter the Shura world was a good indication. If this continued, Su Yan could only be a chess piece that could be sacrificed at any time when the Real Calamity came. He knew that Su Yan was a very special existence, so many powerhouses were plotting against him. The Great Demonic Dragon, the Great Demonic Heavenly Lord, which one of them was not the most terrifying existence? Even at his peak, he was afraid of them. Since the Godslayer sword could wake up from its shattered state, these people could naturally do the same. While he was thinking, Su Yan had already rushed into the blood curtain. When the Celestial Scorpion King saw Su Yan's arrival, the sense of crisis in his heart became even stronger. He had personally witnessed how terrifying Su Yan's fighting strength was. Even the emperor's eye couldn't do anything to Su Yan. And now, Su Yan had directly arrived here. The despair in his heart immediately deepened. Brat, who the hell are you? Also, do you really want to kill me? You need to know that it was just an eye formed by the power of the Sky Punishment Emperor. If you really kill me, his main body will definitely come in person. Are you mentally prepared for this? His eyes were full of resentment. At this time, he already knew that he didn't have much chance. However, anyone would hope for a fluke before death. Perhaps in these 1 or 2 sentences, as long as the other party was afraid, there would be hope for survival. At this time, Su Yan sneered and said, Celestial Scorpion King, you are still a king. What's the point of saying such words? Today, you will die without a doubt. Su Yan directly spread out his power and blocked his path. This was the power released by the divine sword. The celestial Scorpion King's thoughts of breaking through space immediately fell through. When the Blood River King saw the sword in Su Yan's hand, his eyes were full of blazing desire. Chapter 1028. Female Literature. When the Blood River Monarch's eyes fell on the Taiji sword, the greed in the deepest part of his heart couldn't be suppressed. He had never been so eager to get something. At this moment, he even wanted to attack Su Yan directly. However, he didn't lose his rationality. At this time, Su Yan was no longer the Su Yan at the beginning. He now had the power to directly contend with the Emperor's eyes. He was clear that the reason why Su Yan was able to do this was most likely because of this divine sword. But now, the sword was in his hand, so it was his own power. If he attacked Su Yan now, Su Yan alone would have the means to deal with him, let alone the powerhouse behind Su Yan. Right now, the most important thing for him was the Scorpio King. He and Su Yan could still be considered friends, but the Scorpio King was already his mortal enemy. Today's matter couldn't be undone. If the Scorpio King returned, he would definitely make a comeback. After becoming the servant of the Emperor of Sky Execution, the Scorpio King had indeed lost the possibility of stabilizing his position as the Emperor. However, in a short period of time, his combat strength was bound to increase even more. He couldn't bear the addition of the Emperor of Sky Execution. Therefore, the best choice now was to kill the Scorpio King directly. What made him happy was that Su Yan seemed to have the same intention at this time. He temporarily suppressed the greed in his heart and shouted, "Scorpio, since you have come to my Blood River City today, don't go back." His voice was ice-cold and full of killing intent. His Blood River City had suffered a huge loss in today's battle. Just the aftermath of the battle was enough to shatter the entire city. What was more important was the will of the people. In the past, all the Shura knew that as long as they entered Blood River City, they would be safe. The Blood River King's powerful strength intimidated everyone. It was precisely because of this that so many Shura had come here. These Shura lived here and offered their Shura aura to the Blood River King, who was constantly improving his strength. But what about after today? The news that a ruler was going to attack him would definitely spread. By then, the Shura would probably not treat this place as a refuge anymore. Instead, they would scramble to leave this place. This was destroying the foundation of his cultivation. This was the hatred of life and death, and there was absolutely no way to ease it. At this moment, the Blood River Monarch's blood screen grew even stronger and blocked the Scorpio King. The Scorpio King's heart sank even more. He knew that there was no way for him to be kind today. At that moment, his body suddenly began to change. His entire body turned into a crystalline color. "Blood River, I'm afraid it won't be that easy for you to kill me." At this moment, his power rushed out, and his target was Blood River King. With such a posture, one could tell at a glance that it was a desperate appearance. The Blood River King coldly snorted. "Scorpio King, why put on such an act? You're the one who offended me first. Since that's the case, let's fight." In fact, the Blood River King was also furious at this moment. Of course, he could see that the Scorpio King was already determined to die. His current goal was to drag someone down with him, but the Scorpio King's target was him. Blood River's radiance, boundless baptism. At this moment, the Scorpio King's power suddenly operated, and a bloody light soared into the sky. It was simply lawless. The Crystal Scorpio and the Blood River King's power directly bombarded each other. These two terrifying auras burst out, and the powerful force turned into a terrifying light screen, directly pushing outside. Su Yan stopped not far away from the two of them. The Scorpio King's reaction surprised him a little because he clearly saw the Scorpio King's anger and hatred towards him. However, since the Scorpio King had chosen Blood River King, he could just sit back and reap the benefits. The battle between the two monarchs was indeed terrifying. At this moment, Su Yan's attention became even more focused. How could he miss such a wonderful opportunity? With the support of the Taiji sword, his combat strength could indeed reach this level. However, he clearly knew that this wasn't enough. What he needed was to continuously increase his strength. He clearly knew that his enemies were far from these people in front of him. The two Shura kings were indeed very strong, but compared to those powerful existences whose fate was linked to his, what were they? Unknowingly, Su Yan's state of mind calmed down. At this moment, the huge crystal Scorpio suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, and the appearance of the berserk Shu directly caused a huge impact to Su Yan. This terrifying power had changed to the extreme at this moment. And Su Yan was carefully sensing the changes in the power of the two sides. Right at this moment, the sky above their heads suddenly changed. The world became even more oppressive at this moment, and a faintly discernible power appeared at this moment. When such a power appeared, it was as if the sky was about to collapse. This was an extremely oppressive feeling. Su Yan, who had just been silent in the power, suddenly opened his eyes. Interesting. At this moment, the Godslayer sword suddenly said. Su Yan didn't know why he suddenly said this, but he understood that since this guy said this, something bad was about to happen. Right at this moment, a thunderbolt directly struck down. This thunderbolt appeared too suddenly. Before this, there was not even the slightest sign. However, Su Yan was already on guard before this. When the thunderbolt struck, he directly disappeared from where he was. His speed was already extremely fast, and in an instant, he dodged the terrifying impact of the thunderbolt. However, that thunderbolt seemed to have locked onto him. At this moment, it was inseparable, and continuously attacked him. Su Yan couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, isn't that heaven's will already blocked?" Such a scene had only happened when he had just arrived in this world. However, during this period of time, heaven's will's attention to him had long disappeared, and so he was able to live a good life. However, he didn't expect that at this moment, he would be attacked by heaven's will again. Blocked? That's actually wrong. It's just a temporary block. Now, the power of heaven's will is watching you again. Have you forgotten that pair of eyes from before? The Godslayer sword said. At this moment, Su Yan was suddenly startled, and then he asked, "Are you talking about the Emperor's eyes?" The Godslayer sword said, "Indeed. You must know that the Emperor of Shura is equivalent to an emperor in your world." And what level is an emperor? He is a powerful existence that has perfected the Tao law, and can already sense the heaven's will. It seems that the new heaven's will in Shura has become stronger. Su Yan was shocked again, a new heaven's will. The Godslayer's sword said with a look of indifference, "Yes, a new heaven's will. The old one was killed, and the new one appeared. Actually, this isn't a big deal." Su Yan dodged the lightning once again, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Talking to the Godslayer sword was simply challenging his nerves all the time. Only such a terrifying person would be able to casually say something like, "Heaven's will execution." At this moment, the two kings who were fighting had also noticed the change in Su Yan. The sudden lightning that fell from the sky made the two of them confused. At this moment, the Blood River King's mouth twitched because he thought of something. Why is the lightning targeting Su Yan? Could it be that he's not the successor of the Shura Emperor, but an invader? He had suspected this before, but he rejected this idea when he felt the terrifying power of the Shura released by the Godslayer sword. But now, the change in heavens will made him think of this matter again. Now that he thought about it, Su Yan was really an invader. At this moment, his head suddenly hurt. Immediately after, anger rose in his heart. This kind of anger appeared without any reason. In an instant, it was as if Su Yan had become his father's murderer. At this moment, he couldn't even care about the Sky Scorpion King. But a moment later, the radiance of his blood river flashed and he immediately calmed himself down. No, why would I have such a thought? It actually affected my consciousness directly. He was horrified. At this moment, he needed to join forces with Su Yan and absolutely not attack Su Yan. Because this was the only way to maximize the benefits. But just a moment ago, such a thought actually flashed through his mind. This made him feel a lingering fear. His gaze fell on the Sky Scorpion King. At this moment, the Sky Scorpion King suddenly said, "Blood River, I think you must have felt the heavens will just now." Let's join forces and kill this kid." When he said this, the Blood River King's heart palpitated with eagerness. Of course, what moved him wasn't the ability to fight for heaven's will, but the Taiji sword in Su Yan's hand. At this moment, Su Yan didn't pay attention to these two guys. Instead, he brandished the Taiji sword and a terrifying sword aura rushed into the sky. He was going to confront the heavenly lightning. The two forces collided at the critical moment. The powerful radiance turned into extremely terrifying streams of light that kept exploding at this moment. Such a terrifying radiance of annihilation was simply burning to the extreme at this moment. Although Su Yan's sword aura was powerful, he was facing the terrifying heavenly lightning. In just a short moment, the powerful lightning power had already invaded his body. Fortunately, Su Yan's physical body was extremely strong. Not only did he not mind such a power descending, but he also treated this power as a tempering for his body. Chapter 1029. Female Literature. Hehe, what a terrifying power. Unfortunately, I'm no longer the same person I was when I first stepped into the Shura realm. Su Yan's power slowly circulated. At the same time, the supreme power also moved. Gradually, the lightning became smaller and smaller. At this moment, the Godslayer sword said, "Let me help you." As soon as his words fell, an extremely terrifying aura soared into the sky. At this time, the Blood River King and the Scorpion King were both horrified when they sensed this power. How is this possible? It's actually such a terrifying power of the Shura realm. The Blood River King wasn't too surprised. After all, he already knew that there was an extremely terrifying existence behind Su Yan. However, this was the first time the Scorpion King had seen such a power. Such a violent power shocked him. He was a king himself and his strength was extremely powerful and terrifying. On the other hand, the power of the Shura realm king was even stronger than him. But today, he witnessed an even more terrifying power. It was as if this power was the heavens in the unseen world. At this time, the Godslayer sword said to Su Yan, "Su Yan, didn't you want to devour the Shura realm king? Then, these two people are right in front of you. What are you waiting for?" The Godslayer sword's intention was very clear. It wanted Su Yan to face the two Shura realm kings alone. The situation changed too quickly. According to Su Yan's initial plan, he wanted to join forces with the Blood River King to kill the Scorpion King. After all, devouring and analyzing the inheritance seal of the Shura realm king had already benefited him a lot. If he directly devoured a king, his strength would increase even faster. Of course, the Blood River King wouldn't let him get what he wanted. At that time, it would be up to him and the Blood River King to determine the outcome. However, he didn't expect that the heavens will of the Shura realm would suddenly reappear and change the situation. The Godslayer sword was also acting very strangely this time. It didn't know that it was using such a method. At this moment, everything between heaven and earth was enveloped by the power of the Godslayer sword. Su Yan didn't attack. He just said, "God Punisher, what is the meaning of this?" He did not understand the Godslayer sword's actions, but he was sure that the Godslayer sword's change in attitude had something to do with the new god's will that he had just mentioned. The Godslayer sword said, "What do you mean?" "In fact, it's nothing much. It's just as you wish to become stronger. Just like you said, if you want to become stronger now, it's naturally impossible to do it step by step. What's wrong? Are you afraid? This is different from the Su Yan I know. Isn't the Su Yan I know supposed to be unafraid of the heavens and earth? Now that you have the Taiji sword and even dare to challenge the eyes of the Shura realm king, what are these two guys?" Su Yan took a few deep breaths and said, "Okay, no matter what your purpose is, I believe that you won't harm me." After Su Yan said that, he immediately looked at the two kings. The Blood River King said, "Little friend Su Yan, what is the meaning of this?" He felt uneasy. Although he and the Sky Scorpio monarch were both monarchs, after witnessing the battle between Su Yan and the eyes of the Sky Punishment Emperor, the Sky Scorpio monarch lost some confidence in defeating Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan said, "All right, Blood River King, you are asking the obvious. I think you are very clear in your heart that I am an invader to this world. You can still feel the will of the heavens, which is to kill me. Therefore, the two of us should be mortal enemies. After Su Yan said that, the Blood River King's expression became unnatural. He knew what Su Yan meant. At this time, Su Yan had opened his mouth, which meant that he was prepared to fight to the death. The Scorpio King raised his brows and said, "Blood River, you are quite bold. You actually dare to collude with the invaders of the Shura realm. I finally understand why the Sky Punishment Emperor came here. So that's why. Colluding with the otherworldly demons was betraying the entire world." The Blood River King directly roared, "Shut up, you idiot. Can't you see that this guy wants to kill both of us? If I am really colluding with him, is there a need for him to kill me as well? So, you stupid pig, if you don't know anything, then shut up." After roaring, the Blood River King said, "This kid is actually not that scary. What's really scary is the person behind him. You have also seen the terrifying power that can rival the will of the heavens. That's why, Scorpio King, you bastard, prepare to die." At this time, both sides had completely shed all pretense of cordiality. The Blood River King threw away all his fantasies. His power was sinking bit by bit. That terrifying aura was rolling at this time. Everything began to condense at this time. At this time, Su Yan's aura directly soared. The strength of the three of them was constantly increasing. Forget it. If this kid is really as powerful as you say, doesn't that mean we are doomed? At this time, Su Yan directly said, "You don't have to be so pessimistic. I might as well tell you directly that the existence behind me won't intervene in our battle. He is currently entangled with the will of the heavens. Therefore, when you and I fight, he will be powerless to help me. If you kill me, you will even be rewarded by the will of the heavens." Su Yan was also very straightforward. At this time, he actually said this sentence. He understood the intention of the God-Slayer sword, which was to force him into a desperate situation. Since he was also doing the same thing, then he might as well be straightforward. His Taiji sword flashed and his aura reached the extreme in an instant. Then, he activated the regal sword escape art. In an instant, he suddenly appeared beside the Scorpio King. Kill. With a cold snort, his sword fell heavily. Such power seemed very heavy at this time. A sound that made one's heart palpitate resounded. It was an indescribable feeling. If it had been an ordinary Azura, Su Yan would have killed him on the spot with that one slash. However, Su Yan was facing the Scorpio King, who was a very powerful existence. His aura directly soared at this time, and the crystal light around his body appeared again. The Blood River King's Blood River force was the strangest, while the Destruction King's Destruction force was extremely tyrannical and destructive. The Scorpio King's crystal force focused on defense. "Kid, do you think I'm a pushover? Then you've got the wrong person." The battle had already begun, so all the worries in his heart were cast aside. Su Yan wanted to fight two people alone. This was indeed arrogant. According to common sense, a Shura king could kill even 100 blue-faced Shura. However, Su Yan was different now. With the Taiji sword, the essence of his power was completely different. Clang! A loud sound was heard. A violent power directly bombarded at this time. The radiance in the sky has dimmed a lot. Although it was inside the boundary, the terrifying sound still spread far and wide. Such sound waves made the people of Blood River City, who were already very uneasy, even more terrified. At this time, except for the curious and capable Shura, the other Shura had already escaped. They knew very well that staying in such a place was tantamount to courting death. At this time, Aina frowned and said, "What's wrong? What's the origin of that Scorpio King? Could it be that even Lord Blood River couldn't do anything to him?" Although Aina had made up his mind to surpass Blood River King, he had to admit that Blood River King's strength was definitely the most powerful and terrifying among the Shura kings. But at this time, it seemed that even Blood River King couldn't do anything to him. The Shura King's matter isn't something we can participate in. Nana Roy's face was very unsightly. In a sense, he had already tied his life to the Blood River City. If Blood River City was completely destroyed, then he wouldn't be far from death. At this time, Blood River City was already in ruins, which was a huge burden for him. But Su Yan is inside. I don't know if he can come back alive. Even though he knew that Su Yan's strength was extremely terrifying, he didn't dare to imagine that Su Yan was in a constant battle with the Shura king that he wanted to surpass. The brilliance of the crystal blocked Su Yan's sword, but it was also at this time that Blood River King made his move. The power of the Blood River directly condensed and finally formed the Blood River sword. Blood River King held the sword, pushed his aura to the peak, and then directly slashed at Su Yan. Since you're an otherworldly demon, then die for me. A blood-colored crescent moon appeared. Such a figure was bewitching and powerful. Su Yan didn't seem to react to the incoming sword light. He seemed to still be immersed in the powerful defensive power of the crystal scorpion. This kid's realm is still too low. Even if he has this peerless divine weapon, he still can't control it and display its true strength. It's a pity that such a divine sword fell into his hands. It should be in my hands, so that it won't be covered in dust. When he thought that he had the opportunity to master this sword, his heart became even more excited. It was a kind of uncontrollable greed. Su Yan's strength was at most a blue-masked Shura, but even so, with this sword, he could fight against the Shura Emperor's eye and even defeat it. Chapter 1030. Female literature. He was much stronger than Su Yan. If he could grasp this terrifying power in his hands, then he might be able to survive this calamity. Even if the Sky Punisher Emperor came, he wouldn't be afraid. Of course, all of this was based on the premise that he could kill Su Yan. His blood crescent moon arrived in front of Su Yan in the blink of an eye. However, at this moment, his expression immediately changed. Because at this moment, Su Yan's body suddenly began to become very faint. Shadow. The Blood River monarch was furious. As an Azura king, from the very beginning, he hadn't been able to see that this was only a phantom. This was something that shouldn't have happened, but it did. After the blood crescent moon slashed at the shadow, it immediately moved towards the Scorpio monarch. Boom. A loud sound was accompanied by the Scorpio monarch's furious roar. Su Yan dodged the sword, so it naturally slashed at the Scorpio monarch. The Scorpio monarch's crystal defense was indeed very powerful. However, it was already very difficult for him to defend against Su Yan's attack with this powerful force. Unexpectedly, the Blood River King's Blood River Slash actually landed on his body. This was no different from adding fuel to the fire for him. Blood River, you dog. Are you trying to take advantage of this opportunity to kill me? If that's the case, then come at me. I'd like to see if I can drag you down with me before I die. At this moment, he was so furious that an extremely powerful and terrifying power surged out. The Blood River monarch immediately said, "You damn old scorpion, what the hell are you doing? If you want to fight, then come at me. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" However, the two Shura monarchs were very clear that their biggest enemy at this time wasn't each other, but Su Yan. If Su Yan didn't die at this time, then they would be in great danger. Su Yan had already said that the mysterious existence behind him was entangled with the heaven's will and would not attack them. But who would believe the words of the enemy? Alright, enough nonsense. Cripple this guy first. If he doesn't die, we won't have peace. At this time, the two of them suppressed the anger in their hearts at the same time. The power of the two rose again. This time, the two of them attacked Su Yan at the same time. The moment the power of the two kings condensed, Su Yan immediately felt an extremely heavy pressure. Compared to these two powerful Shura kings, Su Yan was much weaker. He could only fight them because he had the Taiji sword. At this moment it was even more difficult for him to deal with the pincer attack of the two powerhouses. Although the two of them were hostile to each other, they were able to display a huge amount of power when they joined forces. The Scorpio King's defense was really strong. At this time, he stood in front of Su Yan and blocked all the sword chi slashed out by him. At this time, the Blood River King stood behind him and attacked. Every time the Blood River King attacked, he would bring great trouble to Su Yan. It was as if he wanted to bite off a piece of flesh from Su Yan's body. No, I can't let this go on. After barely avoiding the power of the Blood River King, Su Yan immediately pulled away from him. What's wrong, kid? Do you know fear now? At this time, his power surged and the Blood River became even more violent. In this battle, the power he displayed was completely above the Scorpio King's. This was the terrifying aspect of the Blood River King. As long as he was near the Blood River, not to mention other things, just his battle endurance was extremely terrifying. Even the Destruction Monarch was inferior to the Blood River King in this aspect. At this time, if they continued to waste time, then the only one who would suffer would be Su Yan. After all, in terms of foundation, he wouldn't lose to anyone in the same realm. In fact, he would far surpass them. But now, he was facing the Shura Monarch. Exalted, sun-shattering slash. He ignored the Blood River King's mockery and just held his sword horizontally. Then, the exalted sword scriptures exalted sun-shattering slash appeared. This place had been enveloped by the Shura power of the Godslayer sword. The scorching sun of the Shura world couldn't enter this place. Therefore, the inside of this boundary was actually extremely gloomy and dark. However, at this moment, a dazzling radiance flickered. As the terrifying light burned, the entire world began to shatter and collapse. Such power was truly frightening, even horrifying. At this moment, Su Yan took a step forward. His power manifested at this moment. At this moment, he was the core of the scorching sun. With the support of the Taiji sword, an extremely terrifying scorching power flashed. At the first moment, Blood River King retreated to the rear. The sudden appearance of the radiance made him feel extremely uneasy. In fact, the power displayed at this moment was still within the range he could bear. However, after interacting with Su Yan for a while, he already had a rough idea of Su Yan's character. Su Yan's previous words were already words of cutting off all means of retreat. And now, he displayed this sword move to reverse the situation. Therefore, such a sword move was definitely far beyond his imagination. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was rising. Blood River, when did your courage become so small? Even with such power, you still want to retreat? The Scorpio Monarch had already withstood wave after wave of Su Yan's attacks. Although he had to admit that Su Yan's attacks were indeed powerful and even terrifying, it was still within the range he could bear. His crystal incarnation was extremely powerful. At this moment, when Su Yan suddenly slashed out this sword, he did feel a terrifying aura. However, he didn't think that he couldn't block this sword. His crystal incarnation was far from reaching its limit. If it were any other time, why would the Blood River King pay attention to this idiot? Letting him withstand Su Yan's power was also a good thing for him. But now, he wouldn't do that. Although the Blood River King wanted to kill the Scorpio Monarch very much, this guy was his ally at this moment. It was even very likely that this guy's life and death were related to his own life and death. In that case, he couldn't let this guy die like this. You idiot, this is the sword move this kid is using to turn the situation around. How can it be simple? Hurry up and mobilize your power. The Blood River King's reminder didn't attract the Scorpio Monarch's attention. On the contrary, the Scorpio Monarch sneered. Blood River King, are you trying to take this opportunity to launch a sneak attack on me? The Scorpio Monarch had always been on guard against the Blood River King. He and the Blood River King had a feud since a long time ago. Back then, he and the Blood River King were considered to be on the same side. However, during a battle, the Blood River King ruthlessly tricked him. At that time, the Scorpio Monarch almost died. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to survive. Later on, he obtained the Scorpio Monarch's mysteries and became a Shura Monarch. As the saying went, once bitten, twice shy. Not to mention, he was plotted against by the Blood River King. Moreover, the Blood River King wanted to join forces with this kid to kill him in the beginning. In the beginning of the battle, the Scorpio Monarch didn't think much of it. However, when Su Yan retreated and executed the supreme sun-shattering slash, he suddenly thought of something. The Blood River King's attack power was actually extremely terrifying. The Scorpio monarch had deeply experienced it before. Even with the support of the ruler's power, he was still at a disadvantage. From this, one could imagine how powerful this guy's attack power was. However, after such a long time, the kid opposite him was still safe and sound. Yes, although Su Yan was in a sorry state and even had many wounds on his body, he was still safe and sound. Just how insidious was the power of Blood River King? The chi condensed from the Blood River was simply too powerful and terrifying. Even the Scorpio monarch would not be so relaxed after withstanding such power. However, Su Yan was still in such a state. Was there something hidden in this? Perhaps all of this was fake. This was just a good show put on by the kid and the Blood River King. They wanted the Scorpio monarch to let down his guard and kill him at the most critical moment. This way, they would be able to obtain the greatest results at the smallest price. The Scorpio monarch knew that it was impossible for him to survive under the joint attack of the kid and the Blood River King. In the beginning, he had already planned to perish together with the kid. However, at that moment, the will of the heavens suddenly changed. Then, the Scorpio monarch joined forces with the Scorpio monarch, resulting in the current battle. The Scorpio monarch's initial target of mutual destruction was actually the Blood River King. The Scorpio monarch naturally did not want to bear such a price, so he wanted to exchange for his life with the smallest consequences. In this way, everything seemed to make sense. Despicable, too despicable. He was almost fooled again. The Blood River King was stunned. He did not expect the Scorpio monarch's imagination to be so developed that he could come up with a version of the story in an instant. Idiot, what are you still doing? The kid's attack is about to arrive. The Blood River King roared again. At the same time, his Blood River power suddenly increased. The Scorpio monarch's eyes became even colder. Is that really the case? While I was resisting the kid with my greatest strength, you sneak attacked me from behind. Blood River, you despicable dog. The Scorpio monarch's crystal incarnation went all out at this moment. Su Yan's brows twitched. The two Shura monarchs were clearly going to display their most powerful strength. Although his supreme sun-shattering slash was powerful after receiving the support of the Taiji sword, it was obviously very difficult to break the attacks of the two in an instant. Chapter 1031. Female Literature, but so what? A battle was about challenging the impossible and seeking life in the midst of death. Sun-shattering slash. At this moment, the sunlight shone to the extreme. The terrifying power shattered and boundless brilliance shone out. At this moment, the true power of Su Yan's sword burst forth. At this moment, Su Yan immediately realized that this power of his was different from the past. The previous sun-shattering slash was a power that had evolved to the extreme. The scorching sun rose with terrifying and berserk power. When the scorching sun began to fade away, the power of this sword became even more berserk and terrifying. With this, the most berserk power impact was completed. However, it was different this time. The moment the scorching sun rose, this power had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Su Yan even felt that the violent evolution had already been completed at this moment. The moment the scorching sun shattered, what he felt was actually coldness. It was an unimaginable coldness. Even Su Yan himself felt a bone-piercing chill. This kind of ice-cold power rushed towards him at this moment. However, Su Yan himself was the user of power, so this impact didn't affect him much. But when this power rushed toward the Blood River King and the Scorpio King, it became even more terrifying. The Blood River King's eyebrows twitched wildly. I knew it, I knew it. The power of this sword is really powerful. The sword swept over. The terrifying heat of the berserk to the extreme was constantly fusing with the extremely cold power. The scorching heat had reached an unimaginable level. At this moment, yin and yang complemented each other. Ice and fire came from the same source. The powerful Blood River King turned into a huge shield at this moment. At this moment, the Scorpio King was in the most awkward position. According to his expectations, this was a conspiracy of Su Yan and the damn Blood River King. Therefore, he even gave up on defending against Su Yan's power and rushed toward the Blood River King. But the moment the scorching sun shattered, he realized that he was wrong. At this moment, Su Yan's strength had increased by more than 1,000 times. That berserk aura was so powerful that he was at a loss for what to do. This was especially so when the yin and yang powers combined. The aura that erupted was simply extremely powerful. The power of that radiance was truly terrifying. Endless aura was released bit by bit at this time, even forming a yin-yang storm. The power of the yin-yang storm soared into the sky. It was so conspicuous in this domain barrier. Damn it, Shui, he didn't trick me this time. Crystal battle form. At this time, Yi Shiwen finally understood that Blood River King really didn't cheat him this time, but it was already too late. However, he wouldn't wait for his death in vain. At that moment, he unleashed his crystal battle body. In an instant, a huge crystal scorpion appeared in the sky. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat when he saw the crystal scorpion. The crystal scorpion's appearance was truly terrifying. Moreover, it had already lost the appearance of a living creature. If he had to use a word to describe it, it would be a tank. The appearance of this huge crystal scorpion was very similar to the tanks in Su Yan's original world. However, in terms of size, it was countless times larger than a tank. At this moment, more than half of the power of Su Yan's yin-yang strangulation immediately hit it. As a result, the pressure on Blood River King immediately decreased a lot. Damn fool, if I really wanted to trick you, you would have died 1,000 times over. Blood River King cursed in disdain. In the next moment, his body immediately shot out. At this moment, taking advantage of the gap between the crystal scorpion blocking Su Yan, it was the best time to deal a fatal blow to Su Yan. You idiot, hold on for a while. I'm going to take this kid's life. In the blink of an eye, Blood River King's terrifying blood cloak directly swept out, and the extremely violent power turned into a terrifying tide at this time. Su Yan's body was immediately surrounded by a bright red color. You invading thief, I'll kill you today. His aura manifested at this moment, and that terrifying power rose to the extreme. This was his killing move. If it wasn't a matter of life and death, he would definitely not use this move. Blood River King's ambition was extremely great. Back then, he had prepared this move for an emperor. The strength of an emperor was extremely powerful and terrifying, and it was impossible for him to become an emperor in a short period of time. In order to avoid the arrival of an emperor one day, he had already started preparing for it a long time ago. The name of this move was Blood River Strangulation. In fact, this move was very simple. It was to directly condense the power of the Blood River, and then use it together with his Blood River Grand technique to explode with the most terrifying power. Of course, the principle was indeed simple, but to use this move required a long preparation process. He had already spent close to 1,000 years accumulating this move. Therefore, when the Emperor's eyes appeared last time, although he was very apprehensive and even panicked, he still didn't compromise. This was because this was what he was relying on. However, even he didn't expect to use this move on Su Yan instead of the Emperor. Even so, it seemed like this was the best choice because if he used this move against a ruler, he would only have one chance. Moreover, there was only a certain probability of injuring Emperor Shura. However, it was different now. Even though Su Yan had the divine sword, he wasn't a real emperor. If the real emperor of Tianxing descended this time, Su Yan wouldn't have a chance at all. In other words, the Blood River Strangulation that he prepared would have an even more terrifying destructive power against Su Yan, and this destructive power was very likely to be fatal. Especially now, Su Yan had used the Supreme Sun-Shattering Slash. His attack power had been directly blocked by the Scorpio King, so how could he block his power now? This was an opportunity, the best opportunity for him to kill Su Yan. If he killed Su Yan, he would be able to obtain the Taiji Divine Sword in Su Yan's hands. When Su Yan fought against the Emperor's eyes, he had already coveted this sword. If he could obtain this sword, he was very confident that his combat strength would increase immediately. At that time, he would directly kill the Scorpio king and devour him. After that, his target would be the king of destruction. This way, he would have a great chance of breaking through to the emperor realm. And as long as he could become the emperor of Shura, what could a mere emperor of Tianxing do to him? This was what he was relying on. The blood river suddenly engulfed Su Yan, and an extremely cold power appeared. At this moment, Su Yan truly felt the threat of death. This feeling was as if he was already under a huge mountain. At this moment, he even felt like he couldn't breathe. At this moment, his only thought was to leave. Of course, this was the first reaction a person would have when facing a disaster and predicament. In just an instant, Su Yan had already dispelled this feeling. He, who had experienced countless life and death situations, naturally understood that such a cowardly reaction was sometimes not a good thing. To a large extent, it could even cause one to lose one's life. Su Yan had not reached the point where he needed to shrink back and sign up. Blood River King, you want the Taiji divine sword in my hands, right? Su Yan asked directly through voice transmission. At this moment, the Blood River King's expression was ice cold. Since he had already made up his mind to kill, he would not waste his breath on Su Yan. After all, there was no point in saying more words to a dead person. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly threw the Taiji divine sword in his hand. An extremely heavy light directly flew out at this moment. This light flew out quickly, but it was beyond the Blood River King's expectation. At this time, Su Yan was obviously in an extremely dangerous situation. He was hit by his own power and might die in the next moment. If it were him, the most correct thing to do at this time would be to use the powerful power of the sword to save his life and find a way to block the Blood River King's attack. But at this time, Su Yan gave up on the divine sword. Could it be that this kid wants to surrender to me? No, that's impossible. This kid is actually very crafty. At this time, he must have his own purpose. However, no matter what your purpose is, since I have already made up my mind, I must kill you. You can't escape. As he spoke, his aura became stronger. At this time, a terrifying and powerful force had been condensed into a point. At this moment, the power of the Blood River was about to reach its limit. The terrifying power of the Blood River was condensed into a point. After being compressed infinitely, how terrifying would this power be? It was precisely because of this that he was confident that he could injure the Shura Emperor. At this time, although he didn't know what Su Yan was thinking at this time, his thoughts were actually very simple. No matter what changes you have, I will kill you with the most powerful power. As long as you're dead, all of your plans will fall through. It was at this moment that his power surged out. The secret technique that the Blood River King regarded as his last trump card was indeed incomparably terrifying. At this time, this power rushed out directly, leaving a bright red track in the space. This track was so eye-catching that even the boundary began to tremble at this time. The space here was not a natural world, but a barrier constructed by the god-killing sword with an extremely powerful force. However, at this time, this barrier was actually shaken. From this, it could be seen how powerful this force was. And it was also at this time that countless miserable screams suddenly sounded in Blood River City. Chapter 1032. Female Literature. Since this power was the condensation of all the power and burst out, naturally there was no reservation. The purpose of the Blood River King was to collect power and then condense it here. As the saying goes, an army is trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. At this time, it was time to release all the power. In order to ensure that Su Yan was killed, he did not hold back at all. In the eyes of the Blood River King, Su Yan was comparable to a Shura emperor. This could be said to be the glory of Su Yan. At this moment, those who stayed in the Blood River City to watch the result immediately felt that there was an invisible force beginning to deprive them of their lives. At this time, they all regretted and wanted to leave immediately. But it was too late. Ah, this is the Blood River City extracting my power. Why, Blood River King, why are you doing this to me? A blue-faced Shura roared directly. He was a blue-faced Azura. Below the king level, he was already an extremely noble existence. But at this time, his life was being directly sucked out. This kind of feeling was simply terrible. Watching his own life force being sucked away bit by bit, but he was powerless to do anything about it. This made him suffer to the extreme. Aina also felt this power. Of course, it was impossible for him to be captured without putting up a fight, so he immediately exerted his power to leave. Damn it, the Blood River King wants to suck out my life force. Aina was not reconciled. He paid a huge price to become a blue-faced Shura, but he did not expect that at this time, he would be treated like a pig or a dog. At this time, Nana Roy said helplessly, "This day has finally come." At this time, Aina suddenly turned around and was immediately shocked to find that at this time, Nana Roy was unbelievably old. At this time, he was almost a bag of bones. Don't be so surprised, my death has long been destined. Aina, I will use the last of my strength to let you leave. Your future is still very long, you should not die here. In fact, Rusty had expected this a long time ago. However, he had received a great favor back then. Even if he knew that he would end up like this sooner or later, he still bore this responsibility. He was doing this to repay a debt of gratitude. He should have died a long time ago, and it was a blessing to be able to live for so many years. However, in his opinion, Aina should not die here, so he used the last of his life to help Aina break free from the shackles of power. Aina, remember what I said. Don't let hatred blind your eyes. The only thing you need to do is to become stronger. Only by becoming a true expert can you do what you want to do. In this world, no matter where it is not safe. Even the god of Shura can be killed, let alone us insignificant creatures. Although I'm not strong enough, I still have some ability to calculate. The world is about to change, so we have to live well. Let's go. His flame of life finally disappeared, but at the moment it disappeared, he directly helped Aina break free from the shackles, and then sent Aina out. Aina left Blood River City far away. At this time, he actually wanted to cry. Since birth, no matter how great the difficulties he encountered, he had never thought of crying, but this time, he really wanted to cry. He naturally hated the Blood River King. If it were not for the Blood River King, Rusty would not have died so miserably. However, he had to admit that Jinna Roy was right. In fact, this was a law, the law of the jungle. If one's strength was not strong enough, then even without the Blood River King, they would still be killed by others. Therefore, hatred was meaningless. The most important thing was to make oneself stronger. He had seen the terrible scene of Su Yan and the Emperor's eye battle, and the thought in his heart was even more firm. That terrible blood-colored power had already arrived in front of Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's expression was very serious. Around his body, there were arcs of electricity flashing. Thunder technique. At this time, Su Yan wanted to use thunder technique to take on this terrible power. In front of such a terrible power, he actually wanted to use thunder technique. In his opinion, this was no different from suicide. This was really a stupid opponent, but fortunately, no one disliked a stupid opponent. Therefore, at this time, Blood River King sneered even more, and directly increased the power of this attack to the extreme. The blood-colored light turned into a light shadow, broke through the barrier of space, and directly arrived in front of Su Yan at an unparalleled speed. The terrible and powerful power seemed to have become eternal at this moment. In an instant, Su Yan was already swallowed by this red power. Activate, Blood River Strangulation. He was very proud. With such a terrible power erupting, this kid would definitely die. Then, he began to look for the divine sword that he coveted. In fact, killing Su Yan was a trivial matter. What was really important was that divine sword. Obtaining that divine sword was equivalent to allowing him to become the king of Shura in advance. In his heart, he was very clear that all methods and schemes were actually bad. When facing a truly powerful existence, only strength was the right way to go. There were many things that Naroi could see, so how could he, the king of Shura, not see? Didn't the king of destruction recently launch an invasion in the hope of increasing his strength? Only by increasing his strength could he establish a foothold. However, soon, his face turned cold. Even with his powerful divine sense, he could not find any trace of the Taiji divine sword. It was as if the sword had never appeared at all. His anger suddenly rose. He naturally knew that it was impossible for the sword to completely disappear. However, this impossible thing had indeed happened in front of him. Such a situation could almost be said to be strange, but he was not willing to let it go. Impossible. This brat would never abandon such a divine sword. He must have hidden it somewhere. Where is it? Where is it? Su Yan had been surrounded by his blood river strangulation, so he did not believe that Su Yan could still come out alive. At this time, the most important thing was that divine sword. However, he did not expect that Su Yan was still alive at this time. Outside of Su Yan's body, streaks of electric arcs actually transformed into a battle armor at this moment. Then, after the thunder battle armor appeared, the power of the blood river kept attacking his body, but it was constantly purified. At this time, Su Yan's supreme power appeared in his body. Blood River King, it's not that easy to kill me. However, I'm going to accept this power of yours. At this time, Su Yan could only roar, as if he was going to use the last of his strength. Su Yan was too crazy. When facing such a power, his first thought was not to escape, nor to block it with the power of the Taiji divine sword, but to devour it. When fighting with the Emperor's eyes, he already knew his innate weakness. His accumulation of power was still too weak. Because of this, if he really fought with the Emperor's eyes, or even King Shura, he could rely on the Taiji divine sword to resist for a while. However, after a long time, his power would definitely be exhausted. At that time, it would be time for him to die. Therefore, the most important thing now was to strengthen his power and reach an unimaginable level. Earlier, he had already said that if he followed the prescribed order, everything would be too slow. Now, time did not allow him to follow the prescribed order. Since he could not accumulate power bit by bit, then he would just have to rob. This was Su Yan's thought at this time. Therefore, when this extremely terrifying power appeared, his first thought was to devour it directly. The Supreme Sword Spirit seemed to have sensed his thoughts. When Su Yan directly activated the Supreme Power, the Sword Spirit directly left his sea of consciousness and landed outside. The power began to flow slowly. This power was so quiet and slow. It formed a sharp contrast with the terrifying power of the Blood River. However, this seemingly slow-moving power actually began to devour the intense blood-red power at this moment. This devouring was not fast. At the very least, it was very slow in the beginning. However, gradually, the speed of the devouring increased bit by bit. In the end, the speed of the devouring became like a giant whale swallowing water. It was extremely terrifying. This was the powerful and terrifying aspect of the revered sword soul. Of course, for Su Yan, this was a test in itself. Such a powerful force directly rushed towards his body. Although the existence of the Supreme Sword Spirit had already filtered the power and made it calm, it was still too massive after all. Even if it was a real stream, it would become extremely terrifying when its quantity reached a certain level. Furthermore, what he was facing now was such a powerful energy. Su Yan's meridians and even every corner of his body were enduring such a terrifying impact. Just as Su Yan was facing this huge test, the Blood River monarch finally found the Taiji sacred sword. Ha! Found it. What a cunning kid. He actually hid this sword here. At this time, even he felt an indescribable excitement and agitation. This was because he had finally found the location of the sword. The place where the Taiji sacred sword was located was under the huge crystal scorpion that the Sky Scorpion King had transformed into. This crystal scorpion's defensive power was extremely terrifying. It was able to completely block Su Yan's revered sun-shattering slash, and it emitted an extremely powerful energy that just happened to block Blood River King's divine sense. If it weren't for Blood River King's unwillingness to give up, he really wouldn't have discovered it. Chapter 1033. Female literature. At this time, since he had already found the location of the sword, there was no need for him to hesitate any longer. His body flashed, and he immediately headed for the sword. Such a divine sword would only be perfect when it was in his hands. However, a cold snort suddenly rang out. "Blood River, you want to seize this sword? Did you ask for my permission?" It was the Scorpio King. The crystal scorpion he had transformed into was an existence with a near-absolute defense. Such an existence's defensive power was extremely powerful and terrifying, but it also had a weakness: this defensive power would seal itself within. The so-called absolute defense was to completely protect oneself. In other words, it was to isolate oneself from this world. Therefore, at this moment, it could be said that he was already drifting away from this space. However, he sensed an extremely powerful energy fluctuation at this moment. At first, he was startled, wondering if Su Yan's power had finally broken through his crystal battle physique and was about to kill him. However, when he turned around, he discovered that this wasn't the case at all. Instead, the divine sword had fallen beside him. This was great news. Of course, at the next moment, he immediately discovered that the Blood River King was rapidly approaching him. At this moment, he had already guessed it. That old dog Blood River is really powerful. He can actually defeat this brat. However, if he wants the divine sword, how can I give it to him so easily? Since Blood River had already defeated Su Yan, he and the Blood River King no longer had a common enemy. At this time, the two of them had once again turned from comrades to enemies. How could he show any mercy to his enemy? At this moment, his power rushed out, and an extremely terrifying wave appeared. It was his crystal pincer. Boom! A terrifying power directly rushed towards the Blood River King. One had to admit that the Blood River King's desire for this sword had reached an unprecedented level. It was to the point that he didn't see the Scorpio King's power clearly at the beginning. Only when the power was right in front of him did he realize what was going on. "Scorpio, you dare to stop me?" A blood-colored radiance immediately appeared and slashed forward without hesitation. The Scorpio King coldly snorted, "Stop. No, 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 you're wrong. I'm not stopping you, I'm seizing this sword." He rapidly rushed towards the Taiji divine sword. The Blood River King furiously roared, "You damn thing, you've already become someone else's slave. Even if you obtain this sword, what can you do? Hurry up and let go. If I obtain this sword, I'll help you kill the Tianxing Emperor and restore your freedom." At this time, the Blood River King had used the Blood River Strangulation, and in fact, had consumed a lot of his strength. At this time, his battle strength had dropped to a terrible level. Although the Scorpio King had also used his crystal battle physique earlier and was definitely not in a better state, it would be best if they could avoid a battle. However, the Scorpio King disdained his words. "Ahaha, Blood River, you old dog, this isn't the first time I've dealt with you. Do you think I'll believe your words? Enough nonsense, the sword is at my feet, I want it." As he spoke, his body that was suffused with a crystal radiance bent down. Then, a power immediately attached itself to the Taiji divine sword. "Ha ha ha, this sword is mine." At this moment, he was extremely complacent, while the Blood River King was extremely furious. He had fought for this sword with great difficulty, but now, it was in the hands of this bastard. But at this moment, an unforeseen event suddenly occurred. A powerful power suddenly appeared at this moment. That power split into two rays of light. One was icy blue, while the other was blazing red. The sudden appearance of these two powers immediately transformed into two huge dragons that charged towards the Scorpio King. The Scorpio King's attention was completely focused on the Blood River King. How could he have expected such an unforeseen event to happen to the divine sword? He was simply caught off guard. "Damn it, the divine sword is resisting me." He immediately understood what was happening. The nerves were actually resisting his existence. The Taiji divine sword was extremely special because it had fused with the heavenly heart of the cold jade. Therefore, compared to ordinary subdivine swords, it was much more powerful and naturally more violent. If it wasn't for the suppression of the Godslayer sword that forcibly fused with Su Yan's blood, Su Yan wouldn't have been able to use the Taiji divine sword. Ashura King was a Tao venerate powerhouse. If he had enough time, he could naturally slowly subdue the divine sword with his own strength. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to immediately pick up the divine sword. Furthermore, the divine sword directly launched a counterattack, wanting to kill the Scorpio King directly. Ha ha ha, good sword, it's really a good sword. The Blood River King laughed happily. He originally thought that he was going to lose this peerless divine sword, but he didn't expect it to be like this. It seemed like the Scorpio King might not even be able to survive, let alone leave with the evil sword. Therefore, he would still be the final victor. He originally thought that the damned Scorpio King would seize the initiative, but he didn't expect that not only did he not lose, but he also gained an opportunity. This was definitely a trap that Su Yan had purposely set up. He could imagine that with his initial mentality, he would have picked up the sword without hesitation under such temptation. At that time, he would be the one to bear the impact of this power. Although he was powerful, he wasn't much better off than the Scorpio King. If the Scorpio King had attacked then, he would have been the one to die. He couldn't help but sigh at the impermanence of the heavenly Tao. However, the most important thing was that he was still the victor at this moment. Scorpio King, you're being suppressed by the power of the divine sword. Do you think you still have the strength to resist me? Ha ha ha, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. You've been wanting to kill me for a long time, right? But you don't know that I've also been waiting for a long time to kill you. At that moment, his power was refracted. A bit of Blood River's power condensed again. Previously, in order to be able to completely kill Su Yan, he had already gathered all of his strength. The power that he had condensed now was something that he had recovered with great difficulty. But it didn't matter. As long as he could kill the Scorpio King, he would be the final victor. Although he was in an extremely miserable state, he was at least the victor. As long as he won in the end, it would be good. At that moment, terrifying and violent power was constantly gathering in the air. Scorpio King, your defensive power is powerful, but unfortunately, you actually gave up on the crystal battle physique in order to fight for this divine sword. Ha ha ha, can you condense the crystal battle physique again? That's impossible. So, go to hell. After saying that, he immediately released his power. At that moment, he was filled with an indescribable carefree feeling. An old rival of many years was finally going to be dealt with by him. Of course, this was a delightful thing. Of course, this was only one of the small surprises. To be honest, he didn't care about the Scorpio King's life or death. In his opinion, the Scorpio King was no longer a match for him. More importantly, the divine sword. Once he grasped such a powerful divine sword, he would definitely be able to display extremely terrifying strength. When the time was right, he would become an extremely powerful and terrifying existence. He would enjoy the feeling of being high and mighty. At the thought of this, he was incomparably happy. His power directly penetrated the Scorpio King's body. At that moment, the Scorpio King was already on the verge of collapse under the power of the Taiji divine sword. The Blood River King's final blow ended his life. At that moment, the Blood River King directly arrived in front of him and said with a grin, "Look, you still died in my hands. Why bother?" At that moment, he was immensely proud and excited. His palm landed on the Scorpio King's body, and then he directly said, "Old Scorpio, don't worry. I will help you devour your source energy." Ha ha ha, to be honest, this really makes me excited. Your source energy can be considered powerful and can help me better become the Emperor of Shura. Then, you can go in peace. At that moment, the divine sword was right beside him, so he wasn't in a hurry. His current plan was to refine the Scorpio King's source energy. Because only by doing so could he recover his strength in the shortest amount of time and even improve himself further. In fact, he was very clear that his greatest enemy was never Su Yan or the Scorpio King, but the powerful existence behind Su Yan who could contend against heaven's will. Of course, the Blood River King had never thought of fighting against that mysterious and powerful existence. It was too unrealistic. His thoughts were actually very simple, and that was to escape. Since Su Yan was an invader, then that powerful and mysterious existence was undoubtedly an invader as well. However, he didn't care. Such a troublesome matter should be left to those true powerhouses to deal with. What he needed to do now was to take care of his own affairs. Therefore, he had already decided that after refining the Scorpio King's source energy, the first thing he would do was to take the divine sword and leave this place. Chapter 1034. Female literature. This was because he had a guess in his heart. Furthermore, it was a very definite guess. That sword did not belong to Su Yan at all, but to that mysterious and unfathomable existence. When he had first met Su Yan had only been a green-faced Shura. Of course, he also knew that this definitely wasn't his true strength. He was hiding it, but it definitely wouldn't be too strong. How could such a person possess a divine sword? Divine objects belong to the virtuous. In other words, only people with strength could possess them. As for Su Yan, in his eyes, Su Yan was just a piece of trash. Only an existence that could contend against the will of the heavens could possess this sword. To be honest, he was actually the most nervous right now, because he didn't know what to do with the sword if that mysterious and powerful existence wanted to take it away. Would he be able to hold on? This was definitely an extremely risky thing to do. However, for his own sake and to make himself stronger, he still decided to take this risk. His power covered the Scorpio King's origin source. Devouring the Scorpio King's origin source was only the first step, but it was also the most important step. However, at that moment, a cold voice was heard. That belongs to me. When this voice appeared, the Blood River monarch's hand immediately froze in place, as if he had seen a ghost. How? How is this possible? This brat is actually still alive. He was filled with disbelief. How was this possible? How could this brat still be alive? How could he still be alive? The Blood River monarch's previous attack had been prepared for the Shura Emperor. After this attack, that fellow's aura had been completely devoured by the Blood River monarch's power. However, Su Yan's voice was extremely clear at this moment. While he was in a daze, the Taiji divine sword suddenly shone brightly. The icy blue and crimson colors intertwined at this moment, erupting with an incomparably powerful force. What? How is this possible? His heart was filled with shock. He had never expected that the divine sword would actually erupt with such a powerful force at this moment. However, even though he was shocked, he immediately dodged the attack. After all, the Blood River King was the Blood River King. His strength was definitely not something an ordinary person could compare to. However, at this moment, he looked at Su Yan with eyes full of resentment. Su Yan's sudden appearance gave him tremendous pressure. At this moment, he was trembling all over. He could not imagine how a person who should have died would appear here. His gaze finally landed on Su Yan. At this moment, even he was stunned by Su Yan's miserable appearance. At this moment, Su Yan's entire body was not intact. He could be described as incomplete. However, Su Yan's smile made him feel dazzled. He had to admit that he really hated Su Yan's smile. It was a kind of confidence that made him feel as if he could control everything in his hands. This guy was clearly a loser. He was just lucky enough to be chosen by a big shot. Why was he so confident? You're actually still alive? You're like a bedbug. How could someone like you reach this level? This really pisses me off. Do you think you can win just because you have the divine sword? The Blood River King said furiously. At this time, he had already begun to gasp for breath. In the face of his words, Su Yan laughed and said, "Actually, you are right. I am indeed a small character. However, I want to live on. Not only that, I want to live on. Not only that, I want to live well. Therefore, I can only smile and live on. Blood River King, you've already had thoughts of killing me. Let's end this here and now. You can die now." As Su Yan's words fell, a rainbow light suddenly appeared. The terrifying radiance that suddenly shone directly rushed into the sky at this moment. How could the Blood River King not recognize this blood-red light? That was the power of the Blood River that he had painstakingly cultivated for many years. However, at this time, Su Yan easily displayed his power. How is this possible? How can you use the power of the Blood River? At this time, he was unwilling to believe it. You won't understand even if I tell you too much. Since that's the case, it's better to die quietly. His sword finally fell at this moment, and the powerful and terrifying light completely engulfed him. Su Yan looked at the Blood River King, who was swallowed by that power, and was silent for a while. Not long ago, he was in so much pain from this terrifying power that he was on the verge of death. Fortunately, the power of the highest did not disappoint him in the end. In the end, he managed to analyze the extremely powerful energy and integrate it into his body. It wasn't until this power had completely merged with his body that he was able to calm himself down. When all this was done, even he did not dare to believe that he had actually done it. Just a moment ago, he was really too impulsive. Although he had always liked to take risks when doing things, he would never do something like this. However, he still did it. Looks like it's the wretched heavens will playing tricks again. He had already vaguely guessed that it was most likely the wretched heavens will playing tricks again. If it were not for this wretched heavens will, he would never have been so impulsive. This terrifying heavens will was really all-pervasive. He could not directly change Su Yan's mind. However, he could continuously magnify the desire and thoughts in Su Yan's heart. If it were not for the power of the highest sword soul that allowed him to forcibly endure it and complete the devouring of the power, he might have really died this time. This wretched God Punisher, didn't he just boast that he could completely block the power of heaven's will? In the end, I still let the will of the heavens affect me. Of course, he was only grumbling. He actually knew very well that he still had to rely on himself for everything in the end. He walked in front of the Blood River King and the Scorpio King. At this moment, he was naturally going to devour the origins of these two kings. However, at this moment, the will of the God-Slayer sword suddenly projected down. Su Yan brat, damn it, I'm in trouble this time. I won't be able to return to your body for a while. Su Yan was stunned. That B***** deity sword, to think that he would send such a message at this moment. However, looking at his current appearance, it was clear that this guy had done something shameful. This guy was really too arrogant. He dared to do anything, which made Su Yan feel extremely helpless. However, if even he himself said that it was trouble, then it was most likely not a small matter. After all, although this guy was arrogant, he did have the capital to do so. Back then, several Dragon King had joined forces, but one of them had been killed by him. However, this time, he had provoked Heaven's will. Even the newly born Heaven's will that he mentioned was an existence that Su Yan couldn't imagine. But don't worry. Heaven's will won't target you during this period of time. So, do well. If you can find the Shura cave, just go back. There's no need to wait for me. His last words were still lingering in Su Yan's sea of consciousness, but the bastard himself had completely disappeared. What an irresponsible guy. But it doesn't matter. He is him, and I am me. To be honest, he has protected me for a long time. I have to rely on myself to walk the path. Besides, it might not be a good thing for him to exist in my body. Su Yan fell into deep thought. He directly put the origins of the two kings into the red sword box. The red parting sword scabbard contained the fragments of the God-Slayer sword. Even the bodies of two kings could be sealed within. After doing all this, Su Yan immediately fled. He knew very well that he had to leave this place at this time. The Blood River King was already dead. The Scorpio King was also dead. The terrifying destructive power had turned the surroundings into ruins. Ordinary people wouldn't even be able to get close to this place. However, Su Yan knew very well that his opponent was never an ordinary Shura. The God-Slayer sword had already entered the sky and was entangled with Heaven's will. At this time, he could only take care of himself. He wouldn't forget that there was an extremely terrifying powerhouse in this area. That powerhouse was the King of Destruction. There was no way that the King of Destruction hadn't noticed what had happened here. Su Yan didn't know why he hadn't appeared yet, but Su Yan had a certain understanding of this proud king. He definitely wasn't a person who was afraid of trouble. Everything that had happened now might very well arouse his interest. If he came, it would be hard to say whether he could escape directly. Of course, there was also the Emperor of Tianxing. The Emperor of Tianxing could already comprehend heaven's will. At that time, the Shura heavens had once again focused on Luo Yunyang because of this Emperor of Tianxing. In that case, he would definitely come to kill Luo Yunyang. In his current state, Luo Yunyang didn't have the slightest chance of winning against the Emperor of Tianxing. Therefore, his first thought at this time was to escape. Of course, he couldn't just randomly escape. Although the Shura realm was huge, if an emperor descended and wanted to capture Luo Yunyang, especially when he was in such a weak state, it probably wouldn't cost too much. Su Yan's body flickered again and again. In just an instant, he had already arrived in the blood-red river. This blood-red river was full of mysterious and immortal power. The Blood River King had obtained power from this long river, allowing him to become stronger step by step until he became the King of Shura. Chapter 1035. Female Literature. Therefore, Su Yan's current plan was to hide himself in the Blood River. Su Yan was really unfamiliar with this Blood River. If it was in the past, he would never have dared to enter this place because entering this unfamiliar place was likely to lead to death. But now, it was different. He had analyzed the power of the Blood River King and had a certain understanding of the Blood River's power. He could adapt to the Blood River to the greatest extent. Without any hesitation, he directly rushed into the Blood River. The moment he entered the River of Blood, an extremely powerful force rushed towards him. Such power was like the roaring of mountains and rivers. The terrifying aura made Su Yan almost unable to breathe. This was his first reaction after entering the Blood River. But in the next moment, his power began to circulate, and the pressure slowly decreased. At this time, Su Yan's aura slowly rose. The power of the zenith began to devour the power contained within the blood-colored river. Su Yan was overjoyed. It would be best if he could adapt to it. Once he got used to this place, he immediately sank his body down and headed for a deeper place. Not long after Su Yan had sunk into the Blood River, the Blood River city that had already turned into ruins welcomed its first guest. This guest was none other than the King of Destruction. He quietly appeared here. At this time, he looked at the ruins of the city, but his expression didn't change. The Blood River King was his enemy. The two of them were enemies, but neither of them could do anything to the other. Of course, unlike the Scorpio King, he had never suffered a loss in the hands of the Blood River King. On the contrary, it was the Blood River King who had suffered a lot in his hands. This was due to his extremely powerful strength. The path that the Destruction King took was very simple, which was to have absolutely terrifying destructive power. His power of destruction was far more overbearing than the Blood River King's power. Therefore, although the Blood River King hated the Destruction King very much, he had to admit that he couldn't do anything to this opponent. The last time the King of Destruction had come here, he had used his immense power to suppress this city and had met with great resistance. But at this time, the Blood River City was no longer there. Blood River City has already been destroyed. Looks like Blood River is already dead. As his old rival, the importance of Blood River City to the Blood River King was clear to him. But at this time, Blood River City no longer existed, which meant that the Blood River King was already dead. However, he didn't feel anything about Blood River King's death. In his opinion, life and death were very ordinary things. Blood River King's strength was not enough, his luck was not good, but it was not important. Death was death. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. There, an extremely powerful aura was heading over. This aura was so strong that even he was a little surprised. This was an expert who was not weaker than him. Of course, this was even above him. However, this was only in terms of aura. If a real battle were to happen, it would be hard to say who would be stronger and who would be weaker. What's wrong, Destruction King? Are you the one who destroyed Blood River City? This expert's voice had already reached this place before he had even arrived. Obviously, this expert knew the Destruction King. However, this wasn't strange. Although the Destruction King lived in a remote place, he was still a powerful Shura king. Moreover, among the Shura kings, his combat strength was not unparalleled, but he was already one of the top existences. No one would underestimate such an existence. It's actually you? The corners of the Destruction King's mouth twitched slightly. After hearing this person's voice, he naturally knew who this person was. His title was the Heavenly Fire King. He was most proficient in Shura fire. Very early on, he was also a very powerful king. He was famous for his combat strength. Shura fire was already domineering, and in addition to his strength and terror. At that time, he was almost the number one Shura king. Unfortunately, he was defeated in the end. The person who defeated him wasn't the Emperor of Shura. Instead, it was another Shura king. This person was none other than the Destruction King. At that time, the Destruction King 8 directly defeated him and replaced him. However, after that, the Destruction King came to this place, and for a time, his reputation fell. Ha, Destruction, don't you feel happy to see me? The Heavenly Fire King was a very reserved person. His aura was even more reserved than the Blood River King. It was as if he was just an ordinary Shura king with no strength. This was completely different from back then. Back then, his entire body was covered in the color of flames. He was like a fire god who descended from the sky. At this time, the Destruction King said, the heavenly fire has become a lot stronger. As powerful as the Destruction King was, he naturally couldn't see the superficial surface. He saw an extremely powerful and terrifying aura from this man. Your eyesight is very sharp. That's right. I have already reached the half-step Emperor realm. Why, Destruction? Do you want to fight with me again? As he spoke, his aura underwent an earth-shattering change. An extremely terrifying oppressive force directly pressed down on the Destruction King. It was as if a volcano had suddenly erupted and wanted to destroy everything in this world. The Destruction King was unmoved by this sudden and terrifying power. He didn't even release his aura. He only said indifferently, unfortunately, you are no match for me. This indifferent sentence infuriated the heavenly fire. However, it also made the heavenly fire retract his aura and power. Although he was extremely unwilling to accept this, he still accepted this fact. He knew that the Destruction King would never lie or boast. Since he had said so, then this was the truth. Of course, if it had been someone else, even if the Blood River King had said so, the Heavenly Fire King would have attacked without hesitation and burned that person to ashes. However, he wouldn't do that to this person. Back then, the Heavenly Fire King had already understood that the Destruction King was a true genius. Even if the Destruction King told him now that he could defeat the Emperor of Shura, the Heavenly Fire King wouldn't be surprised at all. This was because the Destruction King was a Shura who had defeated him. Even if you can defeat me, you still can't become the Emperor of Shura. For the long years, temporary combat strength was meaningless. Only one's realm was the best proof. You don't need much. You should understand that I will definitely become the Emperor of Shura before you as long as I am willing. This sentence vividly displayed his confidence. The Heavenly Fire King didn't refute. He definitely wouldn't continue to discuss this matter. Discussing this issue with the Destruction King was simply asking for a snub. He said, Blood River City has been destroyed, and the Scorpio King is also dead. Destruction, did you do all of this? The King of Destruction ignored him and only said, What? Your master asked you to come. Didn't he tell you anything? The King of Destruction asked back. Back then, the Heavenly Fire King was disheartened after being defeated by him. At this time, he had become the number one general under the Emperor of Tianxing. It was also because of the Emperor of Tianxing that he was able to reach the half-step Emperor realm. Unfortunately, it was also because of the Emperor of Tianxing that he had lost the possibility of advancing further. Is there really such a kid? A blue-faced Shura can resist the power of the Emperor's eyes. Could it be that the Scorpio King and the Blood River King were both killed by him? If it was not for the Emperor of Tianxing's personal order, the King of Destruction would never believe that there was such a ferocious blue-faced Shura in this world. I don't know the details, but I've fought with this kid before. He's indeed very strange. Moreover, there's an extremely powerful and terrifying existence behind him, the King of Destruction said. The Heavenly Fire King said, the Emperor has already said that powerful and mysterious existence can't even take care of himself at this time. He won't be able to make a move for the time being. The reason why the Emperor can't come personally is also related to him. He continued, this time, my goal is to capture this little thing. The King of Destruction shook his head and said, are you the only one who came? It seems that the Emperor of Tianxing's arrogant personality hasn't changed. The Heavenly Fire King said coldly, what? What do you mean? The King of Destruction said, in other words, you're not good enough. You. The Heavenly Fire King was furious, but he did not dare to do anything to the King of Destruction because if the two of them fought, he was not confident. Destruction, I don't want to argue with you. I can't sense that guy's aura now, so I hope you can help me and tell me where that kid is. If it wasn't for the Emperor's mission, he wouldn't have been so humble. Unfortunately, he had no other choice at this time. He could only do this. The King of Destruction looked at him and suddenly smiled. Then, he said, I don't know where that kid is either. I only dealt with him once. So, you should slowly search for him. I believe that with your ability, you'll definitely be able to find him. After saying that, he ignored the other party's murderous gaze and left arrogantly. At this moment, the Heavenly Fire King looked at the King of Destruction who was leaving with a gloomy expression. Destruction, do you really think you can continue to be arrogant? The Heavenly Will has recovered, and the rules are about to change. When that time comes, I'll be able to break through to the Emperor realm. I'll definitely kill you. He was naturally polite when speaking to the King of Destruction, but the King of Destruction was the person who had knocked him down from the high and mighty throne. How could he not be angry? As long as there was a chance, he would definitely make the King of Destruction regret it. Chapter 1036. Female literature, however, at this time, he knew that he was not a match for the King of Destruction. This guy looked calm, but in fact, he was a madman. Once they really fought, it would be a situation where one would not rest until one of them was dead. This was an absolutely crazy guy. Back then, he was defeated by this kind of madness. Over the past few years, he had made some progress in his cultivation base with the guidance and assistance of the Tianxing sovereign, but he wasn't confident that he would be able to defeat the King of Destruction. However, after meeting the King of Destruction, this thought became even more firm. This guy's strength and madness were absolutely unimaginable. Now, the most important thing for him was to find Su Yan. If he did not find this Su Yan, then he would become extremely passive. This was not a good thing. He was a subordinate of the Sky Punishment Emperor. To put it bluntly, even he himself knew that he was just a dog with some ability. If the Emperor of Tianxing was not satisfied with him, he could be killed at any time even if he was a half-step emperor. Once he became someone else's subordinate, it was not a good thing even if the person he was working for was a ruler or even great Shura. Because in this way, everything you have is built on his foundation. To put it bluntly, if he wanted you to live, you would live. If he wanted you to die, you had no choice but to die. Not long ago, when the Scorpio King swore loyalty to the Emperor of Tianxing, he was not happy. Of course, everything had to be looked at from two sides. Once he became a subordinate, at least many things that he could not do before could be easily done now. For example, becoming a half-step emperor was also an honor to be able to become a subordinate of the Emperor of Tianxing and work for him. Not just any Shura could have such an honor. The King of Destruction had left. This hateful guy did not leave any clues for him. In this case, he could only rely on himself to find clues. His divine sense radiated outwards. At his level, his divine sense was extremely powerful. As long as it was a place he wanted to see, then everything would appear clearly in his true sight. In fact, before he arrived, he had already spread out his divine sense. Even when he was communicating with the King of Destruction, he didn't stop searching. However, in the surroundings of the destroyed Blood River City, everything seemed to have disappeared. There were many corpses in the surroundings. This was Shura, who had been killed by the terrifying shockwaves of the battle. Therefore, in this world, the weak were actually very pitiful. Without strength, even death was not an option. Not long after, the Heavenly Fire King finally retracted his divine sense. Damn it, no, not at all. How could this brat be so fast? He has already left the range of my divine sense. The Heavenly Fire King was incomparably furious. If he really let this brat escape like this, then where would his face go? Impossible, this brat had just experienced an incomparably intense battle. If the battle was really one-sided, then this place definitely wouldn't have such an aura. The power of the crystal, that's the aura of that idiot Scorpio King, and the power of the Blood River. What a dense power of the Blood River. Blood River, the Blood River. Suddenly, the Heavenly Fire King thought of something. That's right, this brat can't have disappeared for no reason. His speed can't be so fast after the battle. Moreover, since the Heavenly Punishment Emperor asked me to come, then he knows that this guy is definitely nearby at this moment. Since that's the case, then I have a trace to follow. With a slight movement of his body, he disappeared from where he stood. The next moment, he was already at the edge of the Blood River. The surging Blood River was incomparably vast. The wide surface of the long river was so shocking. At this moment, he radiated his power and finally found some clues. Good fella, you're indeed meticulous and very capable. You actually knew to hide in the Blood River. Unfortunately, no matter how cunning you are, you won't be able to escape my eyes. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly because he finally discovered a power fluctuation that did not dissolve in the Blood River. If it was not for his powerful spiritual sense, which had reached the level of a half-step ruler, he would not have been able to discover it at all. Nevertheless, since he had discovered it, in his opinion, Su Yan would definitely not be able to escape. Heavenly Fire's cause, line of heaven. At this moment, an item suddenly appeared in his hand. It looked like an ordinary metal line. Nonetheless, it was covered with an extremely fearsome power law. It was not an ordinary power but a kind of law. It was precisely because of the existence of this law that the power within was awe-inspiring. At this moment, the power slowly derived. This kind of power was directly connected to fate. This item was not the Heavenly Fire King's treasure, but it was given to him by the Heavenly Punishment Emperor. The most powerful thing about this item was that it could track the fate and karma of others through a little bit of aura. The Heavenly Fire King used his spiritual sense to track it and finally found traces of Su Yan's aura. Therefore, at the next moment, he immediately unfolded the line of heaven. Not long after, Su Yan's position actually appeared in his spiritual sense. This fella actually hid in such a deep place. This completely shocked him. This place was actually very dangerous. The Blood River's path was one of the paths that many Shura knew about, and it was an extremely powerful path. They all knew that the source of this path was the Blood River. However, there were very few Shura who could cultivate this path because the Blood River was simply too dangerous. Even the Shura King could only count on one hand the number of people who could enter the depths of the Blood River without dying. The Blood River King was already an anomaly for being able to reach this level. However, if he wanted to become even more powerful, he had to dive deeper. Unfortunately, he clearly did not have the strength to do so at this time. However, Su Yan's current position was already very deep. Perhaps the Blood River King could only go a little deeper than him. No wonder this fellow was able to attract the attention of the imperial capital. Looks like he's an interesting intruder. A layer of flames suddenly appeared around the Heavenly Fire King. This layer of flames formed a few extremely small spaces that sealed him inside. Splash! At this moment, he had already dived into the Blood River. The moment he entered the Blood River, a powerful pressure immediately rushed toward him. I hate this smell, and I hate this power even more," he muttered, and went straight into the depths. What he did not know was that just as he dived into the blood river, the King of Destruction quietly appeared. The King of Destruction was able to tail him without the Heavenly Fire King noticing. This showed that the King of Destruction was indeed much stronger than the Heavenly Fire King. However, the King of Destruction did not jump into the blood river at this time. Instead, he found a place by the river and sat down. At this moment, he was very calm. His aura gradually disappeared. Unknowingly, he seemed to have merged with the world. His realm was really powerful. This was a state of returning to one's original state. Among the powerhouses at this level that Su Yan knew, it was very difficult for anyone to compete with him. Even Zhang Zhe, who was extremely powerful among the Tao masters, seemed to be at this level. For those powerhouses who pursued transcendence, becoming a Tao master was the real beginning. The path of the great Tao was long. No one could say that they had reached the end. At this moment, Su Yan was using the power of the Grand Supreme to analyze and adapt to the power here. The Godslayer sword had said that the Blood River was a very interesting existence. However, this guy's interesting could only be described as terrifying in other people's worlds. At this time, his strength was rising little by little. At this time, his injuries had basically recovered. At the same time, he began to plunder the power source of the two Shura kings. Among them, the Scorpio King's crystal battle physique was of great significance to Su Yan. As Su Yan continued to improve and comprehend the power of the Grand Supreme, his offensive means were constantly strengthened. His fighting strength also became more terrifying. However, compared to his offensive power, his defensive power was much weaker. The invincible golden body seemed to have reached its limit. It was very difficult for him to improve it again. Every time he fought, he would almost always use his physical body to resist the attacks. In this way, although he was constantly tempering his physical body, in fact, this was also an extremely dangerous action. This was because there was bound to be a limit to one's physical body. If he wanted to face stronger opponents, he had to greatly improve his physical body and defensive power. The crystal battle physique was what he lacked. After analyzing it with the power of the Grand Supreme, he began to slowly analyze this kind of power. Then, his aura gradually increased. He analyzed the secrets of the crystal battle physique bit by bit and then combined it with the invincible golden body. This made his strength even more terrifying. It was at this moment that his thoughts trembled slightly. This was a very bad feeling. It was as if a sharp needle was pricking his nerves. A crisis had arrived. Sure enough, no matter what happens, it's impossible for everything to go smoothly. Then, where does this crisis come from? Is it the crisis in the Blood River or the Emperor of Tianxing? Su Yan had already determined that the crisis he was feeling now came from the Emperor of Tianxing. Chapter 1037. Female literature. In fact, he had already gained a firm foothold in the long river of blood. This was because his supreme power had gradually adapted to the pressure here. As long as he did not rashly enter the river, there should not be any new dangers. This sense of danger could only be because of the tracker. Of course, the threat he analyzed at the beginning actually came from two sources. One of them was the King of Destruction. In Su Yan's eyes, the King of Destruction was an existence even more powerful than the King of Blood River. The King of Blood River might think that he was inferior to the King of Destruction, but as long as he was within the range of Blood River City, the King of Destruction would not be able to do anything to him. However, only Su Yan knew that this was simply absurd. He had fought the King of Destruction before, although at that time, it seemed to be a draw. Even after the battle, Su Yan felt that the King of Destruction was not that powerful compared to the King of Blood River. He had even grasped and analyzed a portion of the power of destruction during the battle. But now, he did not think so. This was because as his strength increased, his knowledge and vision naturally increased as well. In his memories, he could clearly sense how powerful and terrifying the other party was. After every battle, the recollection and contemplation could make one stronger. This had already become a habit of Su Yan's. He realized that during the battle, the King of Destruction did not hold back on the surface, but in reality, this guy's every attack was so calm. To use a word, it was with ease. His control of his attacks was really good, just reaching the limit of Su Yan's endurance. It was extremely strenuous for Su Yan, but it was not beyond what he could bear. Just the control of this power alone was enough to shock Su Yan. He knew that the King of Blood River definitely could not reach this level. And as he continued to use the power of destruction, his fear of the King of Destruction deepened. However, this time, he was sure that the one entering the river of blood was definitely not the King of Destruction. It was a trick set up by the Emperor of Tianxing. Since you're here, I'll give you a surprise. The people sent by the Sky Punisher Emperor were definitely not weak. At the very least, the Scorpio King from last time wasn't weak, but he had died here. Therefore, the people sent this time would definitely be stronger than the Scorpio King. This guy was indeed powerful. He was actually able to find him hiding in the Blood River. However, the thing he shouldn't have done the most was to allow himself to enter the river of blood. He thought that he had entered the Blood River to hide, but he did not know that the Blood River had become half of his home ground, at least at this level. Good. The Blood River King's Blood River Strangulation is very powerful. I wonder if you can withstand it. Su Yan himself had experienced the power of the Blood River Strangulation. He clearly knew how terrifying its power was. When that powerful force erupted, it was enough to engulf everything. Of course, there was a prerequisite. First, there had to be an extremely powerful energy accumulation. At this time, Su Yan naturally couldn't be compared to the Blood River King's 1,000 years of accumulation. But even so, this was still a very terrifying move. First, the previous attack was prepared by the Blood River King for the Shura Emperor. However, the one chasing after him didn't seem to be the Shura Emperor. This was his opportunity. Second, this was the Blood River. Of course, Su Yan's Blood River couldn't engulf everything, but the power within was already extremely terrifying. He had the power of the Zenith. With the power of the Zenith, he could directly extract the power of the river and form a terrifying attack. Of course, he didn't expect this attack to kill the other party directly. It was enough to injure the other party. The Sky Fire King's speed was constantly increasing. Although the deeper he went into the Blood River, the greater the pressure he felt, it was nothing to him. Under the encirclement of the Shura fire, the pressure couldn't harm him for the time being. Well, this kid has stopped. It seems that he has reached his limit, so he can't continue to go deeper. However, he can be considered very powerful to be able to reach this point. No wonder the Sky Punishment Emperor thinks highly of him. At this time, his interest was piqued. After cultivating for so many years, he seemed to have no opponents under the Shura Emperor. Of course, he wouldn't provoke a lunatic like the King of Destruction. Since Su Yan could kill the Blood River King and the Sky Scorpion King, he should have some means. Of course, he was very clear that this guy had most likely used some other means to achieve this. However, this didn't change his fate. At this time, his speed was directly raised to the extreme. The distance between him and Su Yan wasn't far. Of course, he gradually felt the pressure from the Blood River. When he entered a region, the pressure suddenly became even stronger. This kind of increase in strength was simply an exponential increase. Even the power of his heavenly fire trembled at this time. What a powerful force. No wonder countless people have failed in the Blood River. However, I'm a half-step emperor. How can this little bit of power do anything to me? The Heavenly Fire King said confidently. But at this moment, he suddenly frowned because he suddenly realized that he had actually lost track of Su Yan's aura. This kid's aura has disappeared. Could it be that this kid finally couldn't withstand the pressure of the Blood River and was destroyed by it? This wasn't impossible. Even he felt that this was an extremely powerful force, and he also felt the pressure. Let alone that kid. He had just been seriously injured. It was impossible for him to have such a powerful force. However, at this time, a thought suddenly appeared. At the same time, Su Yan's aura appeared in his perception. He felt that Su Yan was actually beside him. Welcome to the Blood River world. This was the thought transmitted by Su Yan. The Heavenly Fire King was startled at first, then he immediately laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, how interesting. So a little bug like you actually discovered my arrival. Since you discovered my arrival, not only did you not escape, but you also waited here for my arrival. This is really interesting. The Heavenly Fire King immediately realized that Su Yan was waiting for him here. However, even so, he didn't panic at all. This was because he had absolute confidence in his own strength. Even in the Blood River, he had absolute confidence that he could capture Su Yan. You know what? If you had continued to flee, perhaps I would have found it a little troublesome. After all, it isn't easy to enter the depths of the Blood River. But it's a pity that you've been waiting for me here. He wasn't wrong. If Su Yan entered the Blood River world, he would naturally have to enter as well. He was still filled with fear and apprehension toward the unknown Blood River world. However, Su Yan just had to wait here for his arrival. To him, this place was still within an acceptable range. At this moment, his power erupted and he immediately wanted to attack Su Yan. However, Su Yan said, "Why? Didn't you notice that the increase in pressure is a little too much?" Su Yan's words made the Heavenly Fire King's heart skip a beat. How could he not have noticed? However, he was too unfamiliar with the Blood River world. In his opinion, the changes at this moment were considered normal. However, when Su Yan suddenly mentioned it, he immediately realized that this was an extremely abnormal matter. In that case, this is a method that you set up yourself. Ha ha ha, how interesting. I really didn't expect a little bug like you to be so bold. At this time, not only are you not afraid of me, but you even dare to set up a trap at this time. How bold. As he spoke, his power had already rushed towards Su Yan. He didn't care if Su Yan still had any tricks up his sleeve. He believed that everything was built on absolute strength. Therefore, he didn't care what Su Yan had set up. He would take the initiative to gain the upper hand. At this moment, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. His power erupted to the extreme at this moment, and an invisible flame appeared directly. Even in the Blood Red River, the power of this flame was still so terrifying. That extremely huge power at this time turned into a huge wave, directly bombarding Su Yan. Regal Sword Escape. Su Yan was shocked. This guy's speed had exceeded his expectations. He didn't expect this guy to be so fast. He had never fought with the Heavenly Fire King before, but his intuition told him that this attack was definitely not something he could take head-on. Therefore, at this moment, his body immediately disappeared on the spot. Almost at the moment when he disappeared, the powerful force immediately flashed by. The terrifying heavenly fire actually created a vacuum in the Blood Red River. This kind of power was simply incomparably terrifying. Fortunately, Su Yan avoided this attack in time. Otherwise, with his current state, he was afraid that he would suffer a great loss. You can actually avoid my attack. At this moment, the Heavenly Fire King's eyes darkened. He was surprised that Su Yan could avoid his attack. At this moment, Su Yan directly transmitted his thoughts. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Have a taste of what I've prepared for you. The moment his voice fell, an extremely violent power directly rose at this moment. The terrifying power immediately turned into an extremely terrifying hurricane at this moment. Chapter 1038. Female Literature, Blood River Strangulation. Su Yan suddenly roared out. At this moment, his strength had been raised to the extreme. That kind of terrifying power had been raised to the extreme at this time. At this moment, his aura was even more terrifying. With these words, the blood river in this area seemed to have come to life at this time, and a terrible power followed at this time. At this time, the violent power directly turned into an incomparably powerful dragon, immediately enveloping the king of heavenly fire within it. I really didn't expect a kid like you to possess such great power. Su Yan's attack had given him a pleasant surprise. He didn't expect Su Yan's power to be so terrifying. This level of strangling power was enough to cause him enough damage. No, This is Blood River King's power. Boy, you can actually use his power. No wonder you chose to come here. Faced with such a powerful strangling force, Heavenly Fire King's complexion couldn't help but change. At this moment, his power was constantly surging. At this time, he could no longer hide his strength. He deeply understood that if he continued to hide his strength, he would be in danger of dying. Su Yan's ambush had given him such a pleasant surprise. This was something he couldn't imagine. However, the attack was already in front of him. It was useless even if he didn't believe it. The most important thing now was to neutralize this power. At this moment, his azure fire spread out. As expected of the powerful existence known for the Shura fire. When the flame appeared, the Blood River's water seemed to have evaporated. Kid, you want to kill me? Humph, you're dreaming. I'll let you know that my name is the Skyfire King. I'll make you die under the Shura fire. His voice was cold and cruel. At this moment, Su Yan said, "Ha, I thought the Emperor of Tianxing would ask you to capture me alive." The Skyfire King was speechless. You're stubborn. At this moment, the flames suddenly expanded. The terrifying power had increased dozens of times in an instant. Although Su Yan looked relaxed on the surface, he didn't dare to relax at all. He had used the Shura fire before and had a certain understanding of this flame. He clearly knew that it was impossible for him to use the Shura fire to this extent with his current strength. No wonder he could become the Skyfire King. His strength was indeed terrifying. However, the strangulation power of the Blood River wasn't weak. He would be too naive if he thought this was enough. The real show had only just begun. Explode. At this time, he directly integrated all his power into it. At this moment, an extremely terrifying vortex immediately appeared at this moment. The terrifying power swept up at this moment, as if a terrifying shadow had suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. The power was so terrifying that the Heavenly Fire King immediately felt that his body had become 10 times heavier than before. Moreover, this pressure was constantly increasing. At this moment, the Skyfire King's expression had become very unsightly. He originally thought that this little thing would be able to do something. Even if it was arranged in advance, he would still be able to deal with it calmly. However, he realized that he had really underestimated the other party. At this moment, he recalled that the Emperor of Tianxing had told him not to be careless and to be careful. However, he didn't expect that he would still make such a mistake. However, he wouldn't regret it. Regret was the matter of cowards. Now that he had fallen into the trap, what he had to do was to break out of it. You actually learned the Blood River King's method. Huh, good, very good. At this moment, his power suddenly erupted. The powerful Shura fire condensed in his hand. In the end, the Shura fire turned into a flaming saber. The flaming saber was so dazzling at this moment. The power it contained was so strong that it seemed to be able to annihilate everything in its path. Humph, I'll let you see my Skyfire saber. The Skyfire saber was raised and a terrifying power condensed at this moment. At this moment, the King of Destruction, who was on the shore, suddenly said, he actually used the Skyfire saber. This Su Yan really surprised me. The King of Destruction was really a powerful existence. At this time, everything that happened under the Blood River couldn't escape his eyes. From this, it could be seen how powerful his divine will was. At this moment, the power of the Skyfire saber erupted. The energy boundary condensed by Su Yan immediately suffered a huge impact. The terrifying vortex formed by the Blood River kept shaking at this moment. So strong. Su Yan couldn't help but blurt out. His Blood River strangulation was naturally not as powerful as the one deployed by the Blood River King. However, it was still extremely powerful and terrifying. After all, this was a powerful attack that was directly extracted from the Blood River with the power of the highest. However, not only did the Heavenly Fire King not succumb to this attack, but he also became more and more courageous. At this moment, he actually showed signs of breaking free from this terrifying power. How terrifying was this? How terrifying was this power? How terrifying was this power? However, such a powerful skyfire didn't make Su Yan feel afraid. Instead, it aroused Su Yan's fighting spirit. Even Su Yan himself didn't know how to describe it. In this world, his desire to fight became stronger and stronger. It was as if there was a flame burning in his heart, constantly telling him to fight crazily. Furthermore, he had to keep on fighting. Only in this way could he become the most powerful existence. Even though he was still too far away from this goal, he was still full of confidence in himself. Su Yan urged his power to the extreme and even started to burn the source power of the Blood River King. He had brought the corpses of the Blood River King and the Scorpion King with him in the hope that he could directly devour their source power and use it to reach an extremely powerful and terrifying level. However, at this point, he couldn't wait any longer and directly burned the source power of the Blood River King. In fact, the Skyfire King was still trapped in the Blood River strangulation, so Su Yan could have just escaped. If that was the case, he would have enough time. Even if the Blood River King caught up to him again, the Blood River King probably wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, Su Yan didn't want to do that at this point in time. Right now, there was an extremely burning thought in his mind, and that was victory. Only victory after victory would be the best interpretation of himself. His power gradually swayed, and in the end, it formed an extremely terrifying vortex. Skyfire King, huh? Hee, I know your name, but unfortunately, I will soon forget your name. I am a forgetful person. I won't remember the names of those who were killed by me, because for me, clinging to the past is not a pleasant thing. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze had condensed to the extreme, and his pupils had turned into a true blood-red color. At this time, his strength was rising bit by bit. Extremely terrifying power was constantly condensing, and the water of the Blood River seemed to have sensed an inexplicable summon. Such powerful power continued to condense and eventually turned into an extremely terrifying giant. It was the Blood Giant. If the Blood River Monarch was still alive, he would definitely be extremely unwilling to accept this. After all, even he couldn't condense the Blood Giant. But now, it was condensing in Su Yan's hand. It didn't mean that Su Yan's power was stronger than his, but it was because Su Yan's power was purer. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly felt as if there was a will from the unseen world coming towards his body. A voice was constantly shouting at him, God, God. It was a language that he did not know at all, but its meaning was so clearly engraved in his sea of consciousness. This will did not have the slightest intention of taking over his body, but it was inciting him to make a move, inciting him to continuously devour the power of the Blood River. Su Yan's body was like a boiling volcano at this moment. The feeling of incomparable expansion was so clear, powerful, and terrifying at this moment. At this moment, the Skyfire King, who was constantly attacking the Blood River, suddenly raised his head and his gaze fell on Su Yan. Su Yan's appearance directly fell into his mind. That's the Blood Guard. Legend has it that the Blood River is the incarnation of a supreme being after his death. The Blood River contains the true essence of his will. Those who want to become stronger dauntlessly enter the Blood River and head towards the depths in order to find the will left behind by the supreme being. But since ancient times, no one has succeeded. So why is the Blood Giant condensing behind this kid at this time? This was the reason why the Skyfire King was shocked. He was very clear about this power, but he didn't expect it to condense behind him. However, Su Yan was clearly not from this Shura world. He was just an invader.